please join with us as we observe a minute's silence in memory of Tibet. Thank you very much.
Very good morning and welcome to Sophia Gardens here on BBC Sport Online and BBC Sounds, as well as on the Glamorgan and Lancashire County websites. As you may have heard, the players and umpires have observed a silence.
And also good morning to the Lancashire team, led into the field by captain Josh Bohannon.
Nick Webb, Scott Reed, Kenneth Davis with you today and the next couple of days. And as you may gather from that announcement, it is Glamorgan who are batting first. Lancashire skipper Josh Bohannon called correctly. And it's a very good morning to Scott Reed. Morning, Scott.
Good morning, Nick. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, lovely to be here. The weather's lovely as well. Never in doubt. I left Manchester and it was tipping it down. That won't surprise you. But yeah, nice to have a nice, lovely, bright, sunny day to greet the final game of the season. And many congratulations to the Glammy boys. What a season!
Thank you very much indeed. And what news have your lads?
Oh, hang on. They've made a couple of changes because there's no Jimmy Anderson. He picked up a side injury in their draw against Middlesex last week, so Anderson misses out. Araf Shetty, who debuted last week, also doesn't feature. Tom Hartley comes back. He was away with England on international duty. They're captained by Josh Bohannon. It's the first time he's skippered the side. For Lancashire, it's their third captain this season as well. And they go with Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells, Josh Bohannon, George Bell, Matthew Hurst, Michael Jones, George Balderson, Tom Aspinwall, Tom Bailey, Tom Hartley and Jack Blatherwick.
And the Glamorgan side shows two changes from that which somehow sealed promotion at Derby, albeit they were mostly on the road home when promotion was actually confirmed. Andy Gorvin and, rather strangely, Asitha Fernando drop out of the side, so there is no overseas bowler in this 11. And Mason Crane, the leg spinner, and Ned Leonard come in. Crane playing his 5th match of the season and Leonard his 7th. But the batting lineup remains the same, which means that Ben Callaway is still absent through injury, and Billy Root is likely to come in at 6 again. It's going to be Tom Bailey to open up from the River Taff end, and he's bowling to Zainul Hassan, who could do with a strong finish to the season because he is without a half century since April, but has played a dogged role, averaging 21.8, and has contributed with the ball as well. As Bailey is in to bowl to Hassan has bowled first ball. He can't believe it. Just played all round that one by the look of it. And Lancashire strike with the very first ball of the match, and Zain ul Hassan's struggling season continues.
Yes, there was a look of disbelief, wasn't there, from Zain ul Hassan, staring back down the pitch, and a slightly wry smile on the face of Tom Bailey and the Lancashire players. Unusual start. First ball of a county championship game and a wicket from the first ball. I'm not so sure I've seen that before.
As that's actually gone past his legs and clipped the top of the leg stump. Right arm bowler bowling to the left hand bat, who's got too far across, tried to leg glance it, and it's hit the top of leg. Well, bonus start for Lancashire with Wicket off a fairly routine delivery, to be honest, and Al Hassan just misjudging it completely.
He did, didn't it? Looked like it was a delivery you'd perhaps just tuck away off the pads and take a single to square leg, but got himself in a pretty poor position there, and very unusual start to the game. I'm not sure if I've seen a first ball of a championship match produce a wicket before. May have done down the years, but I can't think of one that comes to mind. Maybe in the first over of a game, I'm sure that's happened. I've seen that a few times, but with the first ball of a 4-day match, I'm sure I've seen that too many times.
Yes, it's usually just a loosener from the bowler and a defensive prod of some sort. But in comes Sam Northeast playing his final match for Glamorgan, having decided to return to Kent next season on a 2-year contract plus an option of a third. There's a little punch of gloves and touch of bats with Acer Tribe. And Northeast on 842 runs at 44 has had a decent season. Not quite his strongest, I suppose, but strong enough if you're averaging in the 40s for a championship player. Has not played much one-day cricket, didn't feature in the T20 Blast, rather strangely, and just a couple of one-day cup games. Here comes Bailey again, the right-handed Northeast, who leaves that one outside off stump, and it goes through to the wicketkeeper Hurst.
Have they looked at recruitment to replace Northeast for next season's Division 1 campaign?
There has been a signing of Sean Dixon from Somerset, but that's in no real way a like-for-like signing. No. Dixon having played, or specialised rather more in white ball cricket in recent years. Here comes Bailey again. Bowls to Northeast, down leg side, makes no contact through to Hurst. So, yes, obviously Dixon would strengthen their white ball side, you would have thought, given his strong performances for Somerset. But whether he will slot into the championship batting lineup as a like-for-like, well, we'll find out next April, really. 0 for 1 if you're just logging on, tuning in, or whatever. As Bailey bowls and Northeast plays that one up to mid-on, and there's no run. So, yes, the departure of Northeast and of Tom Bevan has been confirmed. The signing of Sean Dixon has been confirmed, and we've heard in recent days about new contracts for several players. As Bailey is in to bowl and Northeast defends back to the bowler. So Ben Callaway is on staff until 2028. Acer Tribe has had an extension as well, at least to cover next year, hopefully future years. Callum Nichols for next year. Will Smale a couple of seasons, likewise Eddie Byram and Alex Horton. Bailey is in to bowl and Northeast gets the scoring underway with a clip through mid-wicket, and he's timed that one quite sweetly because it's just about going to win the race to the boundary ahead of George Balderson. And Glamorgan are underway at 4 for 1 after the first over. So, yeah, we know the future of half a dozen Glamorgan players who've had contracts extended. There are several more on whom we await news. What about on the Old Trafford front? Any comings and goings as yet?
Well, they've announced a couple of signings in the last few weeks. Paul Coghlan from Durham, he'll be with Lancashire next season. Singdale from Gloucestershire, he's joined as well.
He's lively.
And Will Williams is leaving, he's going in the other direction, down the M5 to Gloucestershire. So I think that's been it. They've not yet announced kind of any players that are either signing additional contracts, or I think Jack Blatherwick has signed a new deal. But with regards to players perhaps being released, that's not yet been announced. So it's a slightly sad time, isn't it, end of the season when players are coming and going. Here's Blatherwick then with the new ball. Clipped away out towards square leg by Asa Tribe and 4 runs. Nice looking shot. Gets his innings up and running. Clipped through square leg for 4. So Glamorgan 8 for 1 in the second.
Yes, it's always sad to see careers ending, particularly if it's not of players' own volition.
So Tribe on 4 and North East on 4. Josh Bannon there with a towel, the captain for Lancashire in this game. Drying the ball and handing it back to Blatherwick. He's got 4 slips in place. And there's Blatherwick again, back into Tribe over the wicket and bowls. That's chopped away down towards gully, fielded by Tom Aspinwall. And there's no run. So
what's Jimmy Anderson's position with regard to future endeavours?
Well, again, we're not sure. No, I'm not sure. His decision kind of start of this year was to play again for this season, so his playing contract with Lancashire was for 1 season. No news yet. And that's clipped down to fine leg by Tribe for a single. 9 for 1. As to whether that's going to be extended, whether he's going to play again, will he combine a bit of playing and coaching? I don't know, really. I suppose these things to be decided. Lancashire don't have a head coach yet. They've still got Stephen Croft as interim head coach, so that perhaps needs to be resolved first. Yeah, there's a few things that need to be sorted out ahead of the winter and the start of next season. North East on strike. 9 for 1, halfway through the second over of the morning. It's Blatherwick over the wicket and bowls a nice delivery which brings North East forward, and the ball just slides on past the edge of the bat and through to Matthew Hurst, the keeper. There's no run.
Chris Drew has emailed Glamorgan Cricket at bbc.co.uk saying he was hoping that, given that promotion is secured, that we might have had a look at some youngsters. We'll need them next year at some point. I suppose the introduction of Leonard sort of falls into that category, though he has played nearly half the games, or half the games now.
Blatherwick to North East. Just nips away as North East plays inside the line of that. Through to the keeper, no run. Well, yeah, that was my next question actually, with regards to North East leaving. Is there any kind of youngsters there that will be potentially able to step up, or is it more likely to be recruitment from outside, do you think?
I'd be slightly surprised if there was any more batting recruitment to follow Dixon.
Okay. Final ball of Blatherwick's first over into to North East off the back foot. And that'll be 4. Let's run away through point. Timed beautifully by North East. A little bit short and wide from Blatherwick. And 4 to North East. He doubles his score. He moves to 8. So 2 overs gone. Glamorgan batting first. 13 for 1.
Yes, in terms of the batting lineup, there may well be more opportunities for Eddie Byram for next season. Now that he's signed a new contract, went reasonably well in the One Day Cup and was not averaging 29 in the Championship when Tribe took over from him. So Byram probably deserves a bit more cricket. Shouting up there to Colin Ingram, we just saw on the screen. Reminder that for this game we are on the county video streams as well as on the BBC outlets. Bailey on his way in from the River Taff end, bowls to Tribe for the first time, and he plays it back down the wicket. The pitch, by the way, is over towards the grandstand side of the ground, so if you're watching from the pavilion, you need good eyesight or a pair of binoculars, frankly.
It's a long way away, that, isn't it? Goodness me.
I think those who have chosen that vantage point is more because it's in the direct sunshine,
yes,
rather than any other factor. Bailey is into bowl. Tribe drives to mid-off and there is no run. The area which is probably the best viewing point at the River Taff end, is in shade at the moment, but probably won't be for too long, so wouldn't be surprised to see a few more heading down that way. But yeah, Castell Howlstown, there's a few dotted around underneath us, but 14,000 seats to choose from if you want to come along. There's Bailey bowls and Tribe works it on the leg side. There's a slight misfield. Oh, there's nearly a mess up, but they're through after an almost fatal hesitation mid-wicket as the ball was played to square leg. The ball squirted several metres behind the fielder, Tom Hartley, and well, they were almost having a discussion about it in mid-wicket.
Well, the two batters were a bit slow there, weren't they? And Hartley himself as well. He actually reacted a little bit quicker and got to the ball a little bit sharper than the two. There's a potential run-out chance there, but he was a bit slow there, Hartley.
14 for 1. Northeast forward, pushing it up to mid-off. No run. So, yeah, in terms of the batting lineup, you would have thought that youngsters coming through, Jack Hope Bell, Will Smales played a lot of one-day cricket, whether he counts as a youngster at 24 anymore, I'm not sure. As Northeast gets a thick edge on that one safely, and it's running down towards third man, and it's just going to reach the ropes at third man by the entrance to the ground. As not looking to play it there, but at least he got well on top of it, and the ball ran away. He was looking to play straight, but at least it went straight down into the ground as far as he was concerned. Northeast moves to 12 and Glamorgan to 18 for 1. If you're just joining us, Zain Ul Hassan was bowled by the first ball of the match from Tom Bailey.
I've got some news on that as well.
Bailey in, bowls, and Northeast pushes into the gully. No run, 18 for 1.
Well, I was wondering if I've ever seen it before. I certainly haven't seen it by a Lancashire player before. In fact, it's only happened on 3 previous occasions in the whole of first-class cricket by a Lancashire player to take a wicket with the first ball of a first-class match. So it happened in 1908, in 1933, and in 1997. And now today.
All right. Who was the most recent then?
DJ Shadford against Worcestershire in 1997. Sibbles against Derbyshire in 1993, and Brearley against Notts in 1908.
Wow.
We've seen some history. Here's Bladwick in and balls to Tribe, who's off the front foot in defence, pushing away to mid-off. There's no run.
Good morning to Duncan in Kent, who thanks us for our commentaries this season. It feels as though we're in the box with you, having a conversation on all matters and putting the world to rights. Well, I'm not quite sure whether the world can be put to rights in the course of a county championship game, but we'll have a go. Actually, we can't put cricket to rights, really, can we, let alone the world?
No, that's been quite a lengthy process this season, hasn't it? Here's Bladwick in balls to Tribe. Pushed away to Bahanam. And again, there's no run.
Yeah, the news that we will have 14 county championship games after all next season, with the counties unable to come to any agreement on an alternative. They needed 2/3 majority, 12 counties, for any change, but that could not be gathered.
18 for 1. Bladwick into Tribe. Just runs away from Tribe, who allows it to go through to Hurst, and there's no addition to the score.
Must be said that the alternative to the status quo, which was voted on this week, appears to have been something of a dog's dinner or dog's breakfast.
Is one worse than the other?
I'm not sure. Never eaten either, to be honest.
I mean, most dogs probably have the same thing for breakfast and dinner, don't they? As Bladwick sets off balls to Tribe, it's just back of a length. He tries to pull it out towards the leg side, but doesn't time it. Fielded by Hartley at mid-wicket, there's no run.
But given that it had 6 clubs cut adrift in the second division, and some of them playing each other 3 times during the course of a season, and then a 2-conference side system in the top tier, it was just one heck of a mess, wasn't it? It was probably worse than the other alternatives that were put forward earlier in the season.
18 for 1, 2 balls left of the 4th over. He's a Tribes on 6. There's Blatherwick for Lancashire in and balls, and that's worked away off his hip down to fine leg for a single. George Balderson on the fine leg boundary fielding for Lancashire. Glamorgan moved to 19 for 1.
But in the long term, personally, or in the medium term, personally, I'd prefer an 8-team first division and a 10-team second division. But not next season.
Leave it for at least one more year before that proposal is put forward. Final ball of the 4th over. North East on 12. Blatherwick right arm over balls, and North East defends. Just chopped it back down the pitch. No run. End of the over. Just a single coming off it. So Glamorgan 19 for 1 after 4. Well, I was reading your excellent report on the BBC website, Nick.
Thank you.
Glamorgan's successful season, and that, as you said there, that regardless of what would happen with regard to the change of structure, they would at least play in a higher level.
Yes.
So there was something there last week, even with the uncertainty for Glamorgan to celebrate. They knew that their success rightly would be rewarded with some promotion to a different top level, which absolutely was the right thing that should happen.
Bailey is into bowl, and Tribe leaves a ball that was reasonably adjacent to his off stump, if you're to believe Mr. Hurst behind the wickets. 19 for 1.
And we do get genuine jeopardy at the bottom of Division 1 this week now, don't we?
Absolutely.
We know that 2 of the teams will definitely be relegated.
Yes, Worcestershire are down, and theoretically there are 5 other sides who could join them in the drop. As Bailey is into bowl, and Tribe on the defensive, pushing it back to the bowler. There's no run.
Yorkies, they've still got a chance, haven't they? They're going down. Durham, Hampshire, Sussex still involved in it?
Yeah, Sussex and Essex,
And Essex,
theoretically,
right.
but
Goodness
they're 10 points clear, so they'd have to do spectacularly badly, and other sides below them all to win, I guess. Bailey on his way. Balls. Tribe turns it into a gap on the onside, and they'll jog through for a single. Glamorgan move to 20 for 1 here on BBC Sport Online. Lancashire, of course, they were giving it a good go last week, weren't they? To be in contention, or drag themselves into contention, but it didn't quite happen, despite a decent effort against Middlesex.
Yeah, it was a badly affected game with the weather. Effectively, we had 2 days of cricket.
North East pushes forward into the covers, no run.
And even with only 2 days, we still managed to get quite a decent game. And yeah, Middlesex were under a little bit of pressure at the back end of the what was effectively day 2, which was the final day. They were 4 down, and still 70 odd runs up behind. But we're right at the back end of the day's play, and the 2 captains decided to shake hands.
Yes, I was listening to you on the motorway on the way back from Derby.
Of course, because Glamorgan's promotion wasn't assured.
Wasn't assured until that game ended. Bailey is in and bowls, and North East pushes gently back past the bowler. So the game at Derby was called off at 12:20. I was doing some writing and broadcasting at Derby for much of the afternoon, so I didn't get underway till much later. But apparently the moment when the Lancashire game ended and Glamorgan were officially promoted, they'd actually dropped off half the team to pick up their cars in Newport, and there was about half a dozen of them left back on the team bus coming back here to celebrate.
Excellent.
wasn't exactly a huge bus party. As North East is forward, driving to mid-off, no run, and the over 20 for 1. North East has 12, Tribe has 8. Al Hassan was bowled by Bailey without scoring, so I'm not privy to whether they've had a celebration together in the few days between games, or indeed whether they've saved it for next weekend. But of course Lancashire's celebrations have been on the women's side.
Yes, that they've had a terrific season. I was in Southampton on Sunday for the one-day cup final, Lancashire against Hampshire in the 50-over competition, and Ellie Threlkeld and her team put together a fantastic performance on Sunday, and they've had a brilliant campaign. Lancashire women, they won the T20 County Cup earlier this year, so their second trophy of the season. So the men have had their struggles, but the women's side have had a terrific campaign. As Blathwick bowls to Asa Tribe, straight delivery which he defends to mid-on, and there's no run.
Yes, Glamorgan women were hammered by Yorkshire in the final of the one-day cup Tier 2, which I managed to fit in between the games at Northampton and Derby, a flying visit to Worcester as well. But Yorkshire were very comfortable winners in a match that ended up being played over 20 overs rather than 50.
They reduced that before a ball was bowled?
Yes,
okay.
Same as the men's final last year that Glamorgan won.
It's a good idea, that, isn't it? Make sure you try and get a game in. Blatherwick's in to Tribe. Oh, that just nips away and finds the outside edge of the bat, and Tribe goes. And Blatherwick picks up his first wicket. It'll nick behind to the keeper, Hurst. And Glamorgan loses their second wicket in just the 6th over. Nice piece of bowling by Jack Blatherwick. A bit of movement and a bit of bounce there to Tribe. And the edge through to Hurst. 20 for 2. And now the home side.
Yes, it's Lancashire making the most of winning the toss and deciding to bowl first. Just a fraction of movement where the Tribe might have got his bat a bit further out. Just a touch of movement and maybe a little bit of bounce off the pitch as well.
Yeah, just a bit, I think, wasn't it, from Blatherwick? He'll probably bowl it quicker than Bailey, Jack Blatherwick, so maybe that's just that little extra pace that Blatherwick's got. Just seen the ball react a little bit sharper off the wicket, as you say, Nick, just a little bit of movement there. Good piece of bowling, though. It
was, so Asa Tribe, well, after his spectacular effort up at Northampton, a couple of single-figure scores in his last couple of innings. He's passed 700 runs for the season. Asa Tribe didn't play in the first 3 games, and Kieran Carlson, who has played in every game, well, he's on 978 first-class runs for the championship season. So 22 needed for his 1,000. A milestone that Colin Ingram is already past. So congratulations to Ingram, and I'm sure that Carlson would be delighted to join him in the 1K club.
Yeah, I was looking at the runs and wickets taken and scored by the Glamorgan players this season. There's not like been one outstanding performer, has there, with the bat or with the ball. It appears that a lot of people have contributed. A lot of bowlers have got into kind of mid to late 20s in wickets taken, that type of thing, rather than just having one that's pushing 50.
Yeah, the bowling, there's been the odd spinner's effort that's won a game. Crane at Old Trafford, Kuhneman on the one game that he played, and Callaway's proved very useful as well. But the seam has been a collective, as you say.
So Carlson's a new batter. 3 slips in place. Blatherwick bowls, and that's clipped away off the pads down towards deep backward square leg for a single to Kieran Carlson. He gets off the mark. 21 for 2 now.
The batting has been solid all round. Tribe, North East, Carlson, Ingram, Callaway and Cook. There have been some pretty consistent performances from those players.
Halfway through the 6th over of the morning, a bright and sunny morning in Cardiff. Glamorgan batting first. Sam Northeast on 12. There is Jack Blatherwick into Northeast, back of a length, and pulls it off his hip down towards fine leg. Again, good work from Balderson, covering the ground away to his right on the fine leg boundary, surrounded by leaves out towards the edge of the outfield there.
Yes, it's the area of the ground that does tend to start to look autumnal, being the closest to the trees.
Something quite nice about that, actually, isn't there? And at the end of the season, back end of September, and cricketers dancing in the leaves on the outfield. A single for Northeast takes him to 13, so 22 for 2. And Blatherwick in ball, short again to Carlson, pulled, controlled pull shot. Out to Balderson, there he is, surrounded by those leaves on the boundary at deep backward square leg. Single to Carlson, 23 for 2. One ball left of the 6th over. Wickets for Bailey and for Blatherwick inside the first half an hour of play. Oh, Josh Bannon's collected some sawdust, maybe just slightly soft on the footmarks there for Blatherwick as he gets through his run. So he's done some repairs as the Lancashire captain, Josh Bannon. That's that pile of sawdust just the side of Blatherwick. Final ball of the over into Northeast, who's off the back foot. Just tapped it away into the offside. There's no addition to the score. 3 runs and a wicket from that Jack Blatherwick over. 6 gone, half an hour of play. 23 for 2, Glamorgan, Northeast on 13. Carlson on 2.
Scott will go and update some BBC radio listeners in the northwest of England. I'll read a few messages on X. Garantia saying, I hope a season in the First Division will bring Ben to the attention of the selector, meaning Brendan McCullum for England. Alan Tucker applauding the decision to stay with 14 championship games for next season, as Kenneth Davis will come in alongside me, and Kieran Carlson will defend out on the leg side. No run, 23 for 2 Glamorgan, having been put in to bat. Borodar Kenneth.
Borodanik, nice to be back. Great weather, autumnal weather. This is the Indian summer that we were promised, but it never came.
At least for the next 3 days.
Because it's been a deluge for the last couple of weeks in South Wales.
Enjoy it today, tomorrow and Friday while you can. Bailey in bowls and Carlson chops it down into the gully. A tumbling stop.
To be fair, and no pun intended, we've had a good innings weather-wise over the summer.
Yes, can't complain. We hardly had a drop of rain really in April and May. And most of the middle of the summer has been scorchio.
It has.
So on his way in is Tom Bailey, 1 for 10 next to his name at the moment, and that will increase by 1 or 2 as Carlson flicks it through the leg side. In fact, they're back comfortably for a couple of runs.
Very dramatic start, indicative of Zain ul Hassan's season, really, although we didn't expect a first bowler. But it hasn't been plain sailing for Glamorgan's opening batter.
No, it's his bowling that's kept him in the team, really, his ability to provide the extra seam option. Bailey bowls, Carlson defends on the leg side, and there is no run.
Albeit we had that news regarding Eddie Byram's contract in the last few days.
Yes, I mean, Byram has
he started the season okay, didn't he?
Okay, yes.
Yeah.
It wasn't that he needed to be dropped. It was that Asa Tribe was scoring many in the second.
Well, Asa Tribe didn't play the first 3 games,
yes,
did he? So forced himself in and stayed there.
As it should be. It should have competition for places. Players scoring big in the seconds. As Carlson works it off his legs, be called a leg by, I think. It's just the single. as Hurst retrieves from a short leg position.
Well, his upward curve has been a big positive for the county this year, as well as Kellaway pushing on as well.
Yep.
But, well, we always say this, we need more young gems to come through in an ideal situation. But Tribe has been brilliant for both Glamorgan and Jersey.
Yeah, two 21-year-olds like having two new signings really this season, as it's short and very high from Bailey, but it's not called wide. 26 for 2 at the end of the over. In the One Day Cup we saw Romano Franco, young spinner, play most of the games. Got a little bit of tap early on, held his nerve, took 3 wickets in the final match. He's obviously one for the future, but you suspect maybe 3 years' time rather than next season, having only just done his A-levels. And Tom Norton, a young all-rounder who played the one game at the end of the One Day Cup and impressed with 3 wickets. So may well be that those two get... I presume they'll get further rookie contracts, if not senior ones.
It will be Blatherwick who took the wicket of Asa Tribe in his last over, coming in right arm over from the Cathedral Road end, and Carlson gets right behind that resolutely in defence, who's unbeaten on 4. As Nick mentioned, he now needs just 18 runs to get to 1,000 for the season and join Colin Ingram, who's past that landmark. Colin Ingram's got less than he accumulated last year. I think he was over 1,300 last season, but it has been a theme, as we'll pick up as Blatherwick comes in. And again, it's a similar shot, and Blatherwick fields. As Scott was mentioning, it has been a theme, and a positive theme, that more have pitched in. They haven't overly relied on your sort of Ingrams, Carlson and North East.
Yeah, it's been a solid batting effort from nearly all the top order, really.
And in a lot of games, they've won the games on the basis of their first innings score. They've put scoreboard pressure on other sides. Blatherwick starts his run-up, coming in, bowls, digs that one in short, and that fended one-handedly down to fine leg for 4. Very unorthodox shot by Kieran Carlson.
Yeah, we saw a bit of this up at Derby.
Yeah.
Last week when he was playing one-handed, but that was as a result of a bang on the hand early in his innings when he had a magnificent 94 that really kept Glamorgan's first innings afloat.
The big burning question now will be if Kieran Carlson, of course, will take the reins in red ball cricket, the captaincy, that is, as Blatherwick comes in, bowls, good length ball, and that's played down to gully, and there's no run off the bat of Carlson.
You would have thought that was more likely than not, to be honest, since he has been North East's deputy and has
candidates, Nick?
Filled in. Well, the likes of Chris Cook and Colin Ingram have had a go at captaincy, haven't they?
Yeah. Blatherwick coming in, 1 wicket, Glamorgan 30 for 2. Blatherwick in, bowls, good length delivery. That's whipped down to the boundary on the leg side for a single.
You wouldn't really want to trouble the 21-year-olds with it for next season.
No. Kellaway, of course, will be hoping for an England Lions call, you would have thought.
Yes, must try and check when that squad's being announced.
Yeah, it can't be very long, given that the main squad was announced early in the week, as Blatherwick comes in, bowls, and that's played on the offside point of the bat of Sam North East for no run. Glamorgan 31 for 2, the wickets to fall. Zain ul Hassan, the very first ball this morning, bowled by Bailey, and then Asa Tribe caught Hurst, the wicketkeeper, bowled Blatherwick for 8. Yeah, there was some shock, perhaps, in the spinning department for the main squad?
Yeah, Will Jack's a bit left field. I mean, he's an option in white ball cricket. He has bowled in test matches, but you'd thought that as a spinner he's been selected because he's a good bat.
Yeah, I mean, most of the others, by and large, picked themselves.
Well, given the whether they ought to have was another question. Bailey is in to bowl, and Carlson drops it down on the offside, no run. But given recent selections and the recent pronouncements of the management, then the question of the second spinner in inverted commas.
Harry Brook, of course, taking the vice-captaincy role of Ollie Pope.
Yes, the battle versus Pope for a batting place, and I suppose versus Jacks as well, now that he's been brought into the mix. As Carlson drives.
Of course, you will be sunning yourself down under, Nick, in the Christmas on the Boxing Day Test match. You're not there Boxing Day, though, are you?
No, just a flying visit
to the Grand MCG.
To the MCG, yes. Looking forward to that in the winter.
It's one of those sporting occasions you have to tick off.
Yes, and lucky to be able to get there this winter and get a bit of time out of the British winter. 31 for 2, Glamorgan, having lost Ul Hassan for naught and Tribe for 8.
Yeah.
And a wicket apiece for Bailey and Blatherwick. Here comes the tall figure of Tom Bailey, and Kieran Carlson runs this one down into the gully, and there's no run. So Glamorgan 31 for 2, and Lancashire already making inroads after Bohannon won the toss and chose to bowl.
I'm sure we'll get a few emails in, Nick, today regarding recruitment, but we'll pick up on that after this ball.
Bailey in, bowls to Kieran Carlson, who runs that one down deliberately through the gully area and will pick up 4 runs down to the vacant third man position. He moves to 13, Glamorgan's 35 for 2.
Many of the Glamorgan faithful might be concerned that might be that in terms of the batting department, given that what we've mentioned about Dixon being more of a white ball specialist, and given North East's impact in that regard. Although they probably need a quick as well. That's the problem.
Yes. Bailey in to bowl. Carlson turns it off his legs and we'll get a single out towards deep mid-wicket. There is a sweeper now back there. 36 for 2. Yeah, I mean, having signed Dixon as some sort of North East replacement, albeit not like for like, you would have thought that remaining funds would be concentrated on whatever is available in the seam bowling department. And well, people say we need to sign a couple of seamers, but it's not easy really.
It's not,
recruitment, because if you're any good, you're likely to be staying with your current county, as North East is forward to defend, and there's no run at the end of the over. I mean, that's a bit of a oversimplification, but are there that many players on the market who would be regular first choices in a first division side? So unless you can pick up a
Michael Nisa.
but obviously there's an overseas bowler to be signed for next season, but the likes of a UK qualified Southern Hemisphere player, well, they're fairly thin on the ground, aren't they?
Indeed. Yeah, they don't grow on trees, and that is going to be the challenge for Mr. Wallace over the winter months. Talking of winter months, we have had confirmation that Ace Tribe, who's departed already this morning, if you're just joining us, will be playing for the Pal Royals.
Good
in
for him.
South Africa. Of course, cricket, a global all-year game, of course, as that whizzes past the bat of Kieran Carlson down leg side, taken by Hurst, and there's no run.
Well, I'm sure the players at home will be working hard in the gym and in the practice nets, indoor nets and so on in January, but frankly it's better for the development of his career that he's got a few weeks out in the sunshine of South Africa and playing
well,
a
I was going to say, like your good self, not a bad place to visit over the British winter, Nick, as Blatherwick comes in, right arm over, bangs that one in short, that's cut, and it evades Gully for 4, no third man in place, and it's another boundary to add to the Glamorgan tally, 40 for 2.
Yes, Edward Bevan will be with us on Saturday.
It's funny how the absent third man jogged the memory there.
Yes.
Yes,
there have been a few runs down to third man, but Lancashire looking for wickets and keeping the 3 slips in.
Yes, Edward will be here Saturday. The weather's looking slightly dicey for the last day. We shall see as Blatherwick starts his run from the Cathedral Road end, right arm over, fullish that time, and that's played down to Gully by Carlson, and there's no run. He might pop in before, I'm told, to visit, given that this is the final game of the season.
Yes, I mean the crowd's reasonable, I suppose, sort of county average, but would be nice
might
to
have
see
been a few more to
celebrate.
It's a coronation, isn't it? It's slightly odd because there's no trophy lift because they were second behind Leicestershire, but an achievement it is, given how long it's been in the second division. Down the leg side and partially stopped by Hurst. They will come through for a single. They look for 2, but they think otherwise. 20 years has passed since Glamorgan were last, of course, in the Premier Division.
Yes, I'd forgotten they were also in it in 2001, but
well, 2005 was the year, and correct me if I'm wrong, Nick, I think there were a host of retirements the previous season, and they'd achieved, as Blatherwick comes in, and that's played firmly towards mid-off, and there's no run. They achieved promotion the previous season, but a few of the old guard left, because the 04, of course, they won the league, or the one-day league as was.
Indeed, clinched at Colwyn Bay with, I think, a victory over their very opponents today.
Yeah, well, that used to be the fixture that was designated for Colwyn Bay. Right arm over, Blatherwick coming in, and that's played down to long leg, and there's a run taken. I don't think they've played there since before COVID, have they, Nick?
That's right, for the men's team. The women's team had a victory over Middlesex this season in a... which format was it? Can't quite remember. Anyway,
end of the over.
They beat Middlesex.
42 for 2.
Believe in the T20.
Right.
But as the Glamorgan players sun themselves on the balcony, take advantage of some late September sunshine. There have been discussions with the local club and with Conwy Council, but nothing so far has come of it. Bailey is going to continue into a 6th over at 42 for 2, and North East defends to cover. And there's no run, which is a great shame, and I'm sure a lot of Lancashire listeners and viewers will agree as well, because there have been times where Lancashire voices have outshouted Welsh ones for their sides at Colwyn Bay.
Yeah, the short trip to Colwyn Bay. Scene, of course, of the mammoth Steve James innings all those years ago. Triple century.
And happy hunting ground for the Lankies in the Championship, as North East plays that one away on the leg side with a couple of innings victories within the last decade or so. And
I'm no stranger to Colwyn Bay, though, given my rugby hats over the years, Nick. I have been there once or twice.
Indeed.
It was the home for the under-20s for years, Parc Airias.
Yes, the stand that's still the record for Lancashire for any wicket in first-class cricket. As Bailey is into bowl to Carlson, who turns it off his legs for a single, 44 for 2. 501 between Peterson and Prince in 2015. Seemed to go on half the summer, that stand.
Well, I was looking at the stat, given that this fixture was usually played in North Wales, they've only played 3 times at Cardiff since 81, these two teams.
Yeah, the last Lancashire win in Cardiff, which sounds as though Glamorgan have had the absolute stranglehold over them, but they just haven't played here very much. Bailey bowls, North East punches it off the back foot to mid-off, no run.
And the Lankies that year were captained by none other than Clive Lloyd.
Ah, yes.
He could play a bit.
He could. My erstwhile teammate. In a charity match that was rained off after about half an hour, but let's not spoil the story.
No.
We didn't get too long to watch him bat, unfortunately. 44 for 2, Glamorgan, as Bailey in. North East drives nicely, back to the bowler though, and he does well to get a hand to it in his follow-through.
I'm reticent to bang on about the North East situation, but what an acquisition he has been for Glamorgan over the past few years.
Yeah, very good signing at a period where his career was maybe in a slightly strange place. As Bailey is in to bowl, and North East waits for that one and then punches it out to wide cover, and they'll go through for a single, 45 for 2, where he bounced around, having left Hampshire partway through a season, played a couple of games for Notts and a couple for Yorkshire without any real success, and Glamorgan offered him a home and a longer contract, and it's been mutually beneficial. And it was nice to hear Sam North East in the interview last week saying how his spell at Glamorgan has helped him rediscover his love of the game, because he obviously wasn't hugely content with his situation at that point. So it's nice to hear that he's enjoyed it, and a shame that he couldn't be persuaded to finish out his playing days here, but with his young family back at home in Kent, it's entirely understandable that North East wanted to give some time to family life rather than driving up and down between Cardiff and Canterbury.
That is his county of origin, of course. And there will be a bowling change here at the Cathedral Road end, and it will be Balderson, George Balderson, who takes over from Blatherwick as they try and aim for another wicket. In he comes, full, and that was given the treatment it deserved, past a wideish mid-off, firmly driven for 4.
Yeah, something of a loosener, bit of width. As the replay shows, it was not quite a half volley, but it was pitched up and it was there for the drive, and North East duly did that. 2
changes in Lancashire's ranks. No Jimmy Anderson, who has a side strain. No Shetty either. Hartley and Blatherwick come in. Here comes Balderson coming in, and that's left outside off stump. Bit of shouting behind in the slip cordon.
Yes, Bailey, Blatherwick and Balderson, 3 Bs so far. I suppose conceivably it could be Bohannon in next, but he probably
Yes.
probably not. But he has taken a few wickets this season.
The captain.
And Bell, five players starting with the letter B.
Yeah, a few Toms there as well, as Balderson comes in, and there's a big shout, and that is LBW, and North East falls. The captain goes for 20, and Lancashire strike once more. Glamorgan 3 down, and North East has to depart.
Yes, well, North East was looking in pretty good order in those early stages, 20 off 30 deliveries. A couple of nice boundaries in there, but pushed forward, played just outside the line of the ball, was angling in, and probably hit a round off. I don't think you can have too many qualms about that decision against him, unless he thinks he got an inside edge, but certainly it was heading for the stumps, playing round it slightly. And it's advantage Lancashire at 49 for 3. Their decision to bowl first has already paid off in the first session with those 3 wickets, and anything now will really be a bonus as North East trudges off in what's probably going to be his penultimate innings, unless we get something remarkable happening. And Colin Ingram past 1,000 runs again. Kieran Carlson now just 3 short of his 1,000. If he does get there, it'll be the second time that he's achieved it. In 2023 he got 1,068 runs. Not quite making it last season with 923, Kieran Carlson, but he is a man who's rolled out the runs in red ball cricket in recent years. Colin Ingram, and well, Glamorgan struggling, Lancashire on top. Glamorgan need a substantial innings from one of these two, you feel?
Yeah, Glamorgan coming unstuck. Carson and North East look to have steadied proceedings for a while, and the last ball, the second ball, was fullish as well and dragged North East slightly forward, but was caught, trapped LBW. Balderson in his first over.
A little bit of suspicious prodding. It's what is not really a green wicket. It's more brown than green. Yeah, it's more brown than green. As viewers to the video stream will be able to tell, it does look like that in real life.
So Balderson to Colin Ingram, and that stayed slightly low and is pushed into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, Glamorgan have done well in the first innings through the bulk of the season after a couple of low innings in those first 2 defeats against Leicestershire and Middlesex, 199, 229, and last week's 259 was the lowest since then.
Balderson in full, and Ingram gets everything behind it. Well, it's astonishing really when you look back at those defeats coming in the first 3 games, and they were lucky to get away with a Gloucestershire one as well. They were on a paltry 15 points after the first 3, but then Derbyshire came here, and
it's a decent game, that.
Decent game. They could have. It came down to the wire. Balderson in, and that's whizzed past the edge of Colin Ingram's bat. And that is a very good first over from Balderson, a wicket-taking one. So Glamorgan in slight difficulty after 12 overs. Ingram, the new man, has yet to score. Carson is on 19, Glamorgan 49 for 3.
Yes, Balderson claiming his 34th wicket of the season. Bailey his 33rd. Little personal battle as to finish who will finish top of the pops in the Lancashire bowling stage. And Tom Hartley into the attack early on for Lancashire. Maybe something of a surprise that he is going to bowl his spin quite so early in proceedings. But always welcome to see a spinner on, of course. Makes the game more interesting rather than a constant diet of seam, and also means we get through our overs more quickly, which is always to be welcomed. Kieran Carlson then faces a short leg as well as a slip for the left arm spinner. Tall figure as Carlson stretches forward and nurdles it down into the gully, and there is no run. I had an inquiry on X
Oh yes.
as to whether what had happened to Hartley. I said, well, we'll see today. Mark Sewell, good morning to you if you're listening, Mark. He was a standout on the Indian tour and is in the same mould as Bashir in terms of height. Well, Hartley this season, 29 wickets at 34, as Carlson is forward to defend.
There's no doubt spin is an issue for England. It's
Well, the obsession with Shoaib Bashir I've failed to grasp, really.
formerly of this parish, of course.
Carlson cuts. Will those be the runs that get him to his 1,000? It's heading down towards the boundary. It's going to be chased, and Carlson will turn back and moves on to 22 not out, and that is 4 figures for Kieran Carlson this season. Well batted, sir. Cut that one away deliberately. Not much pace on the ball, hence just being pulled up inside the third man ropes. But Ingram was happy to come back to the danger end for the third. Glamorgan 50 up and Carlson 1,000 up. As Hartley bowls, Ingram pulls, and short leg was covering up very hastily there, and ended up going along the ground out to the sweeper on the square leg boundary in front of that grandstand. There's got a couple of people dotted around it. It's probably quite close to the action. It's a shortish boundary on the grandstand side. Hartley bowls to Carlson, who gets a top edge to that, and it goes bouncing down towards backward square. And for a moment, Lancashire thought they were in business, so that one skewed up off the edge.
Congratulations to Kieran Carlson, who during the course of that over reached 1,000 first-class runs for the South.
It's confirmation of Kieran Carlson's milestone for this season, 1,000 runs for the white ball captain, and he, with that fortuitous shot, moves on to 23. It was heart in mouth time there, just lobbed up, as Nick mentioned, just shy of backward square. 54 for 3 then. So Glamorgan with a bit of work to do, having lost Zain Hulsan from the very first ball. Tribe went shortly after, and Northeast out LBW to Balderson, who comes in from the Cathedral Road end. Fullish delivery. They scamper home for a quick single, and that was tight, and that's ricocheted off something down to
I wonder if it was
leg.
off Ingram's bat because they didn't try and run it.
Right, yeah. I think it might have been as the shy came in. So it's a single in any case. Lancashire, just the 2 wins this season for the visitors against Derbyshire and Gloucestershire. Balderson coming around to Colin Ingram, and that's beaten him outside the off stump. Good length delivery from Balderson. They've had 8 draws, which has really cost them dear in this division.
But if they win here, they could finish third.
Well, that's the nature of Championship cricket. However, they were top of the Northern T20 Blast group. Balderson in bowls. Oh, that's beaten third slip. I think it just died on third slip. I'm not sure if it was a catching chance. But Balderson banging in at a decent length and posing a few questions here of Colin Ingram.
Yes, one past the outside edge and another one producing an edge.
Good spell here by George Balderson from the Cathedral Road end. He's already taken the wicket of Sam Northeast, standing up his Hurst. Here he comes, and that's whipped by Carlson, but It's fielded at mid-wicket and there's no run. Of course, Glamorgan skittled Lancashire out for 137 in the corresponding fixture. As Balderson comes in and bowls, and that's just fended into the offside, and there's no run. Northeast and Carlson compiling centuries in the last match with a third wicket stand of 215. Of course, Lancashire had Green in their ranks in that game. I think he took. I think he had 6 for.
Yes, he had a 6, as did Mason Crane.
He took a few in the second, took 3 wickets in the second innings as well. Balderson in, bowls, full delivery, and that's whipped, and he's picked out the man again as Carlson at mid-wicket, and it's a dot ball. So that is the end of Balderson's over. Good start to his spell. He's taken a wicket. 1 wicket for 6 runs. Glamorgan 56 for 3 with Ingram 2, Carlson unbeaten on 24.
So Lancashire in the ascendancy, which is probably a good cue to bring Scott Reed back into business after an hour's play, and I'll take a break. But we've got a spinner bowling, so if Kenneth, you see us through the first couple of deliveries while we change over.
I will indeed. As Nick vacates his seat, in comes the spinner Hartley, and that's prodded to mid-wicket by Colin Ingram for no run. So Carlson joins Ingram in the 1K club. He needed 22 runs. He's on 24. Hartley starts his short run-up from the River Taff end, and that's worked through square on the onside for a single off the bat of Colin Ingram. 57 for 3. Ingram just moves on to 3 as Hartley starts his run-up. In he comes, bowls fullish, and that's paddled round the corner by Kieran Carson. Shall I crack on with this over, and then we'll switch ends, so to speak? Morning, Scott.
Good morning, Kenneth.
Yes, Lancashire making inroads into the Glamorgan innings as Hartley comes in. And again, Ingram tries to paddle that on the onside and ricochets off something, and there's no run. The wicket with the very first ball, as Scott pointed out, it's only the 4th time that has ever happened for Lancashire. So a bit of history created this morning. And they've taken 2 since. Hartley. And that's fullish, and that's an attempted drive through the covers, which Ingram misses. 58 for 3, and they've been under pressure since, with Tribe and Northeast departing. This the last ball of Tom Hartley's over, and that's just played into the offside, and there's no run, a dot ball. 58 for 3. So Glamorgan with some work to do. Lancashire will be buoyed by their efforts in the first morning session. They've taken 3 wickets. Ingram is on 3, Carlson on 25. Glamorgan 58 for 3.
It's been quite a good hour of cricket, hasn't it?
It has.
Quite a bit going on, really. Glamorgan batters have tried to play quite positively. Lancashire have picked up 3 wickets in the end. They probably could have had a couple more. I'm not sure if there was a little bit of bat on that. I know it's quite difficult to tell even on the replay, but yeah, it's been a pretty decent first hour of this game. Balderson's had a good start to this opening spell, 1 for 6, heading in for his 3rd over as Carlson plays a forward defensive.
Just mentioning, Scott, if they could have accumulated a few more wins, just looking at 8 draws which have cost them, and the nature of championship cricket, a few more, they'd have been right in the mix.
Yeah, it was probably their start, really. I know that Glamorgan had a bad April and then recovered very, very well, but Lancashire had a bad April and a bad May. and never really looked like recovering from that. It's through to the keeper. So they've actually certainly had an uptick in their season. They made a decision to, well, basically sack Dale Benkenstein after 7 games. They changed captain as well. So there's quite a bit going on after that first initial block of championship games where they were bottom of Division 2, they were winless in 7 matches. And since they've made a change, and I don't think this is a particularly direct result of the change, as Balderson's in, that's defended by Carlson for no run. It's probably a culmination of things. A change from captain, a change in head coach, and also just a break away from championship cricket, because we went into the T20 competition then, and Lancashire play terrific T20 cricket. I've done for a long time. So I think all those things combined was a fresh start. It was a kind of a line drawn in the sand for the season, and they've been much better in the second half of the campaign. But the damage was done in those first 2 months, really. And that nips through to Hurst, and there's no run, and as you say, a lot of draws in there for Lancashire this season. So yeah, in the end, a really disappointing season for them. They would have been expected to be pushing for the top 2 positions.
Yeah. And conversely, Glamorgan probably needs to do what Lancashire have been doing in the T20 competition. They just haven't been able to get over the line in that competition.
It's Balderson over the wicket and balls. A nice delivery again. There's little room here for Carlson to work with. Keeper standing up and Balderson just nibbling the ball around just on or outside off stump. Good accurate bowling from George Balderson. A couple of slips in place as well. There's a fine leg. There's a deep square leg. Gully cover mid off. Mid on. There's a short mid wicket. 58 for 3. Final ball of the over. Balderson to Carlson. Again, that nibbles away past the edge of the bat. And end of a good probing over from George Balderson. 16 gone of this first innings for Glamorgan. 58 for 3. Ingram on 3. Carlson 25.
He started brilliantly as George Balderson. Took the wicket of Sam Northeast, and he's been very economical. Just the 6 runs. That was a very good over, and posing a few questions out there for Kieran Carlson in that last over. Carlson, if you're just joining us, has moved to that 1,000 mark for the season, joining Colin Ingram in doing so. But as you were mentioning a bit earlier, they haven't been over-reliant on these 2 plus Northeast as maybe they have been in the past few seasons. Of course, the youngsters, Callaway and Tribe, have come to the fore as Hartley comes in from the River Taff end, and forward resolutely comes Ingram, and there's no run. 813 runs for Callaway, 3 centuries for Tribe, as well as 2 for Jersey. So Lancashire would have been glad to see the back of Asa Tribe. Coming in is Hartley, and that's driven ferociously. I think it was into the ground and partially stopped at cover. And there is no run. Colin Ingram thought about it and thought otherwise.
It was hit hard, that wasn't it?
It was.
It was Tom Aspinwall at cover, and a dive up towards his right-hand side. The reaction from Hartley made me think that maybe that was on the full, but I'm not sure. It was certainly hit firmly.
It was. Certainly stopped a boundary as Hartley comes in, left arm over to Colin Ingram, just slightly upish towards mid-wicket, where Michael Jones is fielding, and there's no run. 58 for 3. So Lancashire building a bit of pressure here on these 2 as Hartley comes in, bowls, and that's just prodded again towards Jones, and there's no run. Glorious conditions in the capital. We haven't been able to say that for a good few weeks in these parts. It's been awful rain. You usually have the Indian summer in September when the kids go back to school. It hasn't been at all. So the forecast is good, certainly for the first 3 days of this final championship game. Saturday looking a bit dicey at the moment. Hartley coming in, and forward is Ingram. It's another dot ball, the 5th of this over. few clouds in the sky, but very autumnal weather in Cardiff. Hartley to round off this over. Coming in bowls, and that's full, and that's played through the covers for 4 off the bat of Colin Ingram. So that one blot on the copybook for Hartley. Otherwise a very good over. 4 coming off it. Glamorgan 62 for 3.
Yes, it was a slightly chilly walk through the park this morning from the city centre. It did have very much an autumnal feel to it. Lots of people wearing woolly hats. I didn't have a coat on this morning, but there's lots of people wearing woolly hats as I was walking through the park this morning, so I must be feeling the chill in Cardiff.
Yes, I haven't brought a coat, and that might be a rookie mistake. However, I do literally live about 5 minutes from here, so
ideal.
I'm not in outside for much time, it has to be said.
You can nip home for lunch
I could.
if you need to.
I could.
Ideal. Good spot to be in. 62 for 3. So Carlson on 25. Have a third slip in place here. Balderson beat the bat on a few occasions in the previous over. Straight to delivery this time, which is defended by Carlson. Back to George Balderson, and there's no run. 62 for 3. To 25, Kieran Carlson. Yes, Lancashire have had a real mixed season in truth. Reaching T20 finals day.
Yeah.
It's driven. That'll be 4. Lovely timing by Carlson to the left of Bohannon at mid-off. That's racing out towards the boundary. Punched away for 4. Takes Carlson to 29. And the score moves on to 66 for 3.
Yeah, and losing to the eventual winners, of course.
Yes, yeah. It was probably the one little shining hope of the season, really, was reaching finals day when a disappointing county championship campaign never looked like qualifying from their group in the One Day Cup neither. Wasn't to be at finals day a couple of weekends ago. Balderson to Carlson. That's hammered away over gully and down towards the boundary. Flashed away for another 4 by Kieran Carlson. Moves on to 33 not out. 70 for 3 now. Yeah,
I know you can't compare, obviously, chalk and cheese, but looking at Glamorgan's T20 campaign might give you an indication of how tough the championship season is going to be next year. Namely that they beat the teams that you'd expect them to beat. I'll pick up on that.
As Balderson's in to Carlson, that's left through to Hurst, no run.
But other than a good away win at Taunton, they struggled against those teams that play in the first division of championship cricket. So the level obviously will increase an awful lot next year. So we were speaking about recruitment, and it remains to be seen. They'll be looking at a quick, I'm sure.
Balderson to Carlson. Flicked away towards mid-wicket. There's no run.
But probably they haven't replaced an overseas quick since the days of Nisa. And as mentioning to Nick, they're very hard to come by, the quality of those fast bowlers.
Especially for any extended period of time, to try and get someone who could be covering up here for a good chunk of county championship cricket is not an easy challenge, so the directors of cricket say. Carlson skips right across the stump, trying to ramp it over his shoulder, trying to access the boundary down at fine leg. There's an enterprising over that from Kieran Carlson, but an absolutely gorgeous cover drive for 4, and then he's flashed one away down to third man in front of the boundary, and then he's tried to ramp the final ball of the over, but he's moved to 33, 18 gone, and Glamorgan is 70 for 3 with Colin Ingram on 7.
Yeah, trying to regroup after losing 3 wickets, the last of which was captain Sam Northeast, his penultimate innings before moving on, going back to his home county of Kent next season. Sean Dixon from Somerset will be arriving here next season. Seen as primarily a white ball specialist. Hartley, incidentally, will continue from the River Taff end. A few supporters dotted around Sophia Gardens. Hartley coming in. Ingram on strike. That's pulled, was short, but has picked out the man at deep backward square, and just a single on offer.
Yeah, from looking from the outside, it would seem like an odd thing to do, having had such a great season, captain the club to a promotion to Division 1, to then drop back to Division 2, but this is kind of more family reasons.
Yes, whether, as Hartley comes in, coming round to Carlson, well, whether he would have stayed, we don't know the details of the contract on offer and so on, but that would have been a draw, I'm sure, given his ties to Kent. But of course Kent has struggled. They came down last year to Division 2 and have struggled this season. That was played firmly, partially fielded at mid-wicket. There's no run, 71 for 3. Yeah, he'll be big shoes to fill. No question about it. Going to Division 1, and the man on strike, you would think, will take the reins as captain.
Okay.
Which means he probably, well, whether he does that, there'll be a new one-day captain, you would have thought. That is seen as the third competition, of course, in the summer months. Hartley wide-ish, and that's enabled Carlson to play it on the offside, where the man is out deep in the shadow of the grandstand. 72 for 3. Can't see any other obvious candidates to take the role.
Big shoes to fill, aren't they?
Yeah, indeed. Indeed. In comes Hartley, left-handed bowler, and that's driven firmly straight past Hartley for 4 towards the River Taff end, and then it won't need to run for that. Colin Ingram on the attack, few paces down the wicket, and dispatched for 4.
Did hit it nicely, didn't he? Good use of the feet. Coming to the pitch of the ball, hit it firmly to Hartley's left-hand side.
He's so strong. All around the wicket. Hartley coming in, bowls, and that's swept that time. And just a single for Colin Ingram. And that is the end of the over. Glamorgan moving along. And they are now 77 for 3 off 19.
Well, it'll be a great challenge next season for the two promoted sides going into Division 1. Last season, or the previous season's sides that won promotion, Durham and Sussex, both involved in relegation battles heading into the final week of the season. Sussex in a stronger position than Durham, but the fact that both sides that won promotion in the previous Division 2 campaign are still not certain of retaining their status in Division 1 for next season.
Oh, it just goes to show, doesn't it, the challenge it does pose, and it's just a case of surviving possibly the first innings. It's like getting up to the Premier League, just staying there or thereabouts.
Finding a way to give it one season, yeah. Balls around the wicket to Colin Ingram, that's tucked away to the leg side.
Because the last time Glamorgan went up, they came straight back down, which was 20 years ago. 20
Blimey.
long years, 2005.
Well, it's right, isn't it? It's right and proper with that. Take away all the debate about the structural changes. That the two sides that win promotion have a go at playing in Division 1 next season, and they're rewarded for their efforts and their successes this year. That's punched back towards Balderson by Ingram, no run.
Well, there's a lot of chatter. We've had confirmation that there won't be a change to the status quo now, after all the deliberations that went on. It was probably a foregone conclusion that would happen in the end, despite all the dialogue that happened. Although there is a change to the T20s now. They've
Yes.
curbed a few matches in that competition.
As Balderson beats Ingram's attempt to drive and it clatters into the stumps, and Ingram's bowled for 13, and Balderson has his second wicket. It's been an eventful hour and 20 minutes of cricket this morning. They've scored a good lick of Glamorgan. There's 77 runs on the ball, but they've now lost their 4th wicket of the morning session. And Colin Ingram bowled by George Balderson.
Well, that's been coming, certainly. Balderson has been probing. He's bowled a very good line, a tight line throughout the course of his spell, and he's rewarded straight through the gate. Maybe had a flicker off the inside edge of Colin Ingram's bat. And the danger man has gone.
Yeah, and further reward for Balderson. You say it's been a very good opening spell here from Balderson, who's probably been Lancashire's best bowler this season. I suspect, I'll have to double check, I reckon he's probably the leading wicket taker, but he is. Not by much, but by, I think, 1 more than Bailey. But he's bowled more overs than any other Lancashire bowler. He goes just about 3 and over. It's been a very, very good year with the ball for George Balderson. And this is a fine opening spell from the Cathedral Road end. There's been a pretty lively morning so far. 77 for 4. Billy Root's a new batter heading out to join Kieran Carlson. Glamorgan have lost 4 wickets. Zain Ul Hassan, first ball of the day, bowled by Tom Bailey. Asa Tribe nicking off to Hurst, the keeper, off Blatherwick for 8. Sam Northeast, LBW to Balderson for 20 in that previous wicket. Colin Ingram bowled by George Balderson out for 13. 77 for 4 in the 20th over. And that's good stuff from Balderson. Around the wicket, the left-hander just tailing in and beating him past the inside edge, and the ball rattling onto the stumps. 3 slip catches, backing position for the new batter. Michael Jones at first, Keaton Jennings at second, and George Bell at third. And Balderson sets off once more past the umpire, in and bowls, and Root leaning forward into this and turning it with a slightly closed face of the bat out towards mid-wicket where Tom Hartley fields. And there's no run. So 3 slip catches is a fine leg. It's a mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off cover. And looks like Luke Wells, just a backward point.
And Root obviously hasn't played much this
Anyway,
season.
for Balderson, and defends, took his bottom hand off the bat, played it late, defending off the inner half of the bat, deflects it down towards backward square leg.
He's mostly been in the 2s this season, has Billy Root. So much like Eddie Byram, has been a tough season for him.
He's up and running at the non-striker's end now. Carlson's back on strike. Final ball of the over. Balderson to Carlson, who hops back and across and gets inside the line and defends it, pushing up towards the offside for no run. Good stuff from Balderson. Collects his cap and his jump up from the umpire. 20 overs gone. Glamorgan 78 for 4.
So Nick was asking about Mr. Anderson. Is there any inkling of what will happen next season?
I don't really know, but I mean the fact that he's put himself in for various winter competitions, he put himself forward to get involved with the South African T20 competition this winter. So the fact that he's wanting to play this winter would maybe give us an indication that he wants to play on again next year. His performances this season in both red ball and white ball cricket would show no indication that he's kind of wrapping things up for his career. So I think at this point it would be a greater surprise if he didn't play again next season than it would if he did play. So yeah, I'd probably expect him to be playing for another season for Lancashire.
There's a change. Tom Aspinall, and that has been left outside off stump by Billy Root, and there's no run.
I'm sure he'll also have a really significant role to play, not just on the pitch, but
of course. That's what I was
going
to ask. Yeah.
So whether that's kind of as an official player coach or an unofficial player coach.
Aspinall, and that's played firmly to point, and there's no run. 78 for 4. Well, to have someone of his stature in and around the squad.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. So yeah, I'm not sure. I say whether that's something that they'll look at or not. But yeah, I would be surprised if he's not playing again next season.
Aspinwall coming in around, and again it's fielded at point.
It's pretty firm, though, wasn't it?
It was.
Chap
Was that
Blatherwick.
Joan? Oh, it's Blatherwick, yeah.
Just a backward point.
So he'll be, because I was mentioning to Nick when he was on comms, Asa Tribe is playing in that competition. He's playing for Parl Royals in the South African T20 competition. Aspinwall coming in around to Root. Good line, probing line, and it whizzes past the outside edge, taken by Hurst for no run.
I don't think Jimmy got picked up for it, but I think he put himself forward for it. I don't know how the South African T20 League works, whether it's a draft or an auction, I'm not sure, but he entered it, whatever it was, a draft or an auction. I don't think he got picked up in the end, but the fact that he's done that would suggest he's
eager to carry on, yeah. Aspinwall coming in, around, right arm around, and that's wide of the off-stump that time, and it's an easy lead for Billy Root. Well, there's so many options for cricketers these days in terms of the competitions worldwide. Obviously, not even when we speak about the Big Bash comes to mind and the IPL, but even further afield, and can enhance one's career, as it will Asa Tribes, I'm sure. Aspinwall coming in, and that's whipped behind square on the onside for a single off the bat of Billy Root. Tribe, of course, will be here next year. Ben Kellaway has signed a 3-year deal, which was crucial for Glamorgan, because I'm sure other counties might have been lurking in the background, given that it's been a big breakthrough for him. Played for the Welsh Fire, of course, in the 100 competition. And we shall see if he...
Yes, he kind of runs in sequence, doesn't it, with the main squad. 79 for 4. Balderson into his 6th over of this spell. From the Cathedral Road end, he's past the umpire, around the wicket, balls. Root defending to mid-on.
How's the conveyor belt looking from a Lancashire point of view?
Well, there's a couple of lads in this side that are on that journey, kind of trying to really nail down a first team spot. Just seen Tom Aspinwall bowling his first over of this game. He's someone that's on the edge of being kind of forcing his way in towards the championship side. It's driven to mid-off for no run. George Bell's come back in the side. He's a little bit further down the line. He got his debut a couple of years ago. Avraf Shetty played last week against Middlesex, someone who performed well in the One Day Cup. So they've got players in and around their squad who are trying to force a way in. Whether or not these guys are going to be kind of regulars next season, I'm not sure. Keeper standing up, was played late by Root. He's cut it down to third man, down towards the boundary, through the leaves and over the rope for 4. Root moves on to 6, and Glamorgan 83 for 4. But it's an important part of every club, isn't it, that to develop and promote and give chances to young players in the first team?
Well, indeed, because Tribe and Kellaway are akin to 2 new signings, really, in that sense. So the more that you can unearth.
Balderson to Root, defended, and there's no run. And from Glamorgan's point of view, the fact that they've both had a really good year in Division 2 rather than a breakthrough year in Division 1, where it would be a tougher thing to do, must be pretty beneficial for them. You know, both had excellent campaigns, so they're not going into Division 1 and trying to get into professional cricket having not had a good season behind them. I suppose as a young player trying to break into the team in Division 1, shuffled away off the hip by Root to square leg for a single. End of the over. 84 for 4 with half an hour left of the morning session. We shall go and update listeners on the BBC up in Manchester.
And I'm sure Nick will sidestep his way from the commentary box next door as Scott leaves us for the time being. So if you're just joining us, 84 for 4 are Glamorgan, having been put into bat by the visitors Lancashire. And they struck with the very first ball. Zain ul Hassan bowled by Bailey as Aspinwall continues from the River Taff end, and that's at left outside off stump, and there's no run. The wickets then to fall were Asa Tribe, Courthurst bowled Blatherwick for 8. Sam Northeast, the Glamorgan captain, was trapped. LBW Balderson for 20, and then Balderson struck once more, bowling Colin Ingram for 13. So Glamorgan in a bit of strife here as Aspinwall comes in, played firmly towards short cover for no run. Root is on 7. As mentioned, very little first team cricket for Billy Root this season. Very much been playing in the twos. So be some confidence if he could get a knock as Aspinwall comes in, and that's hit firmly, partially stopped by backward point, but they come through for a single. Carlson still unbeaten on 34 as Nick has rejoined myself in the commentary position.
Yeah, always difficult situation for a player in his fairly full. May have been drifting towards leg stump. Having a look at the replay, so Carlson possibly slightly unfortunate there. But yeah, it's been a prime morning for Lancashire's seamers, having won the toss and chosen to bat. All 4 seamers are in the wickets. Aspinwall in just his second over.
Well, it's certainly doing a bit out there, Nick. You had a look at the wicket earlier. It's not green. There's no green tinge at all. It's very brownish.
The top layer looked slightly unusual as Chris Cook comes out at 7 with a real rescue job needed from him, as Lancashire very firmly on top.
Well, their decision to put Glamorgan in, vindicated by what we've seen in the first session.
Yeah, absolutely. I suppose at this stage of the season, with the early starts, you tend to drift more towards bowling first anyway, but 5 wickets inside 23 overs really has been a huge morning for the Red Rose, as they look to get revenge for Glamorgan's victory at Old Trafford and to secure a potential 3rd place in the Division 2 table. And at the moment, the visitors are rampant.
So, in comes Chris Cook.
Yeah, solid sort of season for him. Having to bat a little bit more with the tail, coming in at 7. He's still averaging 43, 648 runs.
In he comes, Aspinwall bowls, and forward is Cook, and that dribbles down to mid-off, and there's no run. Yes, he's had better seasons.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a different role, isn't it? Batting 7 compared to 6, and that he's been required to hold the tail together on occasions as Aspinwall is in and bowls. Nice delivery up in the block hole and well dug out by Cook. Plays to cover. End of the over. 85 for 5 The red rose in full bloom, Mr. Reed.
It would appear they've enjoyed a good hour and a half. Yeah. I don't think Kieran Carlson was an enormous fan of that LBW decision.
No. The replay that I saw seemed to suggest that it might have been heading down leg side. Yeah, I think that's in a test match. That's an immediate review.
Here is Balderson to Root. Root off the front foot, pushing away. The ball bouncing down through deep backward point. Luke Wells, who is a Welsh fire star, goes chasing after it, and Root comes back for 2. He moves to 10, 87 for 5.
Yes, I was remember interviewing him when he was head meerkat or whatever after a 5-over thrash here.
3 slips in place as Balderson is in to Root. Tucks it away towards the leg side for no run.
Yeah, given Glamorgan and the mess they're in, they could have done with that without a marginal decision like that going against them, really, with Carlson's dismissal.
Yeah, ball just jacking back in, isn't it, towards Root from around the wicket. Balderson's got one to go through the defences of Ingram, one that went past the inside edge onto the stumps and turned out towards the leg side by Root. Just nudged away for no run. They've bowled beautifully here, have Lancashire. In this first hour and a half, well, a little bit more than that now. About 20 minutes left of the morning session. 87 for 5, Glamorgan. It's a kind of picture perfect September look here in Cardiff. A blue sky and sunshine, a little chilly, but pleasant conditions to be watching cricket. Maybe with a thick jumper on Route forward in defence, defending out towards cover. There's no run.
Yeah, it'll be a few degrees warmer down at the River Taff end.
Nice.
Peculiar ecosystems around here.
It's definitely the place to be sitting. I mean, if you're out towards the left in front of the pavilion, you are a long, long way from the action. Even if you're in the direct sunlight. Balderson to Root. Off the front foot. Driving away. Blatherwick's at cover to field. No run.
You know, the sun has moved around to that optimum area at the River Taff end, slightly to our right towards the scoreboard, which is the best place in the ground if you wish to be in the sunshine and you wish to have a very good view of the cricket.
1 ball left of the over. 2 for 22 for Balderson. Root playing it late, looking to cut it, work it down towards third man. Wells skipping away to his right from backward point to field. End of the over. Glamorgan 87 for 5. Root on 10. Cook faced just a couple of deliveries. He's on 0. And an early lunch being taken by a couple of the spectators.
Some familiar faces there as regular Glamorgan supporters. I suppose it's past 12, so we can just about get away with lunch by now. 87 for 5 as Glamorgan need a fight back as Aspinwall is into bowl. Cook drives through the offside to get off the mark, and on the shortest boundary that one will reach the ropes for 4 runs away to the grandstand side through point. 91 for 5 Glamorgan, having been put in to bat, and Cook nicely getting off the mark there. So there have been plenty of Lancashire causes for celebrations this morning. 2 big wickets to Balderson, sending back northeastern Ingram. There's Aspinwall bowls and Cook drives off the back foot to mid-off, and there is no run.
Plenty of wickets elsewhere as well in the county championship. Just looking at some of the Division 1 games. Surrey 64 for 4. batting first against Hampshire at the Utilita Bowl. Worcestershire 79 for 6 against Sussex.
Aspinwall is into bowl and Cook guides it away between the slips and gully. Played it down, kept on top of it. Might have been slightly edgier than he'd intended, but safe enough from Chris Cook as he moves on to 8. Total to 95 for 5.
Warwickshire 52 for 1 against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge. Durham 58 for 3 batting first against Yorkshire at Headingley. Real battle at the bottom between those two sides.
Time of year, I suppose, isn't it? Late September. Often get better bowling conditions. As Cook plays that shot again and gets the same result. 4 runs down to third man, just jabbing down on it. And seeing the ball race away to the ropes for 4 more. Cook to 12, all in boundaries in this over. Morgan on to 99 for 5.
Got 3 slip catches in place of Lancashire. Went to the right of Bell, who's at third slip. Squeezed away, wasn't it, by Cook? The end bouncing in front and to the right of the third slip fielder. Third 4 of the over.
So Aspinwall, 1 for 14 now next to his name. Still decent enough. As Cook plays repeat shot, repeat effect. Another 4 down through third man. Maybe Lancashire could find a fielder to stick down there. 100 up for Glamorgan. Chris Cook with 4 fours in the space of 5 balls, and 3 in a row have gone in the same area.
I think the look of Tom Aspinwall tells its own picture, doesn't it? Hands on the hips. Getting a bit disgruntled, the Lancashire bowler.
About a third man skip, not yet sunshine. Aspinwall in again, bowls, Cook defends, squared up slightly. Out to cover 16 off the over, 103 for 5 though, the first. A real sign of runs coming at any pace on this pleasant, sunny, if coolish day here at Sapphire Gardens. Plenty of blue sky around, but Lancashire enjoying their morning much more than Glamorgan, I'm sure.
Elsewhere, I've gone through some of those Division 1 scores. With Warwickshire 54 for 1 against the leaders Nottinghamshire. Surrey 65 for 4, trying to hang on to the Notts' tails against the Hampshire side who need to win to be certain of Division 1 cricket next season. And Durham 59 for 3 against Yorkshire in that battle towards the bottom. In Division 2, Leicestershire 110 for 3 against Northamptonshire. Bowling change here, the Cathedral Road end, with Bailey back in and bowling to Root, who's off the back foot and just chops it away into the offside. There is no run. The Balderson spell coming to an end. He bowled 7 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 22 in his opening spell. At Middlesex, 119 for 2 at Lords against Gloucestershire. And Derbyshire 91 for 1. They're at Canterbury this week against Kent. Bailey from around the wicket to Root. Edged, gone, taken by Hurst. Bailey returns and picks up his 2nd wicket of the morning session. Root departs for 10, and Glamorgan lose their 6th wicket of the opening session of this final game of the season. 103 for 6, and pretty routine for Hurst behind the stumps with the gloves.
Pun intended. Routine.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, it was a shot which Billy Root was trying to play in his favourite area, square of the wicket, trying to cut a little bit too close to him, maybe a little bit of bounce, and as you say, a routine catch sends Root on his way back in the disappointing campaign for him. 103 for 6, and Glamorgan in deep mire.
He's not played much, has he, this
No,
summer?
just his
Toby Root?
third championship game.
Right.
So, yeah, not the summer that he would have wanted. 1 half-century in 4 innings in the One Day Cup. Didn't feature in the T20 Blast.
Well, heading back up towards the pavilion. 6 down now, Glamorgan. So a couple of wickets for Tom Bailey, with 2 for George Balderson, 1 for Tom Aspinwall, and 1 for Jack Blatherwick. So the wickets of Zain Ul Hassan,
For Glamorgan, making his 100th first-class appearance.
Asa Tribe,
Tim van der Gooten.
Northeast, Sam Northeast, Kieran Carlson, Colin Ingram, and now Billy Root.
So well done to Tim van der Hoogten on that milestone of 100 first-class appearances for Glamorgan. Started his career in Australian first-class cricket briefly, but has been a Glamorgan man since then in terms of first-class appearances. Good afternoon to Emir Evans, who thanks us for our commentary over the season. Good afternoon to Dexter the Frenchie, who says he's been promised an extra bonio every day for the rest of the year if Glamorgan got promoted. So he thanks Glamorgan and us for a great season, the alleged dog Dexter the Frenchie.
Everyone's a winner then. Glamorgan's successful season. So Van der Hoogten with, I think, a 4 slip going into position here. Yeah, Tom Hartley, who was at cover, jogging across to join Bell, Jennings and Jones in the slip cordon. Bailey over the wicket. And through he goes towards Hurst.
Good afternoon to Stephen Hedges, who says, with reference to our mention of Melbourne, that there's a bit of Wales that will be forever at the MCG test, with the Man of the Match award, the Muller Medal, carrying a photo taken in Swansea in 1968? 1868? Good heavens.
Bailey. Swing there as that's punched up towards mid-off and there's no run.
Thank you, Stephen. Perhaps you could elucidate why there is a photo of Swansea in 1868 in that medal. It should have been a few years before the Ashes started. Not many.
103 for 6. Bailey turns and sets off again over the wicket to Van der Hoogten. Down the leg side, taken by Hurst, tumbling away to his left.
That's a lovely take, wasn't it? Took off that ball. It was slightly on the wide side as it started. And, really well claimed.
Final ball of the over for Bailey's first back into the attack. A little spell just on the stroke of lunch for Bailey. He's prized out his second wicket, looking for his third. Goes full and just outside off stump, and Van der Hoogten brings the bat down and chops that into the ground. Wicket maiden for Tom Bailey. Glamorgan 103 for 6.
Pompey on X was baffled as to why Eddie Byram isn't opening the batting, having just had a 2-year contract extension. Well, it's the balance of the side. They need the bowling option of Ul Hassan, I guess, with Root taking over from Callaway at 6. Callaway out injured. If you've got Ben Callaway as your spinner at 6, then you could possibly make that change. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Byram does feature more prominently next season with the exit of Northeast. As Aspinwall is in to bowl, and Cook drives nicely through the covers. This time we'll pick up a couple of runs. It may be hauled in. It's not hauled in. Just inside the boundary. It was a decent chase, an effort.
Tom Bailey was trying to catch up with the ball. Went stomping after it. Here we go on the replay. Watching. I can get to that. He's lost his cap.
Oh dear, yeah, just got a hand on it, and then the ball accompanied him over the rope.
Yeah, lost his sunglasses as well.
107 for 6, Glamorgan. Won't do anything to change the overall pattern of the morning. As Aspinall bowls and Cook leaves outside off stump. Bailey having taken 2 for 20 and Balderson 2 for 22, and wickets as well for Blatherwick and for Aspinall. It's interesting to see Tom Hartley in for a brief spell that early on, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a 4-over spell, wasn't it? But came inside the first 40 minutes.
Cook drives down the ground, and that will go for 4, I think. Bohannon is off in pursuit, but won't overhaul it. Nice straight drive from Chris Cook, who has got 24, all of them in boundaries off Aspinwall.
Didn't play last week, Tom Hartley. He was away with England for that T20 series in Ireland. So presented a chance for Arav Shetty to make his debut, but Hartley back available and back in.
As Cook blocks the next ball to cover, and there's no run. Aspinwall wearing 13, which is not a number you see very frequently used in first-class cricket, or indeed much professional sport. 111 for 6, Glamorgan. As Cook pulls, and we'll get just a single because square leg is in the deep in the form of Hartley. 112 for 6. As the field comes in a little bit for the new batter Van der Hoogten. He's faced 4 balls and hasn't yet got off the mark. Averaging 21.5 with the bat this season. A couple of half centuries, and this is 100th first class game wearing the daffodil. As Aspinwall bowls and Van der Hoogten squares up, defends out on the offside. No run. 112 for 6. It's been a moderately helpful wicket, but I don't think anything more than you'd expect on the opening day of a game at either end of the season, really. Just doing enough to catch the edge on occasion or to defeat the bat.
Yeah, I think I should have made the most of that. Whatever kind of conditions out there that's suiting the bowlers. Just a little bit of nibble around, early morning, September, autumnal feel to it. Felt like a morning day, didn't it, really?
Yeah.
Bowl first type of feel to it when Josh Bohannon won the toss. He's first as Lancashire's captain. I see Tom Hartley at cover here, twirling his hips around, so maybe just a little over before lunch for the left arm spinner. 112 for 6. Cook's on strike. Here is Bailey. Cook gets nicely inside and defends up towards Bohannon, who's at mid-off, and there is no run. Captain the team, Josh Bohannon, with Anderson's injury, and Marcus Harris, who was Lancashire's overseas player, now back in Australia. Those two had captained Lancashire. Bailey's into Cook, flicked off his hip away to square leg for a single. And this after, of course, Keaton Jennings stepped away from the captaincy after the first 5 or 6 games of the season. Harris was his replacement, and then Anderson skippered the side when Harris was unavailable, and now it's Josh Bohannon.
So you just say hello, Skip, because it's a rotating cast.
It's pretty much half the team, yeah. 113 for 6. Bailey into Van der Hoogten down the leg side. There goes Hurst again away to his left-hand side. And there's no run. So yeah, I'm not sure who Marcus Harris is returning next season for a second year, so whether he comes back and captains the team or whether Bohannon carries on, who knows? Still, I mentioned earlier, have to identify who they want as the permanent head coach as well. Bailey to Van der Hoogten, the front foot in defence, back to Bailey for no run.
Yeah, what's the impression on how Croft has done?
I think he's done very well. In my opinion, for what it's worth, I think he's done really well. It's been certainly an uptick in performances. They've played much better cricket in Championship cricket since Croft took charge. And I don't say this as in any way, shape or form as being a negative on Dale Benkenstein. It's just dropped away into the offside for no run. I think the timing just all kind of fell into place. They moved away from Benkenstein just as the T20 was about to start. So that, I think, changed the complete feel around the club, because they're always going to win T20 matches because they're a good T20 team. And they've won T20 matches with Dale Benkenstein as head coach, as they did last season. They got to the quarterfinals last season of the Blast. So they're always going to have a good T20 campaign, because they always do. So that was just, it came at a good time, and that kind of feel-good factor, winning games, I think they carried that into the Championship games when that returned. Slower ball from Bailey, end of the over, 113 for 6. And they've kind of kicked on from there. And he's recording the games he's overseen as interim head coach in the Championship. They've played some very good cricket, and yeah, I think he's done a pretty good job. But the reports last week, which was suggesting that the club had contact with Peter Moores, that was something that was out in the media, I think it was last week, before his signing of a new contract at Nott. So they clearly had looked at, or are looking at, other options as well. But I think Stephen Croft has got a very good chance of taking the role over on a permanent basis next season. And he said this week, spoke to him about it, that he would love the chance to do it.
Here comes Hartley then for the last over of the morning session, and Cook defends the first ball out on the offside. Hurst scampers out and retrieves. Hartley's first 4 overs, costing 18 runs, as Cook is forward, stretching forward, playing out on the offside to cover, and there's no run. Short leg crouches just to Cook's left, as that's dragged down slightly by Hartley. Cook reaches forward and repeats it, plays out to Jones at cover. No run. So short leg crosses over to Silly Point to get in Cook's eye line. Hartley bowls, again slightly flatter, and Cook plays it away on the offside for a single to the cover point fielder. 114 for 6. So Lancashire taking wickets regularly throughout the morning, starting with the first ball. Tom Bailey has taken 2, George Balderson's taken 2, 1 apiece for Jack Blathwick and Tom Aspinwall, as Tim van der Hoogten defends one that might have kept a little bit low. Hasn't been a terror pitch, but it's just done enough for the bowlers. Sam Northeast got in, but went for 20. Kieran Carlson, top scorer with 34, possibly slightly unlucky with the decision against him. As Hartley in to bowl, appeal for LBW not given, and lunch at 114 for 6. So Lancashire very much in the ascendancy. 4 seamers have all claimed wickets, and Glamorgan have got a lot of work to do to get back into this game. We'll be back with commentary at 1:10 on the afternoon session.
A reminder that the members' forum will be starting shortly in the Museum of Welsh Cricket situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre. And if you're not attending the forum, you're very welcome to go out to look at the pitch during this lunch interval, but please don't take any food or drink with you if you're venturing out to the pitch. I've got some lunchtime scores from the other games in the Rothesay County Championship. Starting at the Utilita Bowl, where at lunch Surrey, who won the toss and elected to bat first against Hampshire, Surrey is 79 for 5. At Northampton, Leicestershire won the toss, elected to bat first against Northamptonshire. At the interval, they are 122 for 4. At Headingley, Durham won the toss, elected to bat against Yorkshire. Durham is 63 for 3. At Chelmsford, Somerset won the toss, they also elected to bat. Somerset at the interval are 111 for 1. That, of course, is against Essex. At Worcester, Sussex won the toss, elected to bowl, and currently Worcestershire are 91 for 6. At Lords, Middlesex won the toss, they're batting first against Gloucestershire. Middlesex at the interval 131 for 2. At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire won the toss, elected to bowl, and Warwickshire our 70 for 1 at lunch, and finally at the Spitfire St Lawrence in Canterbury. Derbyshire won the toss, they elected to bat against Kent, and at the interval Derbyshire were 108 for 1. A reminder that as far as refreshments are concerned, a full range of food and drink can be purchased in the Pyramid Lounge, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. There's also a 10% discount for Glamorgan members and season ticket holders on all food sales. Hot drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the mobile unit beneath the Castor Howell stand. That's at the Cathedral Road end of the stadium, and the vending machine at the rear of the indoor school is where you can also purchase snacks. The Glamorgan Club shop, run by Missouri Sports, is open today. It's situated opposite Gate 2. It will be open until the close of play, and as always, it's selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit. Finally, a reminder that we stand against all forms of discrimination. There is no place for it in our sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity, together we are stronger. Here at Glamorgan County Cricket Club, we are dedicated to raising the game. So if you witness any form of discrimination, you can challenge it and call it out by contacting in strictest confidence your nearest steward. Thank you very much. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Glamorgan 114 for 6. It's a good job promotion was sealed last week because they're under the cosh against a steady Lancashire seam attack, even without Jimmy Anderson. Lancashire won the toss and have made the most of it. Kieran Carlson, top scorer with 34. He passed 1,000 for the season before getting a questionable LBW decision. 2 wickets apiece for Tom Bailey and George Balderson. Chris Cook on 27 not out is Glamorgan's main remaining hope. Glamorgan resume in a few minutes on 114 for 6. Good afternoon and welcome back on BBC Sport Online, BBC Sounds and on the Glamorgan and Lancashire county websites to Sophia Gardens, where the visitors Lancashire are very much in the ascendancy. After the first session, Lancashire won the toss, chose to bowl first and have reduced Glamorgan to 114 for 6 at lunch.
Chris Cook and Tim van der Goof.
Chris Cook, 27 not out, is the second top scorer, in fact. Kieran Carson made 34 before being given out LBW. And Lancashire's seamers have all had a very enjoyable time in Cardiff. 2 apiece for Bailey and Balderson, 1 apiece for Aspinwall and Blatherwick. And there hasn't been vast amounts in the wicket, don't think, Scott Reed, but just enough.
Just enough, and Lancashire have made the most of it, haven't they, as well? Maybe one slightly tough LBW decision in the middle of all that for Kieran Carlson, but yeah, Lancashire have exploited what's been out there for them this morning. Bowled very nicely. Good morning session from a Lancashire point of view. And Balderson is going to get us back underway after lunch. Picked up 2 of those 6 wickets to fall, 2 for 21 for Lancashire's leading wicket taker this season. And he's in to get us underway following the break, bowling from the Cathedral Road end. It's full just outside off stump and driven firmly to the left of Bannon, who is at mid-off from the first run of the afternoon. For Glamorgan, for Cook, who moves to 28 and the score to 115 for 6. So yes, good morning that for Lancashire. Lots of wickets actually around in the morning session up and down the country. As we get towards the end of the season, the final week of the season. 10:30 starts in September. That's edged down to the ground by Van der Hookten, down in between third and second slip. And come back for 2. His first runs. And score to 117 for 6. So yeah, Division 1 games of some wickets tumbling. Surrey are 5 down at lunch. Worcestershire 6 down at lunch. Durham 3 down at lunch. Leicestershire 4 down at lunch in Division 2. So that's been a theme across plenty of games so far today. Balderson to Van der Hookten. Another edge. Wide of slip. Down towards third man. Aspinwall's chasing after it and 4 more. Plenty of runs through third man for Glamorgan this morning. And 4 in the early part of the afternoon as well. 121 for 6.
Yeah, getting to the stage where Lancashire probably ought to think seriously about posting a third man. Third slip hasn't done much in there. I reckon that's now 38 runs to third man in this innings of 121 for 6. As Van der Hookten plays off the front foot in defence this time, pushing back towards Balderson, and there's no run. Have you got a wagon wheel in front of you by any chance?
I do have a wagon wheel, yes. And at 121 for 6, yeah, 38 runs through third man for Glamorgan so far.
Well, 3 in a row from Chris Cook, wasn't there? 3 boundaries in a row.
Yeah, off Aspinwall. Tucked away to the leg side this time. Up comes Luke Wells from mid-wicket to field. And there's no run. A little bit of cloud cover. There were plenty of sun in the morning session. Still got plenty of blue sky, but sun has disappeared behind the cloud for now. Because you've got 3 slip fielders. And they do now have a third man on the boundary. Backward point, mid-off, mid-on. There's a deep mid-wicket and a fine leg. It's past the edge of Van der Hookten's bat and through to the keeper. End of the over. 121 for 6. Van der Hookten on 6. Cook on 28. We've had 30 overs of Glamorgan's first innings. 121 for 6.
Elsewhere in Division 2, Derbyshire are 110 for 1 away to bottom side Kent.
Returning to bowl at the River End, Jack Blatherwick.
And Aaron Donald, formerly of this parish, made 55 of 63 balls, hitting 11 fours in a late season role opening the batting after Caleb Jewell went home. Middlesex against Gloucestershire. Middlesex won 31 for 2. Lewis Deploy 51 not out. Luke Holman 43 not out. And the champions Leicestershire are 124 for 4 at Northants. 44 apiece for Patel and Budinger before a few wickets fell. Here comes Blatherwick then from the River Taff end, and Cook playing that one through his area of strength in this innings, through the offside, and picks up 4 runs away to the grandstand boundary. 125 for 6, Cook to 32 not out.
Sat up nicely for him, that, didn't it? You say a strength for Cook, and made the most of that, punched away for 4.
Took 4 boundaries in over off Aspinwall earlier, one through point and the other through 3 through third man. 125 for 6 as the ball receives a good deal of polishing before it's handed back to Blatherwick. Nice bit of afternoon sunshine, though possibly a touch more cloud around, but sunny at the moment as Blatherwick bowls, and Cook up on his toes, plays it gently out towards point, and because point is back on the boundary, they will take a single. 126 for 6. It doesn't really look like that sort of wicket. Maybe 3 or 4 down you'd expect at this stage of proceedings. But it hasn't been a terror track, but sometimes if the ball just deviates slightly, that gets you better results. Finding the edge as Blatherwick bowls, and Van der Hoogten pushes it down towards point, but Balderson is in off the boundary for Van der Hoogten and makes a good sprawling stop. Sometimes if the ball jags around ferociously early season or late season, then the batters can ride their luck, and if it doesn't catch the edge. But so far we've had 2 bowled, 1 LBW, as Van der Hoogten plays that one gently through the offside. They'll just take the single, I think. Oh no, they're coming back for a second, and it is safe enough. The throw wasn't great anyway, and Hurst had to leap to parry it. 128 for 6. A couple of caught behind. 2 LBWs, 2 bowled and 2 caught behind. Carlson's LBW, I don't think he entirely would have agreed with. As Blatherwick in to Van der Hoogten, who's forward defending, remains on 8 not out.
Yes, it looked a little leg-sided, that LBW, didn't it?
Sliding down, as they say.
He just got to 1,000 runs for the season too, hasn't he?
Yeah, for the second time. So he's got 1,012 now. 1,068 a couple of seasons ago. 923 last season. As Blatherwick bowls to Van der Hoogten, who is getting himself in some fairly ungainly positions as he defends that one, but effective enough, gets everything in line, and at the end of the over he has 8, Cook has 33. It's 128 for 6 through just 31 overs.
There's a couple of Lancashire batters who are closing on 1,000 runs as well, which they could reach in this final fixture. Already this season Marcus Harris has gone past 1,000 runs for Lancashire in the county championship. Luke Wells is 23 runs away from that, and Keaton Jennings is 42 runs away from that. Lancashire could have 3 batters who have got 1,000 runs in the season by the end of this week. And for a team that's not got many batting bonus points, as Balderson's in to Cook, it's driven towards Bohannon at mid-off and there's no run.
Hugh Griffiths from Brecon CC says he was looking forward to seeing Jimmy Anderson in action. Does anyone know if he's at the ground? Would be surprised really. He wasn't in the squad, was he?
No, he wasn't. I've not seen him, and I don't suspect he'll be here.
He may well be listening to us. Afternoon.
28 for 6. Balderson to Cook. That's left. And through to Hurst. Yeah, he picked up the injury last week, actually, playing against Middlesex at Old Trafford. in the end, he only bowled 4 overs in the match. It wasn't that much cricket played last week because of the weather, but I picked up this little bit of a side niggle, which has ruled him out of this final fixture. 128 for 6. Balderson for Lancashire in to Cook, back of a length, and off his hip he'll tuck it out towards square leg for a single. Moves on to 34, score to 129 for 6.
Chris Drew emails to point out Andy Gorvin's averages in 7 matches. He's taken 20 wickets at 22.15, second only in those averages to the statistical outlier of Matt Kuhneman, who played just the 1 game and took 7 for not very many, and his batting average of 27. As the next over starts with over continuing. I thought it was a change of a over. It's a dot ball anyway. I apologise for nicking your dot ball.
Oh no,
Scott.
you nick away.
End of seasonitis.
Last season at Old Trafford felt very end of term, I'll be honest. 129 for 6 as Balderson's into Van der Hoogten. It's looping in the air, dropping safely in front of Wells. Stands there, hands on hips with his collar tucked up. Falling safe for Tim Van der Hoogten. He's on 8, 129 for 6. It's the final ball of the over. Wells heading back out towards the boundary at deep square leg. Balderson shuffling back in again. Playing a missing Van der Hoogten. The ball just shapes away from the Glamorgan batter into the gloves of Matthew Hurst. End of another George Balderson over. Another pretty tidy one, just a single coming off it. 129 for 6.
Yes, in terms of Andy Gorvin's appearances, 5 out of those 7 appearances have been in home matches in the Championship, which tends to think that the Glamorgan management believe that his bowling style, medium pace, skiddy, is more suited to the Sapphire Gardens wickets that don't tend to have huge amounts of pace and allow that medium pace to profit on occasion. As Blatherwick is in to bowl, and Cook forces his way on the leg side out to deep square for a single.
It's not something you come across too often, that is it? Where, I mean, in international cricket, maybe you have bowlers that are more suited to home conditions rather than playing overseas in very different pitches, using different balls in completely different climates. But not too often in county cricket you get potentially one bowler that's viewed as being strong at home and perhaps not as effective away from home.
Fair point. Blatherwick in, bowls. Van der Hoogten drives to mid-off. No run. So, obviously Glamorgan only sent down 5 overs at Derby last week, so he didn't bowl there. Just trying to identify the away game that he did play. That was the one at Kent where Glamorgan won easily, and he took 1 for 31 and 1 for 19. As Kent were rolled over fairly cheaply on both occasions. Blatherwick in, bowls, and Van der Hoogten is forward, defending up to mid-on, and there's no run. But this is not a Glamorgan seam attack with a great deal of variety, I don't think. McIlroy, who's been the club's left-arm seamer on occasion in recent years, and he's not really hit the heights in the first half of the season and then got injured. Blatherwick into Van der Hoogten, and he gets a thick edge down to, it's half stopped at gully, but it runs away just far enough for Chris Cook to call his colleague through for a single. 131 for 6. You get the feeling that Glamorgan really could benefit from an experienced left arm option, and in terms of pace, Fernando has been nippier than most, but he's not playing in this one. Ned Leonard, you suspect, could develop a good bit of pace. Cook drives to mid-off, no run. But it's been a little bit samey, the Glamorgan seam attack, and sometimes you need a bit of a point of difference, be it a left armer or someone who's going to bowl 5-10 miles an hour quicker than the others.
Well, I suppose bringing Crane back in,
Yeah.
it gives them a point of difference.
Yes.
And of course, he bowled beautifully, didn't he, against Lancashire at Old Trafford in that win a few weeks ago.
Yeah, it's just his 5th game of the season through a combination of injury and selection. Blatherwick in, bowls, and Cook flicks this one nicely through wide mid-on. He'll pick up a couple of runs. They will have a think about a third, and Chris Cook decides against it. It would have been there, but the fielder did his job in getting the throw heading somewhere back towards the middle quickly enough. And it's 133 for 6, with Cook moving on to 37. He's now the top scorer in this Glamorgan innings.
Yeah, that game at Old Trafford, Crane picking up 9 wickets in the match, but crucially 6 in the first innings of that game, 6 for 19 from 10 overs to bowl Lancashire out for 140, lead of 130 for Glamorgan on first innings, and then that was ultimately good enough to go on and force a victory, which I think effectively ended Lancashire's aims or aspirations of trying to finish in the top 2.
Yeah, Crane didn't play at all in the first half.
Here's Balderson playing and missing his Van der Hookton. Expansive looking drive. The ball snakes past the edge of the bat and through to Hurst.
So when I say the first half, that was 7 games, wasn't it?
Yeah, that first kind of block.
The first block, so he was injured for the first 3 or 4. Shahab Bashir played the first 3.
I forgot he was on loan. That was a short burst, wasn't it? Balderson to Van der Hookton. Back of a length and deflects away off his pad out towards the onside.
Well, it came about when Crane got injured in
Right.
pre-season, but as it happened, they could have managed with just Kellaway as their option until Crane was fit again.
Were they not quite sure whether Kellaway would be kind of a frontline spinning option at that point?
I suppose that might have been the thinking because he wasn't hugely experienced.
Balderson to Van der Hookton. Playing and missing again.
Seemed to remove his bat after it was past him there. It's no use withdrawing the bat when it's slapping into the keeper's gloves.
No, it was a little dart at the last 2 deliveries, hasn't he? Van der Hookton, well, 2 of the last 3 plays and missing outside off stump.
Yeah, and then the 7th match, they had that strange one-matcher from Matt Kuhneman, the Australian spinner.
Balderson to Van der Hookton, full and straight and defended.
Well, Kellaway was on his exams that week. I think Crane was fit at that stage, but they preferred Kuhneman.
And he wasn't just flown in for that one game, he was here anyway, wasn't he?
He was here in the Australian squad for that World Test final against South Africa in June. So.
Okay. Wasn't flown in for one championship match. Balderson to Van der Hookton, who's going to drive again, but off an inside edge. And the ball bouncing down to Blatherwick, who comes up from the fine leg boundary. Single for Van der Hookton.
So Marnus Labuschagne was scheduled to play those 2 games at the back end of May, and all of a sudden, well, we heard that Kuhneman was around and doing nets with Glamorgan, but we didn't quite realise that he was expected to play in that one match. It was like, oh, I've got this mate who's quite useful. Can you give him a game?
I've got my mate's a test match spinner. Can you fancy a game of cricket? Balderson to Cook, that's left. And through to Hurst, end of the over again. Tidy from Balderson, just a single coming off it. 134 for 6.
And maybe a link-up that proves useful to Glamorgan in future years, should Australia not have business in the middle of the British summer, then Kuhneman looked very useful. Obviously he would be, being an Australian Test squad man, but it's bizarre because he didn't actually play in that World Test final as it was, so the Glamorgan outing was his only appearance on this side of the water. As Blatherwick bowls, and that's pulled away through square leg, muscled away by Van der Hoogten for 4 runs. Not a great deal of complication on the Van der Hoogten technique. See ball, hit ball. It was a good shot actually, because it's pitched just outside off.
I suppose on those moments you were describing there, whether it's Kuhnemann or whether it's Crane coming in the game at Old Trafford to get wickets, and a lot of consistently excellent cricket from Glamorgan, otherwise you wouldn't be finishing in the top 2. But sometimes maybe it's your season when you bring in these players for kind of a one-off game and they win you a match. Kind of things fall into place like that.
Next delivery sees Van der Hoogten on the defensive, playing back to Blatherwick. Indeed, I mean, I thought that Crane at first sight should probably have played in that match against Middlesex that Kuhnemann ended up winning, but you can't argue with the results really. And Crane has done well, as he's put it when I've been on the park. Well, you can't do well when you're not playing, but yeah. Blatherwick in bowls. Van der Hoogten slaps that one through the offside for 4. So a little counter-attack from Glamorgan, and a little bit of width being punished by Tim van der Hoogten, who moves on to 18. 142 for 6. But Crane, 19 wickets in 4 championship games, and had a purple patch in the T20 Blast as well. Got a couple of 4-wicket hauls and 1 3-fer as well. Next delivery beats Van der Hoogten outside off stump. Lucky not to get an edge to that one. And through it went to Hurst. So, and then Mason Crane spent August asking his Welsh fire colleagues what sort of drink they'd like next, sir.
Didn't play at all,
didn't play at all.
Right.
And didn't play for Glamorgan in that period either.
Yes.
Blatherwick in bowls, and Van der Hoogten plays it out on the leg side, fielded by Aspinwall at mid-wicket. No run. It does baffle me when you sign a player for a particular speciality and then don't use him at all in the course of 8 games. Ben Kellaway only got in for the last 3, made something of an impact. Won the silly hat in his first appearance here. As Van der Hoogten squirts that one off an inside edge down to fine leg for a single. 143 for 6. Probably a free bag of crisps or 2 as well from the sponsors. 143 for 6. Van der Hoogten 19. Cook 37. 2 wickets apiece to Bailey and Balderson. 1 apiece to Aspinwall and Blatherwick so far.
There was some talk about the Metrobank One Day Cup being increased by a couple of games for next year, but that's not...
don't think that's happening, has it?
Not to be the case.
So the word from the Chief Executive, Dan Cherry, is that Glamorgan did not support the proposed reduction in championship games, having looked as though the management were erring on the side of a reduction earlier in the summer.
Balderson sets off into Van der Hoogten. That's clipped away towards the leg side. Good stop by Luke Wells at mid-wicket. No addition to the score.
So, Glamorgan did not vote in favour of reduction, is how the quote goes from Dan Cherry, following a board meeting on Monday night. Much debate, club open to exploring changes, wanted to have all the information presented.
Balderson to Van der Hoogten. Just leans into it, the ball just angles away from the edge of the bat and through to Hurst.
Wanted to listen to all our stakeholders while taking the best decision for the club. This is a quote from Dan Cherry. There were definite benefits in some of the proposals, but it was felt by the board, our players and the members that none of us felt a move to 13 matches was the right thing to do at this current time.
Oh joy, we're going to do it all again soon. Balderson into Van der Hoogten, forward in defence, and there's no run.
As a board and senior management team, continues the quote, we appreciate your engagement in this process, i.e. members, and providing your feedback on this matter, and hopefully we can now move forward with positivity towards next season in Division 1. I think the one that was eventually debated was the least convincing of the formats for change.
1-4-3 for 6. Steered out towards the leg side by Van der Hookten. Wells again fielding at mid-wicket, no run.
And that latter was, that's my view, not Dan Cherry's. Just to make it absolutely clear. I can call it a dog's dinner, he can't.
You did? Well, was it a dog's dinner or a dog's breakfast?
I can't make up my mind which it ought to be.
Breakfast or dinner, not sure.
Dog owners, let us know.
Oh, my dog just has the same thing for breakfast and dinner. It's Balderson's in to Van der Hookten, full and straight and driven to mid-off. No run.
What's that? Poached eggs on toast, smashed avocado?
That's the one. That's only the very best. Absolutely.
On sourdough, of course.
Absolutely, yep. 1-4-3 for 6 every morning. Perfectly poached.
Yeah. Well, you're getting stuck into doggy treats and wondering what went wrong.
That's happened to my life. Final ball of the over. Balderson to Van der Hookten forward in defence. No run. Maiden over for George Balderson. 143 for 6 after 36.
Yes, it was a matter that caused even more debate, I think, in your neck of the woods, the proposed championship changes.
Yeah, it did. Seemed to get a few people hot and bothered.
But you wonder how long it's for and whether some sort of better proposal for reduction will come forward in future years.
Sure, they will do it all again next year.
Oh no, I can't. That was one of the reasons I reduced my winter hours, is because the Welsh rugby stories kept coming round every few years, and you think, hang on, I reported this story 5 years ago, or was it 20 years ago? Kenneth Davis, where it confirms that the same stories are indeed still coming round.
It's same in cricket, isn't it?
Bailey is in to bowl and hits the pad to Chris Cook and is given out. Cook's fight back comes to an end. Bailey strikes right at the beginning of his spell, and Glamorgan sink even further into the mire at 143 for 7. The replay shows that struck Chris Cook fairly full, and I think that was a rather guilty look back at the umpire from Chris Cook.
Chris Cook was LBW.
That's outer than Kieran Carlson was.
Yeah, he was on the walk already, wasn't he? Chris Cook. He was making the long walk back towards the pavilion almost before the finger went up. A bit of a clue there from the batter. Bailey strikes again. That's the first ball of the over. Picked up a wicket with the very first ball of the match. 3 so far for Bailey. 3 for 21, and Glamorgan 7 down, 143 for 7. That's a bowling change to bring Bailey back in to replace Jack Blatherwick, proving a good stroke from the Lancashire captain Josh Barnett.
And Glamorgan will do well now to avoid their lowest first innings score of the season, or the lowest score of the season, really. 199, and they're 143 for 7. So there's a little bit of reasonable lower order strength here, with Crane at 9, presumably Harris 10, Leonard 11. Harris has got decent technique, we know. Leonard can strike the ball hard, and Glamorgan have not got their number 11, Asitha Fernando, playing in this match, who therefore finishes the season with 10 championship matches played, a total of 20 runs at an average of 3.33 and a highest score of 6.
Superb.
His bowling's been rather better.
Yes.
24 wickets he finished with at an average of 34.37 for the Sri Lankan, who was named in the squad for this game but isn't playing.
Yeah, picked up 5 wickets at Old Trafford. I remember him bowling well in Manchester on pretty tough pitches to take wickets. He bowled beautifully that week for Glamorgan. I know Crane got the headlines, but Fernando bowled very nicely.
Crane with the bat facing up to Tom Bailey, and turns the first delivery away on the leg side, fielded by Aspinall at mid-wicket, and there's no run. It's now got a bit darker. There's not very much blue sky around, certainly over Cardiff. There might be a bit over the bay, away to our right. But the afternoon clouding over, getting a little bit gloomier. Certainly gloomy for Glamorgan as Bailey bowls to Crane, who is off the mark with a push and run out into the offside. Fielded by a scampering Balderson. And there is no run. I shall give way to Kenneth Davis at the conclusion of this over. As third slip now comes out for Van der Hoogten, goes to mid-wicket. And there's something approaching a third man. It's more is it a wide third man or a deep backward point? Somewhere around there. Van der Hoogten pulls and will get just a single down to fine leg. Hartley the fielder down in front of us. 1 4 5 for 7. Van der Hoogten moves on to 20 not out. Bailey 3 for 23. Balderson 2 for 31. The main wicket takers for the visitors today as they chase third place in Division 2. The prestigious, not very prestigious, bronze medal. Glamorgan have had a couple of times in recent years. As Crane defends that one. This season they are, in the words of Heather Small, moving on up. Welsh link being that she is a former partner of the former Wales
Oh my goodness!
defence coach, rugby union, Sean Edwards.
Well, I mean, I know you do some tedious links, but tenuous links. That's what I'm looking for, isn't it? But that was
Both
right up
probably.
there.
Crane forward defending up towards mid on. There is no run. 145 for 7. Van der Hoogten has 20. Crane has 1. And the top scorer, Chris Cook, is back in the pavilion for 37. Scott and Kenneth here on BBC Sport Online.
Yep, Nick's going to go and dig out some more lovely links. Look forward to that later on. Yeah, Lancashire, I suppose, they could finish third. It's probably unlikely. But with Middlesex, Gloucestershire and Derbyshire above them, they'll be looking to try and avoid finishing in the bottom 2. That's never happened, actually. They've never finished bottom of the county championship in the era of 18 counties. They've never finished in the bottom 2 of the county championship, so they're hoping to stay clear of that, but if they can get a positive result this week, continues, as I was saying before lunch, what feels like a upward curve for the second half of the season for Lancashire. Balderson's in again. Van der Hoogten's on the front foot in defence, pushing solidly away towards Bahanan, who's at mid-off for no run. Good start since the lunch break by Balderson. I seem to say this every time he bowls for Lancashire. He bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden for 9 runs since we got back underway after lunch, but 2 for 31 from 11 in the day for Balderson. He's got 3 slips in place. Van der Hoogten waits and then cuts this one away through the offside. Through point for a single, moves to 21, 146 for 7, brings Mason Crane back on strike.
Yeah, I thought he was the pick of the bowlers this morning. Very tight line. No gimmies on offer for the batters, and got his just reward, and he's picked up where he left off this morning. Putting pressure on these two.
Crane's on strike. Here's Balderson over the wicket. Crane off the front foot, defending to mid-on. And there's no run.
Yeah, I was going to say, useful runs between Chris Cook and Timmy van der Hoogten before Cook was trapped LBW, and this has got an air of an end of season game, which it is, because I don't think there's anything untoward in the wicket.
Balderson to Crane, his inside edge of that, towards square leg.
It's a case of job done with a game to spare, and let's get to the beach sort of thing.
Well, it's a nice position to be in, isn't it, for Glamorgan to know that their excellent season will be rewarded with Division 1 cricket next season, and they've done that with a game to spare. Getting pressure off, I suppose, coming into this final fixture. Yeah, the partnership between Cook and van der Hoogten was 40, which was the biggest of the innings so far. It's defended to towards mid-off. It doesn't quite reach mid-off because Tom Hartley comes bouncing across from cover to field it.
Yeah, the mindset would have been different had something been on the last game, I'm sure. Naturally, psychologically, changes things. I mean, they would have been in a good position even had they not secured promotion, given the gap that they had on Derbyshire and Gloucester.
Balderson to van der Hoogten, defends to Bohannon. End of the over. 2 off it this time. 147 for 7. 38 overs gone. Van der Hoogten 21. Crane on 2.
So Cook the man to fall in the afternoon session. LBW Bailey for 37. Bailey's third wicket of Glamorgan's first innings. So as Nick alluded to, the lowest tally for Glamorgan this season has been 199, so they are way off that. If they could get anywhere up to that, that would be a bit of a bonus at the moment.
I presume that was a score back in April when the season started in a slightly shaky fashion. Deserts me which game it was. Leicester was the first one, as Bailey continues from the River Taff end, cut into the ground by Mason Crane, but finds the fielder at backward point, and there's no run. Yeah, Leicester was first up. They lost that one. Gloucestershire lucky to get away with one. They could have been 3 down. As it was, they were under the cosh because they only amassed 15 points from the first 3 games. Coming in is Bailey, and forward, big stride forward is to his bowling by Mason Crane, and it's a dot ball. Crane wasn't involved early on. I think that had much to do as well. I think he had a calf injury, if memory serves me right, as well, Mason Crane. Bailey wheeling round, coming in past the umpire, right arm over, bangs that one in shorter that time and played to mid-wicket. There's no run. 147 for 7. Van der Hoogten is unbeaten on 21. Crane, who's just come in, is on 2. That 199 came in the game against Middlesex at the end of April.
So that was the 3rd game. And then it all changed after that. There was a draw against Derbyshire, a win down in Kent, and they never looked back. Bailey in, bangs that one in short. That's cut, and there is a man coming. He's not quite 3rd man, but is out in the deep sweeping. So there is a couple there for Tim van der Hoogten.
There's some lower order runs in that score as well. Cook getting 69, Van der Hoogten 28, and Leonard getting 47 at the end of that innings for Glamorgan to get to 199.
Yeah, Van der Hoogten, he can certainly strike a ball, and as Bailey comes in, if they are going to put up a fist of it, then it's going to come down to him to stick around. Although Crane has got a few 50s as well, certainly can score. James Harris to come, as well as Ned Leonard.
Yeah, a couple of first-class 50s for Mason Crane in his career.
Ambling in is Bailey, bowls, and that's played on the leg side through square. Easy single taken by Tim van der Hoogten. Yeah, another brilliant acquisition. We spoke about Sam Northeast earlier. That is the end of the over, incidentally, 149 for 7. Another notable acquisition. Test credential, of course, is Mason Crane. Invaluable experience, and has proved to be a valuable member of the squad here at Sophia Gardens. Former Hampshire man, of course.
It is a fantastic kind of response that opening month, isn't it, by Glamorgan? It's a defeat against Leicestershire, as you mentioned here, draw against Gloucestershire, defeat against Middlesex in that score where Glamorgan got 199, and then unbeaten since. Yeah. It started with that draw that could have gone their way, could have gone Derbyshire's way. It ebbed and flowed, and had that gone Derbyshire's way, who knows? Then they went down to Kent and won handsomely. And the big theme has been compiling big first innings tallies. That's provided scoreboard pressure, certainly, and not over reliant on certain individuals. That's we spoke about people pitching in the batting case. There's Balderson to Van der Hoogten. Oh, that's a lovely delivery.
Yep.
And too good for Van der Hoogten. Yeah, 31 batting bonus points for Glamorgan this season.
Which is a vast improvement.
And you compare that to, well, there's only one other, well, there's two other sides got more, which is Leicestershire, who are top, and Gloucestershire, who are fourth. But you know, they're way ahead of Derbyshire, Middlesex, Lancashire, Northamptonshire, Kent in terms of batting bonus points. Tapped away into the offside by Van der Hoogten.
Well, someone, by and large, has always had a score. And we've mentioned the two youngsters that have come to the fore as well.
So a pretty good all-round season then. Contributions from various different players. Sitting second in Division 2, Balderson to Van der Hoogten.
Good line.
Not for the first time, for the umpteenth time since lunch. He sent the ball down. That
He's got a nice action, isn't he? He's got a very good action. Just slings it down.
Yeah, a bit of a wry smile on his face. Picked up 2 wickets, and a little unfortunate not to have got Van der Hoogten's wicket. He's beaten him quite a few times. In again, the straighter ball, which he's defended this time, full face of the bat. Back to Balderson, there's no run. 149 for 7. It's got the 2 slip catchers, Michael Jones and Keaton Jennings, and the wide third man. There's a cover mid-off. There's a short leg in place now. George Bell under the helmet at forward short leg. It's mid-on. There's a deep mid-wicket and a fine leg. Cushioned away towards the leg side by Van der Hoogten. No addition to the score.
In terms of any recruitment drive on the part of Lancashire, I suppose it all depends who's at the helm, does it?
Well, yeah, I suppose there's a bit of that. I mean, they have added a couple of players for next season, so I suppose you have to kind of forward plan, even if you're not quite certain who might be the head coach. So they've signed 2 bowlers. That's off the inner half of the bat by Van der Hoogten. To the right of George Bell at forward short leg, out towards Wells on the square leg boundary. The single brings up the 150 for Glamorgan, 150 for 7. Tim van der Hoogten on 23. Mason Crane is on 3. So Coghlan from Durham has arrived, and Singdale from Gloucestershire has come as well. So they've made a couple of additions there. I think one or two of the younger lads who have not played first team cricket this season, for example, are out of contract. But I think the bulk of the squad will be around again for next season.
It will be Tom Bailey to continue. 3 wickets for 25. In he comes, right arm over from the River Taff. That's pulled. It is airborne, but Hartley was out there. I think it came off maybe his shoulder and dribbled over the boundary for 4.
It's a bit of an odd one, that, wasn't it? Maybe he just didn't pick it up at first. It kind of bounced in front of him and hit him on the side, didn't it? And in the end, deflected over the rope.
So 4 runs off the bat of Tim van der Hoogten, moves him to 27.
It was in the air, wasn't it?
It was for a long time. If it's there, it's there to be hit. Tim van der Hoogten's going to go for it. In comes Bailey. Bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery. Whizzes past the outside edge through to keeper Hurst.
Good response from Bailey. I don't think it's a bad approach from Van der Hoogten at all, is it? There's plenty of wickets been tumbling so far on the first day, and if he's there to have a go at, it's worth having a go. 27 from 58.
Yeah, a bit more cloud cover here at Sapphire Gardens as well as Bailey comes in. Bowls, and that's played on the onside, I think, about the run, but it's not taken as Wells comes in. A few more possibly fans that have come in the afternoon session, certainly in the stand that backs on to the Taft's trail with the river behind.
I was on the Taft's trail this morning.
Well, yeah. Lovely. You can go all the way up towards Pontypridd and beyond.
Oh, I didn't get that far.
If you deem fit.
That was too far for me, that.
In is Bailey. Oh, that's was a full toss, slipped out of the grasp of Tom Bailey.
I think he's gone for the slower ball, hasn't he, there, Tom Bailey, but not quite got that one as he was hoping for. But it's a lovely walk, isn't it, from the city centre?
Yeah.
Kind of meandering your way through the park and along the river and cut in towards the ground. Great spot.
Bailey is in and bowls and played just a bit of a squirt off the outside edge. Safely, though, all along the ground. And it's hauled back into Hurst. A single is taken, which brings Mason Crane on strike, who is on 3. Van der Hoogten moves on to 28. Yeah, there was all sorts going on in some of the most gigs that I've seen in Cardiff. There was something every weekend. There was a few in Blackweir Field, which is the adjacent field to us. Bailey is in and bowls. The Castle was the venue of a few more. And, of course, the Principality Stadium. End of the over. Glamorgan 155 for 7. So a bit of a rearguard action since Chris Cook's wicket by Tim van der Hoogten, who's unbeaten on 28. Crane is on 3.
So they actually hold events in the Castle?
They do.
Right,
they
okay.
do.
Nice.
I didn't go this year. I went to see the Manic Street Preachers last year. I think the Pet Shop Boys were there this year. Tom Jones was there.
Of course.
And there might have been a few more. Stevie Wonder was in Blackweir.
Nice.
So, very debatable. Nick Webb isn't keen on Blackweir being used as a venue at all.
Oh dear, why?
Because it affects the cricket pitches and so on. Personally, and this is only a personal opinion, other opinions are available, and I've played on Blackweir wicket. It's not the best cricket wicket anyway. There are better wickets, so the wickets will get back. So I think it's, at the end of the day, it brings an awful lot of money into the city's economy. But don't tell Nick Webb that.
Stevie Wonder can play wherever he wants
Exactly. My thoughts exactly.
Balderson to Van der Hoogten, back and across.
Alanis Morissette was there. She came.
Nice.
There was a good few. And they have announced that it will be a venue next year. So despite Nick's protestations...
No one's listening to Nick. No one ever listens to Nick anyway. Certainly not Stevie Wonder.
No.
155 for 7. That's a good lineup this summer, isn't it, across Cardiff? Live music.
Oh, there was
Onside by Van der Hoek.
something every weekend, or every week.
Do they stage any concerts here?
They have in the past. I'm not sure if there was this year. Obviously coincides with the cricket, but they get they've got the fireworks here.
Ah, okay.
That is
That's
staged.
not happened yet.
No, that is staged here.
Excellent.
But they have had gigs here in the past.
Balderson in to Van der Hoekten, who defends. No run. I was in Canterbury the other week for the Lancashire game there, and they were no ball, just overstepped. And they were very keen to promote Fireworks Night.
Oh, were they?
So we mentioned that quite a few times on the commentary. Fireworks Night in Canterbury. So Fireworks Night here in Cardiff as well, at Sophia Gardens in November. 157 for 7. Balderson in and balls to Van der Hoekten.
Yeah, unfortunately, because I was here a fortnight ago, it was the rain-affected T20 match between England and South Africa. 'Cause last year, of course, Australia visited in September. It was also a Friday night game, so the place was packed to the rafters, and we had good weather. It wasn't so kind this time, but I've seen that India are here for a one-day in June, I believe. Stand corrected on that.
Balderson to Van der Hoekten, drives away, and Bohannon tumbles to his left.
And I
stop the ball.
think Sri Lanka visits at the end of the season in a T20 international.
Okay.
So international cricket will return next year.
Nice. That looked like a bit of a filthy night.
Oh, it was
Africa
awful.
were here, yeah.
It was awful.
Final ball of the over. Balderson to Van der Hoekten. Again, has a little flirt with that. And Balderson, not for the first time, has gone past the edge of the bat. End of the over. It's 157 for 7. Van der Hoekten's on 28. Crane is on 3. And we've had 42 overs of Glamorgan's first innings. I shall have to go and update some radio.
Indeed.
There's a change.
Scott will depart for the time being, and there will be change at the River Taff end. It'll be Tom Hartley, the spinner. He hasn't taken any wickets so far, the only bowler who hasn't struck. 3 for Tom Bailey. Jake Blatherwick has taken 1. 2 for Balderson. And 1 for Tom Aspinwall. So it will be the spin of Hartley then from the river end. And on strike is the leg spinner Mason Crane. Hartley is in, coming left arm around, bit of a loosener, full toss, and it evades short cover, and they come through for a single. Glamorgan, who won convincingly in the corresponding fixture in Old Trafford. In is Hartley, bowls, and there's a good length delivery, but down to the pitch of the ball is Tim van der Hoekten, who's there. Good little knock by the Dutch international of 28. Slip in for Hartley. That's chopped down into the offside. And there's an easy single on offer as Jones hauls it into keeper Hurst. 159 for 7. So these two, well, Tim van der Hoekten just steadied things since Cook's departure in his Hartley bowls, and drags that one in slightly short and is banged into the ground by Crane into the offside for a single. So nothing much more on offer at the moment. Run rate is 3.7 in the 43rd over. Chopped again, and carbon copy of Mason's Crane's shot by Tim van der Hoogten. Single, another single, fourth single of the over. So Glamorgan just ticking along at the moment. Last ball of Tim Hartley's first over after lunch. Bowls slightly short of a length. Trying to get his action going after lunch. End of the over. And Glamorgan are 161 for 7. Tim van der Hoogten moves on to 30. Crane is 5. So just methodically going about their business are the home side. As Lancashire try and wrap up the tail as quickly as possible. And there will be a change at the Cathedral Road end as Scott comes back into the commentary box, and it will be Aspinall to take the reins and trying to add. He took a wicket this morning.
Yeah, he had a pretty short spell, didn't he, this morning? He bowled 4 overs, did collect that 1 wicket, went for 27, but quite a lot of runs down to third man off edges. So he comes back for his first spell since then. He's over the wicket, banging one in short, and it's walloped out towards the leg side for 4 by Van der Hoogten towards mid-wicket. Sat up nicely and slapped it away for 4 through the leg side.
Yeah. Nice juicy one for Tim van der Hoogten to start. He's not going to miss out on those.
No, it was. Short with a bit of width and hammered out towards mid-wicket to push the score to 165 for 7. Aspinall balls again. Oh, that's a much better ball, pushing it fuller. And that type of length has caused Van der Hoogten quite a few problems.
Yeah.
Not for the first time. You'll see ball just beating the outside edge. He's had some fun here though, hasn't he? 34 from 73. In comes Aspinall down the leg side this time. Stopped by the wicketkeeper Matthew Hurst. And there's no addition to the score. 165 for 7. So we're just about an hour or so into the afternoon session.
Yeah, crucial knock this. If you can stick around, and a long way to go, but if they can get up to that, well, 199, their lowest score.
Aspinall to Van der Hoogten off the back foot, going back and across, and taps the ball away towards the offside.
Of course, we will see what kind of wicket it is then when Lancashire reply. I don't think it is as bad as we've seen wickets tumbling.
No, it may have well have been a very good toss to win to ball first.
Again, same
again by Van der Hoogten. Through to Hurst.
Yeah, same kind of delivery on the full, bringing Van der Hoogten forward, lulling him into a false shot.
Final ball of the over. 6-5 for 7. Tom Aspinall bustles in. Goes for that Yorker again. Van der Hoogten digs it out, bouncing out towards Balderson at cover. And there's no run. It was a good comeback from Aspinall. His first ball was short and wide and was walloped through mid-wicket for 4. And he came back well the following 5 deliveries. 165 for 7. Van der Hoogten on 34. Crane on 5.
No Jimmy Anderson. Just to recap, he is suffering with a side strain, so 2 changes. No Anderson, no Shetty for Lancashire. Hartley and Blatherwick come in, and 2 for Glamorgan as well. Crane and Leonard into the 11 in place of Sitha Fernando, the Sri Lankan fast bowler, and Andy Gorvin. Hartley continues from the river end, coming left arm around. Forward is Crane to the pitch of the ball. Big stride in. And there's no run. Bailey Fields on the offside. In comes Hartley, and again defending resolutely is Crane, and it's another dot ball. Just trying to see this period out at Glamorgan, and now we're into the second session. Hartley in, and just dribbles out to point this time. There's no run. Slip in for Hartley, short leg as well. Trying to keep pressure on Glamorgan here, Lancashire. Hartley in, forward is Crane, same again. So good over here from Hartley. He has figures of 0 for 23 in his 7th over. Wicketless so far. Hartley is in, good length delivery, played firmly by Crane to mid-on, but there's no run. So this to round off a very good over, very economical. Tom Hartley comes in, left arm around, and that is the end of a very good over, maiden at that. Glamorgan 165 for 7. As they try and push on to get north of 200. Minimum overs today, 51. No rain in the capital. There's more cloud cover this afternoon, but first 3 days looking good.
Yeah, Saturday's a bit dodgy, isn't it?
Yeah.
If we get there.
Well, it's the first season of the URC rugby season, so it has to rain.
It's in the rules, that is it. It's got to rain when the rugby starts. Aspinwall to Van der Hoekten.
Cardiff will be at home to the Lions of South Africa, with all the uncertainty, conjecture surrounding Welsh rugby, as is always. Unfortunately, we seem to be discussing politics rather than the actual rugby forevermore.
165 for 7. Aspinwall to Van der Hoekten, forward in defence, and there's no run. Oh, it's a great sporting city, isn't it, Cardiff, for whether it's rugby, which is only obviously just on the other side of the park.
Well, the big benefit is you've got the centre slap bang in the middle of the city, which is walkable for pretty much everywhere.
Aspinwall short to Van der Hoekten, rocks back and pulls it, and toe ends it down towards fine leg. Blatherwick gets round to field to his right. Van der Hoekten takes a single, moves to 35, 166 for 7. Brings Mason Crane on strike, facing Tom Aspinwall, taking guard from the umpire. Coming down the pitch for a chat to Van der Hoekten. Slight tweak to the field. They did have a forward short leg in place for Tim Van der Hoekten, but that pit fielder is George Bell. He's gone into third slip now, so 3 slips for Crane. It's tapped out towards the leg side. Ball bouncing up towards Bailey at mid-on. And there's no addition to the score. Graham remains on 5. 166 for 7. Aspinwall loops back round, slightly hunched forward as he sets off. Straightens as he's into bowl, and that's rolling away down to third man.
Yeah.
Another 4 down to third man off a thickish outside edge. And Aspinwall again on the wrong end of it. Gray moves to 9. And Glamorgan 170 for 7.
The dreaded third man. There's been a fair few down in that vicinity.
Well, I had it at 38 when we checked just after the lunch break. I suspect that's increased further at 170 for 7. Yeah, make it 48 runs now. down to third man. The most runs anywhere else so far in this innings for Glamorgan. It's down the leg side by Aspinwall, taken by Hurst. End of the over. 170 for 7. Van der Hoogten on 35, Crane on 9. And this partnership has pushed its way up towards 27 now. Top partnership in the innings was Cook and Van der Hoogten, worth 40 between those two. There are 28 between Carlson and Ingram, 29 between North East and Carlson, and 20 between Tribe and North East.
It will be Hartley, the spinner, to continue from the River Taff end. On strike is Tim van der Hoogten, who will be first up with the ball for Glamorgan when that time comes. In comes Hartley, coming left arm around to the right-handed Tim van der Hoogten, slaps that into the ground on the offside for a single. So just a bit of a lull in proceedings at the moment, but Glamorgan won't mind if these two can remain out there. In comes Hartley, bowls, fires a quicker one that time, and just outside off stump, taken by Hurst.
Wasn't it? He darted that one in. His kind of white ball approach from Hartley was that, but he's varied his pace, his line, his length.
Slip in and a short leg as Hartley comes in to Mason Crane, slower that time, and that's played down to Hartley, fields. Hartley again, good spell here, maiden last over, and he's right on the money again.
Yeah, he's bowled a lot this season for Lancashire. I mean, I suspect this might be, in terms of overs he's sent down in a season, it will be right up there with probably his busiest so far in his career.
In he comes and bowls, good length delivery, and once more Crane is down, dabs that into the offside, and there's no run.
Pushing 340 overs sent down this season for Tom Hartley. And a couple of bowlers I think have sent down more.
Last ball of his over, bowls, full toss, and not the best delivery to end what was a very good over. Apart from that, that was well, not one he will want to look back on. Full toss and clobbered over mid-on by Crane for 4.
Yeah, well, that's a challenge, isn't it, for any spinner to keep kind of consistently, especially in the first innings of a match, consistently kind of tie an end down, be difficult to score against. Not necessarily be a wicket-taking threat, but just offer that sense of being able to keep one end nice and quiet. Maybe that's kind of consistently a challenge going forward for Tom Hartley. I think he's bowled pretty well this season, but he's bowled a lot early on this season at Old Trafford with not a great deal of conditions going his way. But a full bonger was a nice juicy one for Mason Crane to make the most of. Takes him to 15. Partnership to 34, yeah, kind of an irritating partnership from a Lancashire point of view. Aspinwall to Van der Hoogten, full and straight and driven down the ground, but for no run.
Yep, he's persevering with that line and length. Is Aspinwall trying to bring Van der Hoogten forward. Yeah, frustrating from a Lancashire point of view.
177 for 7. Aspinwall balls, 4 driven and 4 clattered away through the offside for Tim van der Hoogten. He moves on to 40 and the score to 181 for 7.
Yeah, very strong, and over pitching was Aspinwall, and Van der Hoogten wasn't going to miss out.
Yeah, he's the top scorer in the innings as well now. At 4, pushing him to 40. 3 more than what Chris Cook managed. Must be more balls, just back of a length and flicked away in the air, but safe enough down to Blatherwick on the fine leg boundary. 182 for 7. And a couple of players getting into 30s, Carlson and Cook.
Yeah, just psychologically, if they can get to 200, and obviously everything else is a bonus from where they were. Certainly things at lunchtime, and then losing Chris Cook quickly thereafter.
That's been Walter Crane. It's worked through square leg this time. Blatherwick making up the ground away to his left. Throw comes in towards the keeper's end. Crane jogs back for 2. And he moves on to 17, 184 for 7.
Yeah, crucial runs. 41 now, the partnership between these two. And Crane can bat as well.
That's been Walter Crane. That's 4. It's a terrific shot. Nailed that one away through the offside.
Yeah, just not quite on the money this over as Aspinall. Just over pitching once more. Not too dissimilar to the previous Tim van der Hoogten shot. That was squarer that time.
Yeah, it's not what Aspinall's trying to do, but that's been expensive today. Gone for 47. 1 ball left of his 7th over. Into Crane. It's clipped away through the leg side. There'll be a chase on here for both Wells and Blatherwick, and neither will get to it. Back-to-back boundaries to end the over. One crunched away through the offside and one clipped through square leg. Takes Crane to 25, and Glamorgan now looking at at least a score of 200, which looked a decent way off at one stage. 192 for 7.
Well, that was a T20 over from a Glamorgan perspective, because 15 coming off it, expensive from Aspinwall, and that's, as you mentioned, Scott, pushed them right up there. 199, the previous lowest, well, 199, the lowest score so far, so they will, or should, pass that tally. Crane has moved on to 25. Hartley coming in. Forward is Van der Hoogten.
The challenge that Lancashire have got is that when they get through Bailey and Balderson's opening spells, there is a sense that the pressure does get lifted.
Hartley coming in, left arm around to Van der Hoogten, who just plays that eyes a single but thinks otherwise.
It's not just their opening spells. When they're not bowling, they'll bring Bailey back in and bring Balderson back in. The scoring rate slows right down again, but it has a tendency to get released, that pressure, when they are out of a spell.
In is Bailey, fires a quicker one that time. That's chopped down, evades the man at backward point. And that is the 50 partnership up, and crucial runs they've been as well from a Glamorgan perspective. And the Hoogten moves on to 42. Mason Crane is unbeaten on 25.
A good pace as well, hasn't it?
Yeah.
That 50 partnership.
Hartley coming in, past the umpire, bowls, and that's a good length delivery that time, and just defended into the offside by Mason Crane, and there's no run.
With Tom Aspinwall, it's not a straightforward thing to do. This is just his 3rd first-class game all season. He's not played much red ball cricket for Lancashire.
Hartley, good length delivery by Hartley, and just prodded in defensive mode by Crane. Dot ball.
He played last week against Middlesex, and that was his first game since the opening match back in April. Yeah, so it's just not a lot of cricket being played.
And the consistency of playing week in, week out, it is difficult as Hartley comes in, bowls. And that is the end of a tight over by Hartley, just a single coming off it. Glamorgan 193 for 7.
So it's a pretty tricky task, isn't it? Being asked to to try and kind of just hit the money straight away, get right on track straight away. And you've just not bowled a lot this season in red ball
Has
cricket.
he been in one-day cup action?
Well, he wasn't in one-day cup actually. He was with the 100. But he did play really in that.
Yeah, and that is, as Nick was mentioning about Mason Crane, it is a problem if you're just on drinks duty.
It's not a lot of cricket by Aspinwall. So he's played quite a bit of T20 stuff for Lancashire, but it's forced Captain Bohannon to go back to, well, the choice is either Bailey or Balderson, and he's gone to Bailey for his second spell of the day. He picked up 3 for 30, Bailey. In and returns, swing and a miss from Van der Hookten, and through to Hurst. So I suppose going forward for someone like a Tom Aspinwall, who, assuming he wants to play red ball cricket, which I think he does. Obviously, he's playing this week. The challenge is to try and stay fit, get in the team, bowl consistently, isn't it? And that's just not happened this season for him. Bailey into Van der Hookten. That's a lovely ball, beating the Glamorgan batter. Different game when Bailey's bowling or when Balderson's bowling. A different challenge out in the middle. Bohannon being forced to go back to his premier bowler with runs coming too easily from one end. Bailey to Van der Hookten. That's deflected down towards fine leg. Matthew Hurst, the wicketkeeper, will go scampering after it. What's it come off? No bat? No, leg bye, just deflecting off the pad. It's a couple of leg byes actually. Van der Hookten stays on 42. Glamorgan move on to 195 for 7. Lancashire trying to wrap up this innings, but still 3 more wickets to take, and this partnership now worth 52. Bailey to Van der Hookten, full and driven. Oh, it's stopped by Bohannon. It's hit firmly, and Bohannon stopped it, but the ball deflected away to his right, and it's allowed them to get through for a single.
So Aspinwall was on the periphery of the originals
Yes,
squad, or team rather.
I mean, he may have played this year for them. I didn't follow every originals game, but didn't play a lot, and has been with the originals for the last couple of seasons.
Yeah,
but just not really playing too much. Bailey in bowls to Crane, and flicked away through the leg side. Blatherwick, who puts the miles in. He's quick. It's excellent from Blatherwick. He's a terrific fielder, and he's stopped the ball reaching the boundary. They've come back for 2, and it brings up the 200 for Glamorgan. Crane moves to 27. And it's 200 for 7 now.
Well, it didn't look likely at one stage, but they've improved on that 199 as Nick brings out the crucial biscuits.
Oh my word. Bailey in bowls to Crane. And that's worked to
the waffles, gosh.
Caramel waffles.
Wow.
Very nice.
There used to be cake in these parts, but those days have gone.
Yes.
Fresh cake we used to have.
Oh, that sounds lovely.
Yeah.
Why did that stop?
I don't know. Well, yeah, we'll have to have a word with the kitchen.
Inflation or something. 200 for 7. Crane on 27. 3 slips in place. Final ball of Bailey's first over back. He's over the wicket to Crane. And that's defended to cover. And there's no run. 200 for 7, Glamorgan. They've got to 200 when it looked a long way off.
It did, and psychologically will make a big difference when they look at the board and see 200 up. As Scott will take a break, and Nick Webb will take his place, and just runs that will frustrate Lancashire at this point. And these two are looking strong. Crane raced to 27. Van der Hookten is the main man and the highest scorer on 43. And as we know, Nick, he won't hold back. He'll play his shots.
Yes, Glamorgan have been doing very nicely in my absence. I was tempted to stay off the rest of the day. I was clarifying a couple of other points in terms of this members' forum.
All right. Any news?
Anything
juicy?
No, it's just clarification. Obviously, I read out the official statement earlier that they didn't support the reduction in fixtures. Okay. They actually voted against it, so it wasn't just an abstention. So I just wanted to check that one up. First spell from Luke Wells of the day with his leg spin. Distinctive appearance, tall and shaven-headed, and he starts with a ball that Van der Hoogten hits through the covers for a couple of runs. It's well stopped on the boundary. Thought I was heading for the boundary ropes at one point, but good save on the ropes.
Has your TV malfunctioned?
Yes, I'll have to press a button and see if anything happens. Probably
I'll smack it or something.
It's not ours. Here comes Wells and bowls, and Van der Hoogten defends on the onside. No run as the sun re-emerges from behind the cloud. 202 for 7. Van der Hoogten top score on 45. Crane on 27. Wells in, bowls, and Van der Hoogten turns it round the corner for a single. 203 for 7.
Important runs, because they were looking well off getting anywhere near 200 at one point.
Yes, at 143 for 7 or 103 for 6 was even worse, really, but they've added a further 100 since the fall of Billy Root just before lunch, when they look deep in the mire. But this is some degree of respectability as Crane dots that one down on the leg side, and it's now not their lowest score of the season, which remains the 199 they posted against Middlesex at Lords in round 3. Wells in to bowl, and Crane plays that one up to wide mid-off, no run.
Of course, Crane is a handy batter.
Yes, he's got a decent technique.
He's got a few half-centuries as well to his name.
Well organised, by and large. Leg spinner to leg spinner, and Crane turns that one around the corner for a single down to backward square. He moves to 28. It's 204 for 7, and Crane retains the strike. Also, there was clarification at the AGM that Asa Tribe has 2 years left on his existing contract. This is not a new contract. It was a contract signed earlier in the year. This is the subject of some confusion a couple of weeks ago.
So that would take him to where, Nick?
What do we end? 25, 27. So the end of 27.
Right, okay.
So that's
which is good news,
the
obviously.
End of 27, yeah.
In comes Bailey, and that's struck a nice sound off the meat of the bat for no run.
And the negotiations that he spoke of in an interview were in terms of developing, maybe upgrading the current contract.
Well, to be fair, Mark Wallace said that they were in the middle of discussions, and Tribe deservedly was needing a better contract given his contributions this year, as Bailey comes in, right arm over, and that's off the inside edge down to backward square for a single.
So at the moment we've got until the end of 27 Van der Hoogten, Dixon, Tribe, Byram, Horton and Smale, and Callaway until the end of 28.
Yeah.
It's a handful until the end of 26, and
there's a few
I'll make it about 4 on the current staff that I need to clarify.
There's a few who are in their final year next year, and there. So
Yeah.
Bailey comes in, chops down, then they'll have to go quickly for a single, and there's a shy. I'm sure they would have been out as Crane sort of meandered through. There was a bit of confusion and a lack of communication between the two, and should have been out. Bailey came in and direct hit, yes.
I think
Crane
Crane
would have
started slowly, then dashed down the middle of his run, and then gave up towards
Gave up,
the
thought
end.
he was out anyway. And
Thought he
then-
was out, would have been out with a hit, but
Well, he would have, without question. Bailey can't believe it. There's a bit of a wry smile on the bowler's face as he wheels round from the Cathedral Road end, right arm over, passes the umpire, sun shining through, piercing through the clouds, thus played firmly by Crane to mid-wicket, where Wells is fielding.
But the events of this afternoon session, I think, give some backing to our earlier views that it's not a terror track and it wasn't a 6 wickets down before lunch
No.
sort of track.
No, I think it was the last game of the season track. In comes Bailey. Good length delivery, chopped down into the offside by Crane. Crane, of course, had previously had a new contract, hadn't he? I think he's got a couple of years. That wasn't up for debate. I don't think, Mason Crane.
No, he's not one of the ones that we have to check.
No, there's a few coming to the end next year. I think James Harris falls in that category. Tim van der Hoogten possibly is next year, is he, Nick?
No, he's 27. Van der Hoogten.
He's a 27 as well. Okay. As we await any more new names, of course, over the winter period. Bit of a rejig in the field. Man goes to deep square as Bailey starts his run up and bowls. Oh, that's a good length delivery, and that climbed through to keeper Hurst. Passes the outside edge of Mason Crane. That was the end of Bailey's over, his 13th, 3 wickets for 37. Glamorgan have steadied proceedings, 206 for 7. Bit of a conflab in the middle between Tim van der Hoogten and Mason Crane. Yeah, we'll have an idea how tough a wicket it is when Lancashire reply.
Yeah, I think Lancashire bowled well, to be fair, and Glamorgan didn't bat hugely well. There was a little bit of movement early on, but nothing.
Bit of a
out of the
debatable
order.
decision as well thrown in.
And the one decision against Carlson. Van der Hoogten steps back and cuts the first ball of Wells's new over out to deep point, and there is no run. There's one run rather. He moves to 48, 207 for 7. As Wells is into bowl, and Crane knocks it into the same gap and also goes through for a single.
Well, Kellaway was a crucial contract
Yes.
to secure, because I'm sure there would have been a few counties circling the wagon, so to speak.
Yes, so the key renewals have pretty much been done. 1 or 2 still in question, maybe, or still to be clarified, as Van der Hoogten defends on the offside. And the question of recruitment: who will be Glamorgan's overseas bowler next season? Will they ask Fernando back, or will they get any other leading international options? Van der Hoogten plays this one on the leg side, but it's well fielded at mid-wicket by Hartley, and there's no run. About crowded now, actually. It's probably higher than the championship average, I'd say.
Yeah, a few more, especially banking onto the Taft's trail.
Wells in. bowls. Van der Hoogten leg glances and will pick up a couple of runs as the ball trickles down towards fine leg. Won't have the strength to reach the boundary. Balderson has some ground to make up though. And they're through for 2. Van der Hoogten onto 48 not out. Mid on, mid off in particular, a little dropped back in case he tries to hit over the top. Oh, that one bounced a bit from Wells. Crane will be encouraged to see that. Van der Hoogten doing well to get on top of it. Played it down on the offside. 210 for 7. We have through 53 overs here at Sapphire Gardens. Van der Hoogten 48, Crane 30, and their partnership is worth 67.
Yeah, pushing on to the tea break, Glamorgan, and at one stage it looked as if they were going to be bowling by tea, but they've dug in these two. Partnership is worth a handy 67, more than handy, with Van der Hoogten nearing half a century. It's Crane on strike, he's unbeaten on 30, and it will be Bailey to continue from the Cathedral Road end. Right arm over, slings that one in, guided down just to point though, and there's no run. Again, slightly overcast, no danger of rain though in the Welsh capital. We should get at least 3 full days of looking at the forecast. Famous last week.
That may be enough for a full match, judging by the clatter of wickets this morning.
Could be Bailey coming in to Crane, who is content to play defensively, and is played up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Hannon, the captain. Few running repairs for Van der Hoogten. Just rearranges his gloves and a few other things. Changing the field as well. There are 3 slips in for Mason Crane. Mid off, mid on. Cover, backward point. As Bailey slings it in, and Crane tried to played it on the onside. Ricochet just dropped down in front of him, and there's no run. Mid wicket. Deep backward square, and there's field as well at backward point. Conventional field then. Lancashire still on the attack, eyeing these 3 wickets to wrap the tail up. Bailey in, who's taken 3 wickets, bowls fullish and played firmly by Crane once more, only as far as short cover.
No, this is already more than Glamorgan looked likely to score when Root was out at 103 for 6. It's not a great total by any means. You would have thought that maybe 300 would be par, and they'll do well to get that far.
But far more to work with than they'd imagined at one point. Bailey just rearranging his field. There's a long leg and backwards, deep backward square, as it's played firmly, defensively, again by Crane towards the captain, Hannon, who's aggressively shining the ball, trying to create something, conjure a wicket. There's a bit of movement out there, and that was incidentally called a no ball.
Yeah, second to the over.
Bailey starts his run-up and bowls full and whipped on the onside where it's fielded. Deep backward square comes around. Thrown back to Hurst. Glamorgan moved on to 215. So everything a bonus now for Glamorgan. Sure, Van der Hoogten himself will fancy having a crack later on. He's got some work with the bat first of all, though, and leaves that whiz past his bat.
In Division 1, Hampshire, who are in danger of relegation, if indeed there is relegation, have bowled Surrey out for 147. And Surrey, of course, need to win to have any chance of overtaking Nottinghamshire at the top of the table. Warwickshire are 90 for 2 against Notts at Trent Bridge.
In is Bailey, bowls full good length delivery, and Van der Hoogten's beaten on his outside edge, and that is the end of the over. Morgan 215 for 7.
And Worcestershire already down by some margin. They're 40 points adrift behind Durham, who run 140. Hampshire 142, Yorkshire 146, Essex and Sussex 150. Reading upwards in the First Division table. So Durham need to pick up some points on Yorkshire or overtake Hampshire, but Hampshire have put themselves in a really good position in that match against second place Surrey. Worcestershire, the bottom side, were bowled out for just 123 by Sussex, who are 53 for 3. So Sussex are all but mathematically safe, with 153 points now. As Bohannon brings himself on for a trundle, and his first ball sees Crane taking a single out to deep point. So Bohannon, the acting captain, doing duties for the first time, taking over from Jennings, stroke Harris, stroke Anderson. Bohannon bowls, Van der Hoogten drives, punches it firmly, but straight to cover, and there is no run. So it's slightly unusual, really, because although Lancashire are doing well, they've used 7 bowlers in 55 overs. Tends to happen more often when the bowling side's struggling. Bohannon in, right arm medium. Van der Hoogten flicks it down to fine leg for a single to move to 49 not out. He's reached 50 twice this season. And indeed, he's reached 60 twice this season, 62 and 61. A few runs in recent weeks, a few 30s here and there, and vital runs for Glamorgan as Crane picks up another single down to Balderson at fine leg, and there is no run. Aspinwall has been expensive as he conceded that 16 off 1 over to Chris Cook, including 3 boundaries in a row down to third man. Blathwick's been a touch expensive, but has 1 wicket. As Van der Hoogten back on his stumps there, turning it away to backward point for the single that brings up his half century. It has taken 105 deliveries, and it includes 6 fours.
Yeah, fine knock from Tim Van der Hoogten at a stage where Glamorgan really needed it. They were under the cosh with wickets tumbling all around him, but he stayed calm and assured.
As Crane digs it out and plays it on the offside. No run to end the over. 219 for 7. Van der Hoogten's 50. Crane has 33.
6 fours as Dr. Hignell announces on the tannoy. Fine knock by Van der Hoogten to get Glamorgan out of spot of bother. Bailey will persevere from the Cathedral Road end. He's been the pick of the bowlers wickets wise, 3 for 42. This his 15th over. and he starts his run-up. Van der Hoogten is on strike, having struck his 50, down in defensive mode, and there's no run.
Yeah, tends to get very square playing those defensive shots, doesn't he?
He was square there.
But successfully so far.
2 slips now, and there is we were alluding to the fact that there hasn't been a covered third man. They are pushing men out there now. Bailey in, bowls, and just straying down leg that time, and is helped on its way square of the wicket by Van der Hoogten, who moves to 51. 220 for 7. So tea obviously earlier, given that matches start at 10:30 in September. This is Tom Bailey coming in and bowls. It's a fullish delivery, and it's short of second slip.
Yes, it was a clear edge towards Jennings, but didn't carry. Let's see how far short of him it fell on the replay. Not very far.
No.
About 9 inches maybe, but clearly taken on the bounce. And no appeal.
So more frustration then for Tom Bailey and Lancashire. Here he comes, coming in and bowls. Good length delivery. And Crane is down to the pitch of the ball once more, and is looking very comfortable.
Rather tongue-in-cheek message on X from Jeff Ace, who says stability would be good for Glamorgan next season. I'd suspend promotion and relegation and allow the elite Division 1 teams to focus on excellence. Howls of derision from Lancashire listeners and viewers.
Indeed, indeed, because we were speaking about that, myself and Scott, earlier, that the last time Glamorgan were there, they were only there for a season.
Yes.
In comes Bailey, bowls, so they need to consolidate if they can. However, easier said than done, given the how tough it's going to be, and we've seen it tough for the promoted teams this year.
Yeah, there is obviously a move up in the overall standard. Whether it's possible to, as Sussex have shown, to be mid-table.
Bailey comes in, bowls, and there's no run on the offside. That is the end of Tom Bailey's over. Wonder if that'll be it for him. We'll see. Glamorgan 220 for 7. There's a few running repairs for Tim van der Hoogten.
I was reading out Asitha Fernando's batting stats earlier.
20 runs or something.
20 runs as an average 3.3. Ben Bonney said, I thought you were reading my batting stats out, Ben. Ben, who, bless him, turned up at Derby on the final day to witness Glamorgan's promotion, but didn't quite. It was the last day, and Glamorgan were, well, you'd have to say 99.9% sure of going up by the time we left the grounds, but the fact that Lancashire and Middlesex was still ongoing, despite the fact that Middlesex had no chance of winning it at that stage, meant that Glamorgan couldn't quite celebrate.
As promotions go, it was quite unspectacular, but Glamorgan won't care a jot about that, I'm sure.
No. Yes, as Bohannon comes in for his second over from the River Taff end and bowls to Van der Hoogten, who pushes it to cover, and there's no run. I think half the squad had picked up their own cars at Newport, half were on the bus on the way back to Cardiff, and I was listening to Scott and his BBC colleagues commentating on the motorway somewhere in the West Midlands as Bohannon is in to bowl and Van der Hoogten blocks it.
So there was no party at all?
There was no party at all. I managed to find it wasn't a motorway that I was on at that stage, so I managed to find a lay-by to pull in fairly quickly and send a few social media messages and emails just to make sure, but the people at the base were monitoring as well. as Van der Hoogten will pick up another single, turning it off his legs down to backward square, a shot that's proved popular with him. He's on 52, it's 2-2-1 for 7. David Battersby messages to say that his new contribution to the Research Monograph series, illuminating various areas of cricketing history. Crane defends this one up to mid-off, no run. It's a look at a Glamorgan tour to the West Indies and Bermuda in 1970 from David, with contributions by Andrew Hignell, and that's available at the Welsh Cricket Museum should people be interested in that particular corner of Glamorgan history. Bohannon bowls. There's an appeal for LBW. Crane was trying to turn it off his legs, which suggests that he was probably going down leg side, and they go through for a leg bye. So thank you to one and all for your contributions. Email's the best way to contact us these days. Glamorgan at bbc.co.uk. Van der Hoogten defends another one back to Bohannon. 2:22 for 7, double Nelson. 1 foot off the ground, please. We've got 7 overs to go till tea, or what is laughingly called the tea interval, albeit at a very early stage in the afternoon in September.
Returning to bowl at the and George Balderson.
Lancashire shuffling their bowlers pretty frequently today.
George Balderson, who has taken a couple this morning.
Yeah, most economical, barring Bohannon, who's only bowled a couple of overs.
2 wickets for 26 as he starts his 15th over. So 2 slips in. There is a third man, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and deep backward square. In he comes, his first ball of his latest spell, and it's a decent ball as well. Prodded into the offside, there's no run. Nelson up 2-2-2.
Yes, Bailey's had a couple of first ball of spells wickets. First ball of the match and the first ball of his afternoon spell to get rid of Chris Cook, and the Bailey-Balderson battle is level at 35 all wickets in the season.
Balderson coming in, bowls slightly short of a length, and that's played on the offside, and there's no run as it's fielded by Aspinwall. Two. They were 103 for 6, then 143 for 7 were Glamorgan. Balderson bowls, and that's fended down to third man.
And there is one. Tom Hartley.
Where an awful lot of runs have gone. I think the wagon wheel suggested that there was over 40 that had leaked down to that area. As Balderson comes in and bowls, good length delivery. Forward is Van der Hoogten, still looking strong on 52. Glamorgan 223. So the next target would be 250.
Yeah, seemed way out of contention at one point, didn't they? Lancashire had the 2 bowling points by lunch, but haven't wrapped up the third as yet.
Balderson in and bowls. It's another good length delivery. Good over this from George Balderson. He's got his line where he wants it. 2 for 37.
Yeah, Balderson, by the way, one of the ever-presents in this Lancashire side in the championship season, of whom there are several. Wells, Jennings, Bohannon, Hurst and Balderson have played in all 14.
Balderson comes in and bowls, and that's chopped into the ground only as far as point, where it's fielded and whizzed back to the gloves of the keeper. There's no run. The end of the over. Only one coming off that George Balderson over. Glamorgan at 2-2-3 for 7.
Glamorgan, in contrast, only have the 2 who've played in all the championship games, which is Kieran Carlson and Zain Ul Hassan. And Kieran Carlson, indeed, is the only player who's played in every game of the Glamorgan first team season.
There's some stat, isn't it?
Yes. I believe he's the PCA rep as well. So, yeah, I thought, there's probably the opportunity to take a break at the end of the one-day cup had he needed to when Glamorgan were out of contention, but he persevered as Crane defends the first ball back to Bohannon.
Especially when they knew that they couldn't progress.
Yeah.
Which was won by Worcestershire.
Yes, an excellent final. You feel sorry for Kyle Abbott, though, the Hampshire seamer. As Crane flicks one on the leg side.
Has that been confirmed that it is staying at Trent Bridge next year? Because there was some debate that it might move back to Lord's.
Ah, now you're asking. I didn't get to the one-day cup section of that lengthy missive. Bohannon bowls. Crane chops it away for a single out towards point. Moves to 35, 2-2-4 for 7. I'll try and get to the relevant bit of your query. I'm not sure if it states the final or not as yet. Bohannon bowls. Van der Hoogten forward, driving fairly gently to wide mid-off, where Bell fields. Still appears to have on the short leg fielding pads, which doesn't help you when you're scampering around the outfield or trying to. Bohannon keeping things tight. In to bowl. Van der Hoogten drives. It eludes the bowler, but is mopped up by Bell at mid-off, and there is no run. So Lancashire putting some brakes on with some tight bowling, even if they haven't been able to make the breakthrough. Or a further breakthrough. Bohannon bowls. Van der Hoogten pulls towards mid-wicket. It's really well stopped by Tom Hartley. Looked as though that one was sizzling towards the boundary, but it's another dot ball. And Glamorgan remain on 2-24 for 7. The Metrobank One Day Cup, same format, and nothing specifically stated about the final as to the venue. So Championship and One Day Cup are the same. Vitality Blast is changed.
Yes. Reduction. Obviously there's a change in format as well, with the 3 groups of 6.
So Glamorgan are in with the Bears, i.e. Birmingham / Warwickshire, Gloucestershire, Northants, Somerset and Worcestershire. Lancashire, give you after this ball. Which is driven by Crane to point, and there is no run. Lancashire next season will be in with Derbyshire, Durham, Leicestershire, Notts and Yorkshire, albeit there'll be a couple of random matches against some other groups to make it up to 12. Here's Balderson in to bowl to Crane, who defends that one, and there is no run. This will allow counties. Oh, it's going to be changed after a couple of years. The groups again in the Blast to play against all 18 counties over time on a rolling basis during the group stage of the competition. I mean, to be honest, it's going to be a bit odd for Glamorgan playing Durham, say, in that. Balderson bowls and Crane pushes it on the leg side. Wells fields aggressively at mid-wicket, pings the throw into Hurst. But yeah, Glamorgan, Durham or Yorkshire maybe for a T20 Blast game would seem a lot of travelling for a short match.
Yes.
And I'm sure Lancashire against Kent, say, maybe would be the same.
In comes Balderson, and that's flashed past the outside edge, and there's no run. 2-2-4 for 7.
What time's tea going to be? 4 overs after this ball.
So
about 20 past.
81 partnership. Nobody would have envisaged that at the outset as Balderson comes in and bowls, and that's just slightly short of a length that time. But it's a dot ball and it's a maiden.
Yeah, so the run rate drying up somewhat as Van der Hoogten and Crane develop this partnership of 81 so far. 4 overs to go until tea.
Returning to bowl at the river end, Jack Blatherwick.
So Bohannon's certainly chopping and changing his bowlers. His 3 overs were tight for just 6 runs. But it'll be Blatherwick, most expensive of the seamers, 1 for 43 off 8. Got the wicket of Tribe early on, caught behind for 8. It's a Tribe who will be at Glamorgan for a further 2 seasons under his contract. 224 for 7. Blatherwick to Van der Hoogten, down leg side. There's an appeal from second slip for caught behind. An appeal which is not really backed up by keeper or bowler.
Sorry, pardon. I think
Yes, at best. A little flick off something, but nothing much. So the end result of all this discussion is that there's a tweak in the Blast. We'll find out whether that's enough to please the players. Probably slightly
revolutionary tweak.
Blatherwick in. Bowls. That one's gone down leg side, and again Van der Hoogten failing to make contact. Good take by Hurst. Yeah, I mean, I can see where players are coming from, playing a home game one day and an away game the next, or vice versa. It's something that does make you feel as if you're in a bit of a rush, even if you're just commentating on it. So obviously if you have to do the physical side of it, it's even worse. As Van der Hoogten chops down on that one, it might have kept a touch low, played it very dead bat, and Blatherwick strolls down the pitch to collect. So if you play an evening game one night and you have to travel maybe and then get home from your county base, you're not going to get to sleep before probably about 2 o'clock as a player. And then if you're up and having to play another game the next day, not ideal. I understand that bit of it, certainly. Van der Hoogten drives, or tries to drive, and gets an inside edge down to fine leg. Balderson is the fielder, 1 run.
It mixes things up as well in terms of different opponents because there's been an air of familiarity for years now in the current format.
In the North-South split, yes,
Yeah.
they've gone back to the old groups that started the competition back in the day, dear boy, 2003, when it was the bright, shiny new thing on the county scene, albeit the players might not have taken it hugely seriously to start with, before they realised that it would provide more bums on seats than anything else. Crane steers this one down towards point, but there is no run, as Wells does the fielding. 225 for 7. 3 overs to go to tea. The game's gone into a little bit of a stalemate.
Less overnights as well, Nick, in the Midlands, possibly.
As the next delivery is a bouncer that sails harmlessly over Crane's head. He has a quick look at the square leg umpires, so sure that's not a wide. No signal. 225 for 7 still. Yeah, Northampton is a bit
Probably
of a trap
on the cusp
for there and back on the day, but
the other two obviously doable.
Worcestershire, Warwickshire, depending on the time of the day, really,
Yeah.
and where they fall in the schedule and all that. But Lancashire, I suppose, would have, on average, slightly less travelling, but the random game against someone else, no idea. Presumably they'll just have to pick that out of a hat.
Is that going to be a lottery?
I'd have thought so.
Yeah.
Be very difficult to do it on rankings.
So it is Balderson from the Cathedral Road end. That's a good shout, and it's out. It looked out, and Tim van der Hoogten's knock comes to an end. It's been a timely and crucial innings by the Dutch international. It steered Glamorgan to possible safety, who knows, but it's been invaluable. But he departs for 53 LBW to George Balderson.
Yes, we've been having to be awake on the first ball of overs. There have been at least 3 that have fallen to the first ball of an over. On a couple of occasions, the first ball of a spell. But Van der Hoogten's done a pretty solid job there. His third half century of the season. Played around that one, and you always felt he was going to be in danger. So 225 for 8. And I suppose the remaining question is whether Glamorgan can scramble a batting bonus point at 250.
Well, it was a very good partnership of 82 between Tim van der Hoogten and Crane.
Came off about 25 overs, 37th to the 62nd, so just over 3 and over.
Incoming batter, James Harris, who can, as we know, he can bat a bit as well.
Yeah, winning the vote over Ned Leonard, who's not by nature number 11, but there we are. 225 for 8.
250 the target as we edge ever closer to tea.
And 1 wicket needed by Lancashire for maximum bowling points. And, of course, if they take 1 now, we will play on so that
They
we
can
don't
wrap
get
it up.
an innings break followed by tea shortly afterwards. But that if Harris and Crane can't last a further 17 deliveries, which is what's scheduled until tea.
So, James Harris takes guard. In comes Balderson with 3 wickets for 37. Full, and Harris is to the pitch of the ball, and there's no run. Bowled well has Balderson. Best. Still protection, third man, deep backward square. Oh, that's come back at Harris, I believe. That could have passed his inside edge. Might have to see this one again. Flew past the bat. As they try and wrap this Glamorgan innings up, they've been frustrated by the tail, by Van der Hoogten and Crane, who's still there on 35. This is James Harris on strike, forward, defending, and prods it out to the offside. It's fielded by Tom Aspinall.
Cracking partnership by Tim and Mason. 8, 9, 10, 11 will all need to chip in next season, says Hugh Griffiths. Thank you for your kind words about our coverage here. Much appreciated.
In comes Balderson, and again this is a very good over. Wicket maiden. Well, 1 to go. Another dot ball.
Join the dots, as they say. Lancashire doing that at the moment.
Wheeling round is Balderson coming in from the Cathedral Road end, and it's a fullish delivery, but forward of the pitch of the ball once more is James Harris, carbon copy of the previous delivery, and there is a wicket maiden for George Balderson, who has impressive figures of 3 for 37.
Yeah, Balderson and Bailey taking the honours, 3 apiece. 6 wickets fell in the morning session. Glamorgan were 114 for 6 at lunch, so they probably have taken the afternoon session as is, adding a further 111 for the loss of Chris Cook for 37 and Tim van der Hoogten for 53. As Blatherwick in to bowl to Crane, down leg side. Crane gets his hands out the way. At Chelmsford, Somerset are 200 for 4 against Essex, but Somerset's hopes of the title realistically gone. Hampshire doing their best to save themselves and hand the title to Notts. Hampshire 33 for 0 after bowling Surrey out for just 147. 3 wickets there for Fuller and Washington. Pull shot by Crane. Thought for a moment that he was going to hole out at square leg, but he didn't really get hold of it, and they take a single. Nottinghamshire top of the heap going into this round. Warwickshire 104 for 3 against Notts, 41 overs, so quite slow going there, but Notts doing better than the Surrey anyway. Worcestershire against Sussex. Sussex 87 for 4 in reply to Worcestershire's 123, so they're tumbling wickets at New Road. Yorkshire against Durham. Durham 175 for 5, Bedingham 69 not out. As Harris is forward, playing that one to point, and there's no run. 2 sides in some difficulty. Yorkshire on 146 points, Durham on 140, so realistically that's a game that Durham need to win, unless they draw and someone else above them loses. Division 2, most things are settled. As Harris turns one on the leg side, and there's no run. Champions Leicestershire 252 for 6 against Northants. Eskenazi is 79 not out, their top scorer, former Middlesex man. I think that's a move for next season that's happened early. Middlesex 263 for 4 against Gloucestershire. Laius Deploy 111 not out. Very short ball from Blatherwick. Surely that'll be called a wide. Yes, it is. as the umpire revolving to give the wide, as if he's either looking to prove it to the spectators as well, or he isn't quite sure where the scorers are. And Canterbury, Derbyshire, 238 for 2. Lewis Rees 87 not out. And Aaron Donald 55. Harris is hit on the pads. There's an appeal from Blatherwick, but it didn't look as convinced or convincing as previous inquiries from the Lancashire bowlers. 227 for 8, Glamorgan. Carlson 34, Cook 37, Van der Hoogten 53, Crane 36 not out. Off the top order were rather blown away. 103 for 6 at one point. Blatherwick bowls and beats Harris, lunging forward. Yet to get off the mark, James Harris, but he's still there. And with 1 over to go till tea, unless a wicket falls, Glamorgan are 227 for 8.
Yes, just trying to consolidate now before the tea interval. With Mason Crane now the player trying to take it on after Tim van der Hoogten's departure. But partnership of over 80 runs has given Glamorgan a fighting chance on the first day, with Balderson continuing with 3 wickets to his name. This the last over before tea. It's partially stopped and it's ricocheted into the wickets at the non-strikers end, but Harris backing up, and there's no run. Targeting 250 and targeting a bonus point are Glamorgan. Balderson coming in. Bowls slightly short of a length that time, but is pushed towards mid-off, and there is no run on offer. So Glamorgan will be bypassing Worcestershire, who are rooted to the bottom of Division 1.
Yeah, a bit of a shame.
There's
always enjoy going there.
As Balderson comes in, and that's played down to a third man where there is a fielder, but there's a bit of a scrap then for the other position. Durham, Hampshire, Yorkshire as well have been dragged down into the mix.
Yeah, that Yorkshire-Durham game will have a bit of bite to it this week.
Yorkshire having only got promoted last year from Division 2. Balderson coming in, right arm over from the Cathedral Road and full, and played firmly by Harris, only as far as mid-on, and there's no run. 228 for 8. 2 balls to go before tea. Here at Sophia Gardens, still sunshine piercing through the clouds above the capital. And Glamorgan have fought back, having lost Chris Cook early on in the second session, thanks largely to Tim van der Hoogten, aided by Mason Crane. He's now been joined by James Harris.
Yeah, Harris fairly strokeless so far. And they're making him wait because they're bringing on an extra helmet for Bell to go on the lid at short leg, or silly point. Short leg.
Yep. Short leg is in with 2 balls to go. In comes Balderson, who's been on song with the ball for Lancashire. That's played into the offside defensively by James Harris, and there's no run. This is the final ball then before the tea interval. Still glorious conditions out there. after the deluge last week everywhere around the country. Standing up to Balderson with a short leg in place. The final ball then of this session. Ball, and it's just left by Harris, and that is the end of competitive second session. It ebbed and flowed. Lancashire would have been buoyed having taken the wicket of Chris Cook, but back came Glamorgan, courtesy of 50 by Tim van der Hoogten. A partnership of over 80 between him and Mason Crane means that they are making a fist of it, the home side. Still a bit of work to be done on this first day, but from where they were, they're in a far better position at Glamorgan as they trudge off for tea here at Sophia Gardens. They are 228 for 8. We'll be back after the tea interval.
I've got some latest scores from the other games in the Rothesay County Championship around the country, starting at the Utility Bowl, where Surrey have been dismissed by Hampshire for 147, and in reply Hampshire are 34 without loss. It's tea at Northampton, where Leicestershire have moved on to 252 for 6. At Headingley, Durham are 185 for 5, that's against Yorkshire. At Chelmsford, Somerset, batting first against Essex, have moved on to 211 for 4 at the interval. At New Road in Worcester, Worcestershire were dismissed by Sussex for 123, and in reply Sussex are 96 for 4. It's approaching the tea interval at Lords, where Middlesex have moved on to 269 for 4 in the 63rd over against Gloucestershire. It's also approaching the tea at Trent Bridge, where Warwickshire are 118 for 3, that's against Notts. And it's tea time at the Spitfire St Lawrence in Canterbury, where Derbyshire, playing Kent, have moved on to 238 for 2. A reminder, as far as refreshments are concerned, that a full range of food and drink can be purchased in the Pyramid Lounge, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. Don't forget, there's a 10% discount for all Glamorgan members and season ticket holders on your food sales. Hot drinks and snacks are also available for purchase from the mobile unit situated beneath the Castor Howell stand at the Cathedral Road end of the stadium. You can also purchase snacks from the vending machine at the rear of the indoor school. The Glamorgan Club shop, run by Missouri Sports, will be open until the close of play this evening. It's situated opposite Gate 2 and, as always, it's selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit. If you're seeking a score sheet for these games, they are available completely free of charge from reception. Reception is on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion, and that's where you can also purchase a copy of the 2025 Glamorgan Yearbook. The Museum of Welsh Cricket is also open. It's situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre. Together with the Glamorgan Cricket Heritage Gallery, the facility has recently had a refurbishment thanks to a very generous grant from the Welsh Government. It means there are lots of new information panels and bilingual displays for you to enjoy, as well as some new films, and that includes the memory match, which is being shown every interval. So today, as well as on the remaining days of this game during the intervals, and also during any other unforeseen delays in play, you can watch the game between Glamorgan and the 1993 Australians. The game took place at the Knoll in Neath. The museum also has a number of second-hand cricket books and old Glamorgan yearbooks, which, together with a range of other items and souvenirs, are on sale to raise funds for the running of the museum. Now, amongst those items on sale are the latest research monographs, including the one written and published only last week by David Battersby, which looks at Glamorgan's tour of the West Indies and Bermuda in 1970, the year after Glamorgan won the county championship. There's also an opportunity for you to purchase the research monographs looking at the history of women's and girls' cricket in Wales, as well as the history of cricket in Wales before 1837. And the museum will be open until the end of the tea interval today, or during all the intervals tomorrow. To resume the Glamorgan first innings after tea, Mason Crane and James Harris.
Couldn't have put it better ourselves. Glamorgan 228 for 8 against Lancashire here on BBC Sport Online and BBC Sounds and on the county's video streams as well.
To resume the bowling for Lancashire at the River End.
Yes.
Jack Blatherwick.
Thank you. He's got 1 wicket. Tom Bailey and George Balderson have got 3 apiece. Tom Aspinwall's got 1 as well. And Josh Bohannon winning the toss. You say it was his first time skippering in...
He might have done it before.
You're backing down.
No, I think it is. I'm sticking with it. I'm absolutely certain of it now. I'm going all in. I'm completely convinced it is.
Good.
With about 80%.
It's an interesting definition of completely. Here comes Blatherwick and bowls down leg side, and Crane makes no contact.
In fact, and I don't know if this is... Well, it is a stat, but it's completely pointless ones, really. Bohannon is 29th on the list as most games before first-class captaincy. So he's played 91 first-class matches for Lancashire. He's 29th on the list. There we go.
Who's going to captain next week? Who's been around for a bit? Oh, Josh. Can you do it? Blatherwick bowls, and Crane will take a single, angling the ball into a gap at point as Bell picks up at the second attempt.
So yeah, there we go. There's a little random stat. 29th on the list as most games before first captaincy in first-class cricket for Lancashire.
There we are.
Completely and utterly pointless that was. But thank you to Gary, who sent me the message.
Surprised that anyone has bothered to make that list, really.
There's always someone somewhere.
229 for 8. Harris on strike, yet to score, and remains that way as he's struck on the pad.
So yes, I mean he's been the club's vice captain for certainly this season. He was last season as well. I'm pretty sure, maybe even the one before that. But when Jennings was moved aside,
careful how you word it.
Well, what do they say in football when the manager gets
vote of confidence?
No, it's mutual agreement. That's it, isn't it? That's the football one.
Blatherwick in to bowl. Harris wrapped on the pads. Blatherwick inquires. Umpire says no.
So when Keats and Jennings was mutually agreed to step aside,
would you like to mutually agree, or shall we say you've been sacked?
Then they didn't appoint Bohannon, who was the vice captain. Instead, they went to Marcus Harris, and then when Harris was unavailable, they gave the captaincy to James Anderson. And with Jimmy being injured and Harris being back in Australia, Bohannon gets his chance.
Blatherwick bowls, and Harris gets his chance to get off the mark. On the 15th ball that he receives, he hits it through the covers for 4 runs, 233 for 8. 17 needed for a batting bonus point. Not quite sure why I'm so hung up about a batting bonus point.
No,
since
I like it.
Glamorgan have second place in the table assured.
But I'm loving your commitment to the bonus point system again, right to the very end of the season. I'm loving that.
There we are. Well, it saves me having to write Glamorgan nul point at the close of play, doesn't it? Blatherwick bowls down leg side, taken by Hurst. 5 runs off the first over after tea. 233 for 8. Harris 4. Crane on 38.
Would you get rid of bonus points? Do you like bonus points?
Yeah, I quite like bonus points. I think there's too many for a draw.
Right. No, I don't mean points for a draw. Oh, sorry, I meant batting and bowling.
Yeah, they're great. Oh, fine. They bring a bit of interest to the another stage in the innings, don't they?
Okay.
Yeah, I think 8 points for a draw is far too many.
Too many. Yeah, prefer 5.
5 would be fine. Yeah, they've sort of alternated between 8 and 5 in recent seasons, haven't they? Because they stuck it up to 8, I think, in the COVID season because they thought that games might be disrupted, so it was only fair to have 8. And then I think it went back down and then back up again.
I think he did, yeah. Hard to keep across these things, isn't it?
It is.
2-3-3 for 8. So Bailey from the Cathedral Road end after the tea time break to get things going, and driven by Crane to Bohannon at mid-off. Not stopped cleanly by Bohannon, but they don't cross for one. Well, I noticed on the live text feed at tea that Notts are now within 4 points of securing the...
Oh, it's that close, is it?
The championship title.
Right.
I presume because of Surrey's capitulation.
Yeah, well,
It's run away down to third man, and they might come back for 2. They've gone through the first pretty quickly, now just a single. Tom Hartley fielding.
yeah, Surrey missed out on 5 all their batting bonus points, didn't they, being 140 odd all out against Hampshire.
They did, yeah. So Notts needing 4 more points to secure the title. 234 for 8. Harris on strike. Here's Bailey. Balls. Dropped into the offside by Harris. Scampering forward comes Tom Aspinwall to field. No addition to the score. 234 for 8. It's a terrific partnership in the afternoon session between Van der Gutten and Mason Crane. 82 added between those two. Good afternoon session for the home side. They were 114 for 6 at lunch, and then 228 for 8 at tea. So good fight.
Exactly the same number of runs.
Yes.
When I was at school, anyway. May have changed since then.
Probably has. Bailey in and balls. Not for the first time. Bailey beating the outside edge of a bat today. Through to Hurst.
Many things have changed since I was in school. I was in the first cohort to be allowed to use a calculator in a maths A-level exam. We thought we were the bee's knees in those days.
Did it help you to secure a solid grade?
Yeah.
Good. 234 for 8. Crane on 4. Bailey in and balls forward and defends. Pushing the ball back past Bailey, past the stumps, and then Balderson comes round from mid-on to field. 234 for 8 it remains. So into the evening session. What have we got left today? 30 overs after this one. I'm going at a pretty good pace, haven't we? Lancashire a +5 on the over rate.
Way.
So a bit of spin, and they've cracked on with it today. There's Bailey to complete the over, in and balls, left by Harris, and into the gloves of Matthew Hurst. End of the over. 234 for 8. Harris on 4. Crane on 39. Everyone's back underway elsewhere in the county championship. Mentioned that Notts are enjoying a good day with the ball and pushing towards the required number of points for victory. Battle at the bottom as well of Division 1.
As we see on the screen, various spectators debating the issues of the day. 234 for 8. Blathwick is in to bowl, and Crane was late on that one. Ball squirted out towards gully. 234 for 8. Crane's highest score of the season was 41 not out in the first innings at Northants, but this has been a fairly truncated season for him because of injury and non-selection in May, as he's stroked that one away on the offside, but it'll be picked up at deep backward point by Wells. And it's just a single. Crane up to 40, 235 for 8. So slightly unlucky Crane not to play a more convincing part in Glamorgan's season. Did well in the blast. not able to take part in the One Day Cup. Blatherwick bowls to Harris, who's beaten by that one, and then Hurst drops it. Ball runs through a pile of sawdust, and they'll run through for a single. Not great cricket. As Harris missed, and so did Hurst. 236 for 8. Crane back on strike on 40. Glamorgan having been 103 for 6 at 1 point just before lunch. Blatherwick bowls, and Crane knocks that one away on the offside, but just the single. As Wells is round the field. So at the moment we've got Jones in at slip and Jennings at. Is going to second slip for Harris, having been in a sort of gully position for Crane. Blatherwick balls. Harris pushes it on the leg side. Fielded by Hartley. I've just noticed, and Lancashire must be the only side with this surely on the county championship, that you've actually got a 1, 2 and a 3 on the field.
Yes, and sometimes they stand in order when they're in the slips, which is even more exciting.
Tell them to do that immediately. I want a picture of them. 237 for 8. As Harris runs that one down off an angled bat towards the third man boundary, and the fielder in that neck of the woods is rather too square, and it's 4 runs to James Harris, and yet another boundary to third man. I think the fielder at backward point is sort of token attempt at covering that area, but he's far too square, Luke Wells, to be able to cut that one off. And Glamorgan moved to 241 for 8. Harris 8, Crane 41. 29 overs remain in the day, so we shall be concluding somewhere around 10 to 6-ish.
They've actually got a 1, 2, 3 and a 4.
Oh yeah, oh yes, I noticed that. 4 Blatherwick as well. Magnificent. Well played, Lancashire.
241 for 8. There's Bailey to Crane. Crane's on 41. That's carved away down towards deep backward point. We're at Tom Hartley. He's fielding. Single for Crane, moves to 42. 242 for 8 now.
I may be making this up, but I think Steve Watkin, the Glamorgan bowler, was 1 at 1 point, and I can't remember Glamorgan having anyone else wearing 1 since then, though obviously I haven't seen all the cricket over the last 30 years.
Keaton Jennings is 1, Tom Hartley's 2, Luke Wells is 3. And sometimes they do stand in order in the slips. It's very exciting. Here's Bailey into Harris. That's defended towards the leg side. Wells comes round from mid-wicket to field. There's no addition to the score. 242 for 8. It's the 68th over of the Glamorgan first innings. So, if required, it would be a new ball available for Lancashire if they can't dislodge these 2 before it. In 12 overs time. Here is Bailey over the wicket. It's a nice shot off the back foot. Harris has found a gap through the offside. A chase on here for a couple of Lancashire fielders. Aspinwall beat Bell to it. And hurtles the ball in towards the gloves of Hurst. And they've run 2 in the process. Harris moves on to 10. 244 for 8. 3 for 47 for Bailey. Reliable Tom Bailey. Halfway through his 17th over. And his 4th spell of the day. Bailey in, bowls again. Oh, it's a lovely delivery that nips away past Harris and into gloves of the keeper. And Harris coming down to inspect the pitch. I don't know whether this afternoon was a sign that maybe things had just eased a little, and perhaps a 10:30 September start. Ball shagging about a bit this morning. 6 wickets falling in the morning session. Maybe things easing slightly in the afternoon. We shall see. If Lancashire get out there and have a bat. Back of a length this time to Harris, up on his toes to defend. Played up towards mid-off where Bohannon fields. And there's no run.
Yeah, Glamorgan have got a few in their squad that are 11 and under in terms of the numbers, but there's a few high ones as well. Byram 97, Fernando 78, Van der Hoogten 64, Ingram and Cook in the 40s.
Final ball of the over. Barely asking Wells to drop back towards the boundary on the leg side. So there's a deep square leg and a fine leg. Plus the third man. That's dropped away to cover by Harris. Aspinwall Fields. End of the 68th over. 3 coming off it. 244 for 8. Harris on 10 and Crane on 42.
I'm number 12 myself in my club squad.
Is there a reason why you selected 12?
The joke is that it's my position in the batting order usually. It's also the day of my birthday in the month. As Blathwick is in to bowl to Crane. And he's edged, and as that carried to slip, it hasn't been taken anyway by Jones. We'll have a replay of that, hopefully, and be able to give you a definitive verdict, but given the general disconsolate air of Michael Jones...
I think he did. Tough chance, one-handed.
Was it off the bat anyway? It sounded like it.
It did sound like it. That replay wasn't conclusive, was it?
Might have been just off the pad, but I thought I heard an edge. Crane survives. Blathwick bowls. Crane drives to mid-off. No run.
I suppose the fact it went quickly, didn't it? So maybe that would tell us that there was a bit of bat on that. Went pretty sharply low to Michael Jones to his left. If he was on the stream there, we'll see Jones at first slip. So it went down to his left-hand side, but pretty quickly. One-handed chance for Jones.
Yep, you've convinced me. It'll be in the match report if he goes on to make another significant contribution after this. He's on 42. And Blathwick bowls, and Crane will pick up a single here as he turns it down towards fine leg. And oh no, it's off the pad. That sounded wooden. He's got good pads. It's gone about 30 metres off the pad.
If it was off the pad, then the previous one.
There we are. It's a run on the Glamorgan total, which moves up to 245 for 8. As they inch towards semi-respectability. And Blathwick is in to bowl. Harris defends on the offside. No run. Quite happy to soak up the pressure. James Harris, 10 off 29 deliveries, and that includes a couple of boundaries and a 2, so he's only had 3 scoring shots in 29 balls, but doing a useful job. 20 added for this 9th wicket. Ned Leonard is Glamorgan's number 11. Sitha Fernando having deservedly occupied that space for much of the season. Blathwick bowls, and Harris drives back to the bowler. Scott will be back after he's talked to some radio listeners in the Lancashire area, and hopefully there'll be an update for BBC Radio Wales listeners that you'll hear in a couple of minutes' time. A summation of the day. Blathwick finishes 13th over. Harris steers it to cover point. There is no run. And Blathwick remains on 1 for 57. The wicket of Asa Tribe in the 6th over of the day, his 3rd over. So Bailey and Balderson leading the Lancashire attack today. both economical and both taking 3 wickets, 1 apiece to Bluthwick and Aspinwall. We've also seen 9 overs of spin from Tom Hartley, a couple from Luke Wells and 3 of seam from Josh Bohannon. As it is, there are 11 overs to go if needed, if Lancashire do undertake the new cherry. And Tom Bailey from this Cathedral Road end bowls. Crane plays a fairly gentle hook shot and doesn't make contact. Through to the keeper, Matty Hurst. One of the 5 ever presents in the Lancashire Championship ranks this season, which is pretty good going, really. Wouldn't have thought many counties had as many as 5. Bailey in, bowls and gets rid of Mason Crane, who is bowled, and Glamorgan a 9 down, and Lancashire have full batting points. Crane looking to defend. Bailey got one through his defences, and no doubt about that one. 245 for 9, stand of 20 for the 9th wicket. Mason Crane second top scorer in the innings with 42. Replay shows a fairly straightforward dismissal, hit the top of off stump, somehow got through Crane's defences. Glamorgan 245 for 9 against Lancashire. Not a vintage effort with the bat, but it's better than it looked when they were 103 for 6. After being put in, Glamorgan lost their top order pretty cheaply. Balderson and Bailey have been the main destroyers. 4 wickets for Tom Bailey. Glamorgan's top scorer, Tim van der Hoogten, with 53. Mason Crane has just gone for 42, and Glamorgan are 245 for 9.
Batter for Glamorgan is Ned Leonard.
So Leonard in at 11, and maybe a good job that promotion isn't depending on this game, because it has not been a great batting effort by Glamorgan, without wishing to take away anything from Lancashire's efforts with the ball, and Bailey and Balderson in particular. So they await the arrival of Ned Leonard, who has scored 125 runs this season in his 6 previous matches, and that is for 6 times out, so he's averaging 20.8, and indeed he's only been called upon to bat in the second innings of those 6 matches once, where he made his top score of 47, and that was in a vain bit of very belated resistance against Middlesex, where the home side skated to victory. So Bailey in to try and finish off this innings, bowling to Leonard, who's beaten outside off stump, as Bailey bids for a 5-for, and what's he on, 36 for the season. So he is level with Balderson once more. They're going neck and neck. But he has led the attack well, Tom Bailey, today. On the hunt for a 5-for. He's got 3 balls to bowl at number 11, potentially in this over, as Leonard squirts one away towards square leg, fielded by Wells, and there is no run. So the field has moved in a little bit. The 2 slips, 3 saving the single on the offside, 2 on the leg side, and the men out are at fine leg and third man, a position which has remained vacant for much of the day, and where Glamorgan have scored quite a few runs. As Leonard is hit on the pad, they'll go through for a leg by, 246 for 9. Have you got a wagon wheel of the team's efforts accessible there, Scott, anywhere? On any of the many websites to which you're
The wagon wheel of this innings.
Yeah, of Glamorgan as a whole. Have we got that? Or
Yeah, got that.
Scott's rather more adept in finding things where they need to be found online than I am, as you'll gather from my remarks. As Bailey to finish his successful over in bowls. Harris defends on the leg side, 246 for 9. Bailey now has 4 for 47.
The bulk of the runs have come through the offside. Third man, 56 runs through third man, and 63 runs through cover. That's a lot of runs down to third man, isn't it?
It is. And with a fielder in place there, they could probably have saved most of those.
There's the partnerships for Glamorgan in this innings, 82 between Van der Gutsen and Crane. Best of the innings by distance, actually. So one more wicket required, and Lancashire will be out there batting. 26 overs remaining in the day. Change to the field here, so 3 slips in place. You'll see Bell just slotting into kind of a wide third slip position. Jack Blatherwick sets off from the river end, balls to Leonard, who's up on his toes and defending a ball that's coming back in towards him. Just drops it into the onside. No run.
Yeah, it doesn't look likely they'll need the new ball now. 10 overs to claim this last wicket. And for Wells and Jennings, at least it should be a decent spell at the crease now, or decent opportunity to spend hour and a bit batting, if they survive.
246 for 9. Blatherwick in and balls. Again, it's arrowed in towards Leonard, onto his pads. He tucks it towards the onside, and there's no run. Yeah, and both are, I mentioned this a little bit earlier on, both are kind of closing in on the 1,000 mark in terms of runs this season. Wells will start at 977 county championship runs for the season, and Jennings at 958. Blatherwick for Lancashire into Leonard. That's flashed away. Well, down to third man. It'll be 4. It was in the air. It had Jennings leaping away to his right. 4 pushing Glamorgan to 252 and a batting bonus point. Let's see how far away this was from Jennings. Oh, right between the gap. Jennings and Bell. Jennings went cartwheeling away to his right hand side. Bell, you can see, just crouching down. Yeah, right in between them, perfectly picked out the gap.
Beautifully placed by Edward Owen Leonard.
Yes. There's Blatherwick to Leonard. That's a nice shot off the back foot. He's punched it away for 4 through extra cover. Well, I mentioned before where the bulk of the runs have come for Glamorgan in this innings. Those last 2 boundaries are through the 2 places where they've scored most of their runs today. Down to third man and in front of square on the offside. 256 for 9 now. Back-to-back boundaries sends Leonard on to 8. Blatherwick in balls. Cut away, 4 more. Raced out through the offside. Short and wide from Blatherwick. Carved away for a third boundary on the spin. 260 for 9.
Yes, he hasn't quite lived up to the standards set by Bailey and Balderson, has he, Blatherwick?
No, it's been a challenge when those 2 haven't been bowling. Blatherwick's 1 for 71 from his 14th over. That's been 1 for 51 from 7. And balls and swinging and missing is Leonard. And then spins away towards square leg. He's already edged one through the slips. Just hit a gorgeous kind of back foot punch. And this over through cover. And then went swinging after a delivery which he could have nicked behind. 260 for 9. 1 ball left to the 71st over. Glamorgan's first innings. There's Blatherwick in the sunshine, in and bowls, and chopped into the offside. Fielded at cover by Tom Hartley. End of the over. Tough on that for Blatherwick. With no ball in there as well, and the edge through the gap between second and third slip. A couple of deliveries short and wide, which were put away. 260 for 9, Glamorgan. Harris on 10, and Leonard on 12.
So Lancashire having the better of the day so far, as we get a bit of late evening sunshine. 260 for 9. And 25 overs remain of the day's play. And Tom Bailey to try and finish Glamorgan off and seal a fifer, and not quite yet, as Harris is forward defending. No run. I'll give way to Kenneth after the end of this over. In fact, have I pinched your over? I think I
It's
might
all
have.
right. You started, you might as well finish.
Sorry, Scott.
That's all right.
End of seasonitis.
No, I think I just did Blatherwick.
Did you?
Yeah, I did,
okay.
yeah.
Fair enough. Bailey is in to bowl, and Harris knocks it away into a gap on the offside. They'll go through for a single. 261 for 9. Feeling a bit Blatherwick at the end of it. Long season.
Yes.
Does sound as though it ought to be slang for a bit of a muddle or something, doesn't it?
And what was the Blatherwick?
3 slips for the number 11, Ned Leonard, who took 3 boundaries in a row off Blatherwick's last over. As he stands, bat raised quite aggressively, and then ducks underneath that one from Bailey. Short pitch ball.
Got to tea at Trent Bridge, and Notts are now within 3 points of clinching the county championship title.
Yes, largely through Surrey's inability to gather with the bat. Warwickshire won 38 for 5 against Notts, as Bailey is in to bowl, and Leonard for once on the defensive. So likely that Notts will pick up 2 more bowling points there, possibly this evening or possibly tomorrow. It looks as though they've had some weather interruptions there, because they've only played 52 overs. So Nottinghamshire on line to end Surrey's reign at the top. It's defended by Leonard on the onside, fairly dead bat. Ball only trickles a few metres from the stumps, and Wells has to come in from mid-wicket to do the fielding.
A couple of the batters elsewhere have passed 1,000 runs for the season. James Coles for Sussex and James Rue for Somerset, both going past 1,000 championship runs this season.
Well done to them, much more of an achievement than it has been in the past, with 14 championship games. Bailey in to bowl to Leonard, driven on the leg side, straight to short mid-wicket, no run. And the over, 261 for 9. Kieran Carlson passing 1,000 runs for Glamorgan, and Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings could do so possibly tonight, possibly in the morning or later in the match. Josh Bohannon, who's I think next in line, will have to go some. He's on 8-3-2 at the moment.
To bowl for Lancashire.
There will be a bowling change
Tom Aspinall.
after tough over for Jack Blatherwick. Only bowled 4 since tea, but he's gone for 25 from those 4 overs since the tea break. So Blatherwick being replaced, and Tom Aspinwall coming in. Again, he's had a few too many runs next to his name than what he would have liked. He's picked up 1 wicket. Can he wrap it up here? Left alone by Harris and taken by Hurst. It's a 261 for 9. Looking at the games between Yorkshire and Durham, mentioned Notts closing in on the county championship title at Trent Bridge. Yorkshire and Durham with this bit of a potential shootout at the bottom. Playing a miss from Harris. Durham are 208 for 6. They've recovered there. Had a bit of a shaky start. 7 for 2, 50 for 3. But are now 208 for 6. David Beddingham's 85 not out. It's a 208 for 6 Durham against Yorkshire at Headingley. Looks to pull it. It's in the air. Bouncing in front of Balderson, who comes up from fine leg. Hampshire have had a good day so far against Hampshire. The ball against Surrey. The bowled Surrey out for 147. Hampshire 44 for 1 in reply. They've been kind of propelled into the relegation battle after some poor results, and then the points deduction as well. That's been more from the rear taff end in, and balls short and left alone by Leonard. Through to the keeper, and there's no run. Essex are playing Somerset this week, and Somerset 239 for 4 in their first innings. There's one other game in Division 1. Worcestershire all out for 123. Sussex in reply 157 for 4. It's defended by Leonard up to mid-on. And there's no run. And in Division 2, Leicestershire 316 for 6, batting first against Northamptonshire. Middlesex 296 for 5 in their first innings against Gloucestershire. And Derbyshire 289 for 2 against Kent. Outside of stump to complete the over, 262 for 9 here. Century for Lewis Rees, 106 not out. And Wayne Madsen 72 not out for Derbyshire. They were 290 for 2 against a pretty young looking Kent side. So it's all shaping up elsewhere across Divisions 1 and 2 of the County Championship here in Cardiff. 23 overs remaining in the day. Lancashire will be hoping to be batting sooner rather than later. And Glamorgan have fought back nicely, losing 6 wickets in the morning session, but the afternoon was a good one for the home side. And they've got their score at the moment to 262 for 9.
And they've achieved a batting bonus point as Bailey storms in, pick of the Lancashire bowlers with 4 wickets for 48. That seemed inconceivable at various points of the afternoon. 103 for 6 at one point. Then when Cook fell, they were 143 for 7. Brilliant partnership between Tim van der Hoogten and Mason Crane steadied the situation, but you'd expect Lancashire to be batting sooner rather than later, and that's whipped through mid-wicket for a single by James Harris, and it's called a no ball.
Been a few of them from this end,
It
hasn't it,
has,
today?
yeah. Not many from that I can remember from the River Taff end.
I reckon that's the 6th no ball of the innings.
3 slips in for Tom Bailey. There is protection at third man, deep backward square, as he comes in and bowls right arm over. And that's bowled, and that does wrap up the Glamorgan innings. And quite apt, really, that the last wicket has been claimed by Tom Bailey, who takes 5 for 51, great figures for the Lancashire pace bowler. So Glamorgan have probably fought better than one would have expected at the early part of the second session, when they were in all sorts of trouble. A rearguard action from Van der Hoogten and Crane has meant they've made a competition of it on the first day, and they've been skittled out in the end for 2-6-5. It remains to be seen what sort of wicket it is, whether it was batter shortcomings, albeit you have to give plaudits to the Lancashire bowlers as well, especially the man that receives the applause, Tom Bailey, trudging off for 5 and well deserved, Scott, the applause is as well.
Yes, his 17th 5-wicket haul in first class cricket for Tom Bailey. Having earlier this season gone past 400 first class wickets for Lancashire. Yep, he had an excellent day. They are very familiar looking bowling figures for Tom Bailey. The pick of the bowlers for Lancashire, and I guess having won the toss, elected to bowl first, I reckon that Lancs will feel that Glamorgan have got away from them there a bit, but still you'd want to be bowling the opposition out if you win the toss and bowl first. You want to be doing that comfortably in the first day, really, and that's what they've done, even though potentially Glamorgan have got more on the board than Lancashire would have thought when they had them 6 down for 114 runs at lunch.
Yeah, that's a good day's work so far, certainly from the Lancashire attack. And at the outset, they certainly, to reiterate Scott's point, would have taken 2-6-5 on this wicket, albeit they probably at one point would have been confident of skittling Glamorgan out for under 200. But for the contribution of Van der Hoogten, who was the pick of the Glamorgan batters, he top scored with 53 notable contributions. There were starts for various people. Kieran Carlson got going, but before he was out, LBW for 34. Chris Cook was growing great guns. He was LBW Bailey for 37, and good knock by Mason Crane, who was bowled in the end again by Tom Bailey. So that is the situation at the moment. The target is 2-6-5, and we'll be back in a few minutes' time when Lancashire reply to Glamorgan's first innings.
1-4-52. Luke Wells 2 overs for 6 runs, and Josh Bohannon 3 overs for 6 runs. Just to keep you up to date with the games in Division 1 of the Rothesay County Championship, the 2 games involving the top of the table teams at the Utility Bowl, first of all, where Surrey were dismissed by Hampshire for 147. Hampshire currently are 57 for 1 in reply. And at Trentbridge, there has been a little bit of precipitation there, but Warwickshire are now 139 for 5. That, of course, is against Nottinghamshire.
A very warm welcome back to a sunny Sophia Gardens on BBC Sport Online, BBC Lancashire as well, as the visitors Lancashire will reply to Glamorgan's first innings total of 265, and very difficult for us to make an assessment at the moment, Scott Reid, of how competitive a total that is.
It is, I agree. I mean, I think Glamorgan, first and foremost, will be pretty happy with where they've got to from where they were at lunch. That could have unravelled pretty quickly. That could have been a 180 all-out type score, couldn't it? So they've got something to work with the ball. Lancashire, conversely, will think that Glamorgan got away from them at that stage. I wonder whether it got a little easier to bat this afternoon. Maybe it kind of flattened out a little bit. Maybe after lunch it was nibbling around first thing this morning. It was doing a little bit for the bowlers. Be interested to see how Lancashire get on, how much an impact a new ball has on this pitch here. Will that be kind of an important part of the story of the game? We shall see. They've got a good chunk of batting to do. Wells and Jennings potentially. 20 overs left today.
Yep, it is the opening pair out in the middle. Wells to face the first over from Glamorgan's top scorer with the bat, Tim van der Hoogten. So let's see how jaded he might be from that effort. Here he comes in, right arm around. That's paddled round the corner by Wells to square leg, and there's no run. Glamorgan going with 3 slips. Man at backward point, mid-off, mid-on, short cover. There is protection at long leg. Glamorgan trying to attack from the off. Lovely conditions here at Sophia Gardens as Tim van der Hoogten, the Dutch international, comes in and bowls and has a little nibble at that as Wells outside off stump. He'll say that it was a leave, of course. I think it was a leave.
It is a lovely night, isn't it?
It is.
A late afternoon now. Sunshine and blue skies. Yeah, beautiful.
A few decent crowd for championship proportion. A few more dotted around Sophia Gardens for this last game. It is a dead rubber as far as Glamorgan are concerned in their aspirations of going up, which was wrapped up last week, given the deluge at Derby. In comes van der Hoogten, and that's guided past third slip, and it'll go all the way for the first boundary of Lancashire's innings, just helped on its way by Wells.
It was a feature of the Glamorgan innings, the amount of runs scored down to third man, which again might reflect the fact the ball was doing a bit this morning, and not every run down to third man was an edge, but there's a decent number of them that were. So again, that might just back up maybe the fact with the new ball kind of conditions first thing this morning, those edges were going down to third man, a lot of runs in that area.
Wells facing Tim van der Hoogten, who plays it into the onside. There's no run. That was a genuine scoring shot by Wells, just opened the face and evaded Kieran Carlson, who's at third slip, alongside Sam Northeast and Colin Ingram. Lovely autumnal evening in the Welsh capital. 265 was Glamorgan's total. Tim van der Hoogten comes in, and that is left outside off stump, and it flies through to keeper Chris Cook.
We had a good day with the bat, didn't he? Van der Hoogten, 53. You mentioned top scorer in the innings and played a vital role in that partnership in the afternoon, which recovered Glamorgan from a pretty shaky position at lunch. Van der Hoogten and Crane adding 82 runs between them this afternoon, hoping to piece things back together again for the home side.
Wells, who top scored in the second innings at Old Trafford against Glamorgan. That's left and not claimed, not taken cleanly by Cook. Of course, there was no score to note in the first innings, but he scored 102 in the second and claimed 2 for 57 as well. Of course, Cam Green did the most of the
bowling for
wicket
Morgan
taking
at the Cathedral Road end.
in that game. 6 for and then 3 in the second innings.
He's had a bit of a funny season. I mean, in a way, obviously he's had a very good season. He could finish it with 1,000 runs. But he's had a quirky season, Luke Wells, in so much that he's back in the position where he's played all his career, which is at the top of the order. But he actually started the season batting at 6 for Lancashire, in this kind of reshuffled batting lineup, which was a product of how it finished last season. He got a century at 6. Towards the end of last season, so they stuck with him at 6, and they played Harris at 4. Both those two are opening batters, of course. As James Harris sets off, and Jennings playing, and the ball moving sharply away.
Yeah, there's a bit of lift there as well.
Cook, the keeper, kind of going quite some way across to his left, and at height as well. Let's watch this back on the replay here. Yeah, that swings away pretty sharply. Tumbling tape from Cook. So yeah, he was down at 6 for the start of the season, Wells, and then requested to go back up to opening. Harris to Jennings, that's left. And hasn't really looked back since, so in that regard a bit of a strange season, but this is the role he's had for the almost his entire career, opening the batting. And both these two knocking on the door of 1,000 runs this season. So 4 without loss from the second over. And Jennings waits for Harris. He's back in. Jennings on the move here. A little step forward. And guides the ball away to mid-wicket. It's a try low down to his left. Able to stop the ball. Jennings comes down and spots something on the pitch and flicks it away. Wells comes down to keeping company. Both these two batters, good friends, and batted a lot together. Tall left-hand opening batters. Trying to negotiate this new ball. Harris in to Jennings. Clipped down towards the fine leg boundary. It's worth a single for Jennings. He gets off the mark with that. And Lancashire move on to 5 without loss. Coming into this game, Keaton Jennings on the back of 61 against Middlesex last week. Wells making 62 in that game. The top 3 all scoring, with Josh Bannon making 87 as well. Game badly affected by the weather. Lancashire came out to bat and went at a pretty rapid rate, trying to score quickly. In the end, the weather won. In the game finishing in a draw between Lancashire and Middlesex at Old Trafford. Wells facing Harris for the first time. Still with 3 slips. Harris is in to Wells. Gets forward and defends. Pushed away to Zain Ul Hassan. Comes up from mid-off the field. There's no run, so 1 ball left of the second over, 5 on the board for Lancashire. Got a decent session to go for both batters to try and settle in. And Glamorgan finds some early wickets, just like Lancashire did with the new ball this morning. Harris to Wells, defends again, leaning into it and deflecting it up towards Ul Hassan. End of the over, just that single to fine leg coming off it. So Lancashire 5 without loss, 2 overs gone. Wells on 4, Jennings on 1.
Yeah, never an easy time to start an innings after tea, with 18 overs to go before stumps. So a couple of wickets and Glamorgan could be in business. So it's a tricky time for Lancashire to negotiate. Plenty of experience, especially with Jennings, of course. On strike now, it is Tim van Hoogten from the River Taff end. Still on the attack, 3 slips for van Hoogten. as he starts his run-up, coming around the wicket to the left-hander, Keaton Jennings. And that's played into the onside, and there's no run.
Might be batting out of his crease here, Jennings, which is not unfamiliar, certainly when the ball's moving around early on. Just watched him taking guard there from umpire Baldwin, and so it's Hartley, isn't it, at that top end. Just looking at him now, I think he might just be batting a fraction out of his crease and then probably advancing even further forward from time to time.
Hooked and in to Jennings, and that's played to mid-wicket. There's no run, and it's fielded by Billy Root, who had a tough time of it with the bat. Made 10 before he departed, only his 3rd championship game of the season, and he's been stuck playing in the twos for the majority of the season. Doesn't play T20 cricket now either. Van der Hoogten coming in and bowls down the track, as Scott mentioned, is Keaton Jennings trying to take it to Van der Hoogten.
Yeah, it's a tactic. That is not just Keaton, of course. Lots of batters do this, but certainly Jennings would. Early on, the ball is moving around. It's an approach that we see quite a bit from Keaton Jennings.
Van der Hoogten, 3 dot balls. In he comes to Jennings, that's left. Outside off stump, and it's taken by keeper Chris Cook. 5 for none are Lancashire in reply to Glamorgan's 265. And sterling effort to get to that total, because at one stage it looked as if Glamorgan were going to be well short of 200. Their lowest total this season is 199 against Middlesex at Lords. Van der Hoogten in, and a bit of encouragement there from the slip cordon. It's just dabbed down, and there's no run. That came in the 3rd match of the season.
Yeah, it was a gritty fight back, wasn't it, from Glamorgan this afternoon. Kind of Cook started it, didn't he? Kind of settled things down a little bit, Chris Cook. And then Van der Hoogten and Mason Crane. And some little cameos at the back end by Harris and Leonard. Putting at least something on the board here for Glamorgan to work with.
Last ball of the over, down he goes, does Jennings, but it's a defensive prod into the offside. A maiden over, good over from Tim Van der Hoogten. And Lancashire in reply to Glamorgan's 265 are 5 without loss.
I like that shot. For the viewers watching on the live stream, that's a proper autumnal look to it, isn't it? With the trees that are lining the banks of the river on the far side of the ground, but look at the colours of the trees there, the browns and oranges. Very much an autumnal look to the ground, which has still got some sunshine and some blue sky.
Yeah,
looks terrific, that.
If anybody knows this area of Cardiff, Pontcanna, there's trees everywhere, and
it's Harris to Wells. He's inside edge of that down to fine leg for a single, 6 without loss.
The leaves are everywhere in this area, so there's a big push, there's a big sweep of the streets come October, because they are, and there could be a health hazard as well when rain falls. But yes, it is a glorious scene opposite us.
Jennings back on strike. Here's Harris. And Jennings in the end with a half a step forward, meeting it almost at the pitch, pushing it back towards Harris. No run. So Harris into his 2nd over.
He will be back next season, James Harris. He's one of the players that he had a 2-year extension to his contract.
Bustles back in to Jennings on the walk once more, defends it, but just a fraction in front of the pad, blocks it back down the ground, but there's no addition to the score.
plenty of experience, of course, having had a long spell at Middlesex. Played down at Kent as well for a while on loan. 1 point. Might have thought that international honours more so would have been beckoning, but he is a wily old fox, is Mr. Harris.
Yes, his experience will be important next season for Glamorgan.
I say old, far younger than myself.
Angle the
I can
crop.
say that because he's a neighbour of mine.
Ah, okay.
So
you can get away with it.
yeah.
"21 wickets this season. This is his 10th championship match of the campaign. It's Harris to Jennings, defended to mid-off.
Yeah, he's played more. Last year he was blighted by injury, so he has played more championship cricket this year. It was a bit of a stop-start season last year. Doesn't play white ball cricket. He's usually next door to us in the commentary box for the T20 campaign.
Well, all being well, he'll be passing 200 first-class matches next season in his career. Angled in to Jennings, full and straight, turned up towards mid-on. And there's no run, end of the over. Single coming off it. 4 gone, 16 to go, so about an hour of cricket, maybe a little bit less than that, depending on how quickly Glamorgan get through these overs. And the conditions and the light look fine, should be okay.
Just a matter of seeing the opening pair, the opening bowling for Lancashire, and just surviving the first 10 to 15 overs or so. 16 remain as Tim van der Hoogten continues from the River Taff end, and there's no run.
Nothing quite as threatening as Nick Webb coming in, putting down
That
this
is an
enormous mug,
An industrial size mug.
and then looking at you, kind of growling at you to say, "Go on, get out of the way."
That's about 4 cups in one.
Extreme mug.
As Scott departs and Van der Hoogten comes in to Wells, who plays resolutely. There's no run.
It's been a while since I've been accused of growling at people. Just making sure that our visiting commentator gets due rest and rotation during the course of the day's play.
Does that mug go back with you at the end of the season, or does it stay put in Sophia Gardens?
Yeah, I'll probably go home with me. It gets put away for the winter then.
Van der Hoogten, past the umpire, coming around to, solid defensive shot, and it's played to Zainul Hassan at mid-off.
It is the size of mug that's ideally suited to last you through 2 hours of cricket, but not necessarily the variety of mug that one would wish on display in one's own homestead, you know?
No. Striving for their first wicket at Glamorgan through Tim van der Hoogten. Stayed slightly low that time, but comfortably enough played by Wells off the back foot. He's 5 without loss. Jennings just 1, 6 for no wicket. After Glamorgan reached 265. If they could claim 1 or 2 this evening, they will be more than happy with the day's work, given how it could have panned out. Van der Hoogten charging in from the River Taff end. That's played to point to Mason Crane, and there's no run.
Yeah, it looked like a potential 150 all-out job, didn't it? At the
Did at one point.
just before our luncheon interval.
But partnership of 82 steered things in a positive manner for Glamorgan between Van der Hoogten and Mason Crane. 53 for Van der Hoogten. Crane made 42. Few players pitching in but not really getting going. Starts but nothing more. Van der Hoogten down the track comes Wells, and it's another maiden, the second in a row for Tim van der Hoogten, so it's a tight economical start for the Dutch international. Lancashire 6 without loss with 15 to go this evening.
Yeah, Van der Hoogten playing his 100th first class match, so a nice little knock to mark that. And looking to weigh in with the ball. He's got 28 wickets at just over 28 so far this season. As Harris from this Cathedral Road end into bowl to Jennings, who's forward carefully, pushing it up to Ul Hassan at mid-on, and there is no run. Glamorgan's bowling options for this game: Van der Hoogten and Harris opening up. They've got Leonard and Ul Hassan as the third and fourth seamers, and then the leg spin of Mason Crane and possibly the off spin of Kieran Carlson, as Harris is in to bowl, and no shot played by Jennings there as the ball outside off stump going further away, but Harris getting a bit of movement, it seems.
Kellaway still injured, of course.
Yes, that's the trouble, isn't it? Being without Kellaway, he balances the side so well, as any all-rounder does, who's capable of holding down a top 6 place and bowling regularly. Harris in, bowls, Jennings forward.
What is that, calf injury? I hope it's not too
It didn't look
severe.
too seriously at the time. At Northampton, he did bat in the second innings, albeit with a runner. He was wearing one of the supportive boots, but obviously, he finished the match in some form, having batted in the second innings. But no point in risking him this week.
No.
Harris in, bowls, down leg side, turned off his legs, and that one will run away for 4 to find a 2 square leg, with Harris just losing his radar momentarily, and Jennings tucking in with his first boundary. He goes on to 5 and a total on to 10 without loss in this 6th over. So it has been a cautious start. Just a couple of boundaries and 2 other scoring shots in these first 6 overs so far. Harris back at it. Into bowl to Jennings, who drives nicely and will get, I think, 4 more. Harris got a finger on it, but Ul Hassan's chase up to the boundary in front of us is in vain, and back-to-back 4s for Keaton Jennings takes him to 9. And Lancashire on to 14 without a loss. There didn't look to be that much wrong with that delivery, but it was
wasn't too overpitched.
well played by Jennings. Driving straight. 14 for naught. Last ball of Harris is over. As forward comes Jennings, walking down the pitch before the ball arrives. Defends that one though. 14 for naught, Jennings 9. Wells has 5. We have 14 overs to go of the day's play, and this is in reply to Glamorgan's 2-6-5 all out.
So steady start. That was by far the most profitable over for Lancashire in reply to Glamorgan's 265. But still, a wicket in the evening session can change the complexion quite quickly. Glamorgan still attacking with 3 slips. Backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and the only man in the deep is James Harris. In comes Tim van der Hoogten, and that's played towards mid-on, and there's no run. Doesn't seem to be anything untoward happening at the moment.
There's one or two have just gone a little bit for James Harris, but away from the left-handers.
Can't really say that there's nothing much going on in the Glamorgan innings either. A few just good line and length balls.
A bit nibbling off the pitch, maybe.
Yeah, settle down in the afternoon as Tim van der Hoogten comes round to Wells, just jagged back a bit on Wells, and it squirts out on the onside. There's no run. As we see it again.
Well, that's come back a long way, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It's hit outside offs and would probably have gone over the top, but did jag back in at Luke Wells.
In comes Van der Hoogten, and that's played down into the vacant third man area. Probably won't go all the way. The chase is on from Mason Crane. There's a couple there for Lancashire.
Yeah, they were kept down to 2 by the fact that they only ran 1 because Wells fell over at the far end on the turn. There was an easy 2 and would probably have been a 3 in some circumstances, but Wells was on his bottom when he should have been running back.
15 for no wicket in the 7th over. Just over 13 overs remain of the day. 10:30 starts, of course, in September as Van der Hoogten comes in. Charging down, way out of the crease, is Jennings, but that fizzes past and is left and taken by Chris Cook.
It's an interesting approach, isn't it? Trying to take any or reduce the deficit, danger of early movement by taking a step or 2 down, but of course you give yourself that much less time to actually play the ball.
Yeah, but both are taking the same stance. Well, now Jennings is back in his crease. Down he goes and works that on the onside, but there's no run.
He's starting in his crease,
yeah,
and then he's about a metre outside by the time the ball actually
I think in the previous over he was taking guard outside.
Yeah, no immediate danger because of course Chris Cook can't stand up to these 2 opening bowlers. Chris Cook making some point. Glamorgan brought in a leg gully now.
Yeah, is that Tribe?
Yeah.
I think it is, yeah. Van der Hoogten and that's firmly driven, and it evades mid-on. It will go all the way past Ned Leonard, so that was a firm push by Jennings, and it went all the way to the River Taff boundary.
Yeah, Lancashire just starting gently to accelerate. No way Leonard was catching that one. It was very nicely timed indeed by Jennings. 19 without loss. 7 overs gone. 13 to come tonight. So we'll be finishing around about 10 to 6.
Which will coincide with my Welsh language broadcasting requirements. There might be a bit of back and forth in the commentary box in the last hour.
Yeah, you should be finished by the top of the hour, shouldn't you? Zain Ul Hassan will come on first change because there's a Radio Wales request for 1800. If you could, or 6 o'clock in normal language, but we're so used to talking in broadcast jargon. As Ul Hassan bowls, turned away on the leg side by Wells for a single. Leonard fields. I presume we'll see him on at the River Taff end in a couple of overs' time. And probably get a couple from Mason Crane as well this evening, I would have thought. Towards the close of play, so that might be the end of Harris with the ball for the day. On his way is Ul Hassan, and Jennings plays that one onto his pads, and the ball rolls out on the offside. So something of a false shot, but be interesting to learn why the pitch is causing this sort of approach from both batters at the moment to come well down the pitch and try and cut the angles maybe. As turned away on the leg side, there'll be runs here, maybe 4. Yeah, it'll just creep towards the boundary. There's Ul Hassan bowling on leg stump, and Keaton Jennings taking due advantage, tucking it away to the square leg boundary for another 4. And he moves on to 17, and the total on to 24 without loss. And Morgan can't afford too many loose spells with the ball, defending 265 as a first innings total. Next delivery is played to cover, and there's no run. Division 1, Hampshire 89 for 2 in reply to Surrey's 147 all out. And Nottinghamshire haven't claimed any further wickets from Warwickshire. Warwickshire 167 for 5, but not very much in the driving seat in that chase for top spot. Ul Hassan bowls, Jennings blocks it up to mid-off. Hampshire, of course, are in trouble down the bottom, just a couple of points ahead of Durham at the close of play, but doing themselves a few favours today. Durham against Yorkshire, who also could be dragged into it. Reasonably even there. Durham 2 for 6 for 7 at Headingley. As that hits Jennings on the pads, might have been an inside edge onto the pad, but Ul Hassan causing a little bit of difficulty towards the end of that over. Cost him 5 runs. Lancashire 24 without loss in reply to Glamorgan's 265 all out. Had an email from Gareth Jones to say that he was actually on that Glamorgan tour to the West Indies and Bermuda in 1970. Sounds good. With a supporters group.
Oh, that sounds brilliant.
Yes. Don't get that sort of luxury
No.
Anymore. Glamorgan have been to Zimbabwe a couple of times in recent years for pre-season, but with all due respect, doesn't have quite the allure of the Windies.
As long as there's broadcasting there as well.
Oh, you need to work as well.
This is Tim van der Hoogten, who's still plugging away from the river end without success so far.
Yes, Van der Hoogten, I don't know if it's an end of season growth, but seems to be a little bit more stubble there than previously.
Yes.
Reminds me with a bit of a tash and stubble going on, something like a Wild West gunslinger, Tim van der Hoogten, at the moment.
Well, here he comes. Bowls and played into the offside. In comes Tribe to field.
Dead-eyed him. Quick on the draw. He's excelled with the bat today. Top scoring of 53.
And it was much needed as well. At a crucial point, crossroads in the innings as Van der Hoogten comes in. Oh, that's just outside Wells's off stump, drifted back.
Yeah, Cook didn't take it cleanly, going down leg side almost. It came back so far after it had passed the bat largely.
Two maidens. 0 for 9 in this Van der Hoogten's 5th over. As he comes, right arm around, played by Wells. There's no run.
Someone stopping the pitch a little bit.
Just checked on Wells.
Yeah, he's
slightly.
looking suspicious.
He's doing a bit of gardening.
Prodding a lot further away from him than the ball pitched, I think.
As he takes guard, Van der Hoogten. Penultimate ball. That's whizzed past and stayed low as well. Very good take by Chris Cook.
Yeah, Cook's having to work hard for his money in this over, isn't he? The pitch does seem to be going a little bit...
well, that was very uneven. Let's see it again. Yeah, that's stayed very low.
Oh, it's barely half stump height, and no wonder Cook's grubbing around his ankles.
Last ball of the over. Van der Hoogten in, bowls, and that's played square on the onside, but it's fielded by Billy Root, and there's no run. Another maiden. Van der Hoogten's 3rd. Lancashire 24 without loss. We have, 11 overs remaining of the day.
Yeah, so Lancashire taking the boundaries when the opportunities arise, but not trying anything consistently aggressive at the moment. Happy to soak up the dot balls when needed. As light levels just dipping a little bit. Got a fair bit of cloud overhead at the moment. A little bit of blue sky has passed us, and well, it looks to be approaching from more southeast than southwest direction for a change. Zain ul Hassan to try to add to his 13 wickets for the season. Reminder, these two batters are approaching 1,000 first-class runs for the season, but not approaching the milestone hugely fast at the moment, as that is pulled through mid-wicket for 4 runs by Jennings. And Glamorgan posted a short mid-wicket, but that one went fizzing past Asa Tribe there. And just as I said, they weren't approaching the milestone hugely fast. Jennings goes on the offensive. He's on 21. He requires a further 21 for his 1,000. And Wells is on 984. So something of a race between these two. Won't necessarily be decided tonight. But Lancashire on to 28 for naught as Ul Hassan bowls. That one stroked through the offside for 4 runs to that short grandstand boundary. And Ul Hassan, not a great start. His first 8 balls have conceded 13 runs.
Yeah, that was nothing more than a push, but too much width from Zain ul Hassan, and just helped on its way through the offside for 4.
So Jennings has 25 and 983 for the season. Ul Hassan bowls, and that, I thought for a moment, was heading to the same place, but didn't quite time it right. Fielded by Crane in the covers. There's no run. 32 for naught, Lancashire. We don't have the use of floodlights for championship games in Cardiff due to council restrictions, which somehow don't apply to limited overs games. As Ul Hassan bowls, driven by Wells. This time it's straight to Tribe at short mid-wicket, and there's no run, so there is the possibility of poor light intervening at this late stage in the season. .32 for naught. Jennings has 25 of them. Ul Hassan bowls. blocked back to the bowler, gets half a hand to it, and it trickles to Sam Northeast, skippering Glamorgan for the final time here this week, after 4 years at the county, 4 pretty successful years, marked by promotion at the end of that spell, 2 years as captain. As that swung away through the leg side. Excellent strike by Keaton Jennings. Races away to the mid-wicket boundary for 4 more. He moves to 29, 36 for naught after 10, and 3 boundaries in the Ul Hassan over. And he's starting to take on the medium pace now, is Keaton Jennings.
Yeah, too short, and given the treatment it deserved. So nothing much happening out there for Glamorgan. And Lancashire have negotiated this period so far. 10 overs to go, and they trail by 229.
Yeah, Glamorgan really need a couple of wickets tonight, don't they, to pull the day back. It is Lancashire's as things stand.
Still Tim van der Hoogten from the river end, coming right arm around to Wells, who prods that into the ground in defensive mode, and there's no run.
There's a little bit of a issue maybe for Glamorgan, because van der Hoogten won't bowl more than 1 more over, so they might need to get Mason Crane on rather earlier than they expected, with Leonard and Crane the bowling options to come, the principal bowling options, with due respect to Kieran Carlson.
In comes van der Hoogten, and that's played round the corner behind square on the onside for a single.
James Harris off after just 3 overs, so they might swap him swap ends and bring him on instead of van der Hoogten, I suppose. But you might as well mix things up and get a bit of the leggy in before the close of play. Yeah, a couple of fielders round the bat.
3 slips for van der Hoogten, still striving for this first wicket at Glamorgan. And he comes down the track is Jennings, who's unbeaten on 29, and by and large has been very comfortable for that total. Yeah, more cloud cover now, I think would be okay. Albeit still 9 overs to go on the opening day. Tim van der Hoogten in bowls, that's played to point, where it's fielded by Mason Crane, and there's no run. Glamorgan were put into bat after Lancashire won the toss, and it would seem the correct decision, having bowled Glamorgan out for 265. Could have been worse from a Glamorgan perspective. Van der Hoogten in bowls, and that's played square of the wicket on the onside, and there's no run. Had it not been for the intervention of the present bowler, Van der Hoogten, who made 53. Crane, more than able partner, striking 42. Wheeling round, van der Hoogten in from the river end, and again is played confidently defensively by Jennings. So nothing much going on out there at the moment. Very straightforward so far from Lancashire, who are in reply to 265, 37 for no wicket.
Yeah, so Van der Hoogten, steady as always. He rarely leaks runs, even when he's not taking wickets, but it's a breakthrough that Glamorgan need, and Zain ul Hassan will be given a third over, having conceded 3 boundaries in his last one. And he'll be bowling initially to Luke Wells, 8 off 27 deliveries. Jennings has had more of the strike. He's faced 39. And just a rearrangement of the field, and Ul Hassan's into bowl, and Wells pushes it on the leg side. No run, so Cook is standing up to the medium pace of Ul Hassan. There are still 2 slips in there. Tribe is fairly close in at shortish mid-wicket. As Ul Hassan bowls, and Wells down on it, playing defensively. No run. Wells 8, Jennings 29. Morgan's principal scorers: Van der Hoogten 53, Crane 42, Cook 37, Carlson 34. 5 wickets for Tom Bailey, the headline act of the day. As that's worked away by Wells, he'll get a couple of runs here down to fine leg as Van der Hoogten does the fielding. 39 without loss. I did get a message on social media earlier saying that they, while Bailey was a fine seam bowler, they preferred his work with the Thompson twins. A joke that will bypass Kenneth because he's too young. Big appeal. Ul Hassan liked it, Cook liked it, the umpire didn't. As Wells rubs a thigh, and Ul Hassan asking why, and is told why, or why not in this case. But he seemed pretty confident that was going to be given against Luke Wells there.
Maybe he did too much. I haven't seen the replay yet. I think that was the suggestion.
Ul Hassan, military medium, into bowl to Wells, who pushes forward rather unconvincingly. He's got a long reach, Luke Wells, a tall man, but having to work hard. Well, Jennings is the man clocking up the boundaries. 7 of them to Wells is 1. Last ball of the Ul Hassan over before I disappear to talk to some radio listeners. Ul Hassan is in, bowls, and Wells looks to play that through the offside. It ends up at mid-wicket. No run, 39 for naught at the end of the over here on BBC Sport Online.
Lancashire then, by and large, have been comfortable in their reply. That was a decent shout from Zain ul Hassan, probably doing too much and going down the leg side. And James Harris, who's only bowled 3 overs, no surprise that he's coming back from the opposite end. He's now bowling from the taff end of the ground. 0 for 10 in his 3 overs. Still on the attack for this first wicket, striving for a breakthrough before stumps. 8 overs remain. 3 slips in for James Harris, conventional field, mid-off, mid-on. Man at point. There is a third man in, mid-wicket, and deep backward square. In comes James Harris for his second spell, and that's not cleanly hit by Jennings. And there's no run.
There's not a great deal happened.
Nothing much is going on,
Glamorgan,
has to
no.
be said.
Perfect start for Lancashire, of course. On the flip side of that, 2 opening batters here. A very calm, assured, measured approach. Not a lot gone on with the new ball. Not been many chances.
Harris is in and bowls, and that's played firmly back in defensive mode by Jennings, who's on 29. No, nothing much to write home about, apart from that shout in the last over by
Oh, I missed that.
Zainul Hassan.
Okay, LBW shout.
Yeah.
Right.
But apart from that, relatively unscathed have Lancashire been. Harris in, and again played on the offside. There's no run as Leonard comes in. Might see Ned Leonard before close of play.
Yeah, I might just have done a little bit off the pitch, that delivery.
Yeah, it does sort of tie in with what we thought regarding the wicket. It was nibbling about possibly this morning, but flattened out in the afternoon. Harris coming in, bowls, and that's left outside off stump. Fizzes through to keeper Chris Cook.
Oh, we're a long way back from the pitch here, aren't we? Behind glass up on the second floor of the media centre, but see whether Jennings and Wells would have the same opinion that maybe that movement we saw earlier on this morning, that first hour and a half, there's enough going on there to keep Lancashire very much in the game. They had Glamorgan 6 down at lunch. Has it just changed a little bit as the day's gone on?
Harris, and charging down the wicket, as we've seen often, is Jennings. But it's another dot ball out to mid-wicket where Zainul Hassan fields.
On the back of a century partnership, these two last week in the game between against Middlesex. Both coming into this game in good form, Wells and Jennings. Unusual actually that Jennings is outscoring Wells. It tends to be the other way around.
Harris is in, and that's a flash outside off stump. It's the first wayward one from Keaton Jennings.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the way that both have played, especially Wells, I mean, he's 10 off 33. I mean, that might tell a story. Jennings 29 off 45. It's been a really cautious start, hasn't it? So
yeah.
That might be a lot of factors behind that. One, that these two want to be batting well into tomorrow. Lancashire might feel that Glamorgan are well behind it with 265 all out. So maybe that alters the way that they begin their reply. Maybe it's just doing a little bit more than what we think from up here, but yeah, it's been a pretty steady, solid start from these two. 7 overs remaining in the day. Keeper standing up, couple of slips in place. Zainul Hassan for Glamorgan, in and bowling down the leg side. Good take by Cook. As Wells is reaching for it, lurching forward. Ball is nipping away down his leg side, and good reactions from Cook to take the ball and flicks off the bails in the process, leaving Wells slumped forward. Twirling the bat a few times, Luke Wells. 39 for no wicket. Hassan in and balls. Wells drives. Again, has come off the inner half of the bat, looking to drive through the offside, and just tailing back in towards Wells from over the wicket. The ball in the end squirts off that inner half of the bat to the leg side. And again, there's no run. To his 4th over. Into Wells. Turned into the onside. Leonard comes round from mid-wicket to field. Got a couple of mid-wicket fielders.
Yeah.
On the leg side. Leonard's just retreating more towards square leg for viewers watching on the live stream. And there's a short mid-wicket. 2 slips. Lots of shadows. And the sun just dips a little lower in the sky. And Hassan setting off in and balls to Wells, off the back foot, pushed away. To a ring of 3 fielders on the offside. It's Root at cover. He hands it to Harris, who's at mid-off.
But it's pretty uneventful at the moment, isn't it?
Yes, Lancashire, no real hurry here. They've had a very good day. They've bowled Glamorgan out for 265. Hassan in to Wells, that's left. And through to Cook, and there's no run. Maybe worth a little go with a leg spinner, maybe towards the back end of the day.
I think they might. You might see Mason Crane at some point, just to mix it up.
Yeah, Captain Sam Northeast at mid-on, handing the ball back to Hassan. Final ball of his 4th over the wicket. Bit of pace off, driven away, but doesn't time it as well as he's hoping for. And it just squirts up to Harris, who's at mid-off. And there is no run. 6 overs remaining on the opening day. 39 for no wicket, Lancashire. Luke Wells on 10. Keaton Jennings is 29 not out.
Yeah, Glamorgan have found it difficult. As by and large, Lancashire have been relatively comfortable with these two at the helm, Wells and Jennings. But the wickets at this late stage could change things. 6 overs remaining today. They still trail to Lancashire by 226. It is going to be James Harris eventually. Someone just coming down the stairs on the River Taff end as Harris starts his run at bowls. Down the track is Jennings, plays it to mid-off, and there's no run.
He's a long way down there, wasn't he, Jennings? By the time he gets to meet the ball, he's a couple of steps down the pitch.
Harris in his 5th over. None for 10. As he comes in, bowls. That's cut. Might not have the legs. Yes, it will. It'll be beats Ace a Tribe through the covers for 4. That was all about timing, nothing more than a firm push on the offside.
No, probably benefits from the previous delivery when he came down the pitch to Harris. Just slightly throwing the bowler off line and length. Nicely tucked away, wasn't it, by Jennings? Lovely timing.
Just a bit too much width from Harris as he comes once more. Bowls. Played towards point that time, and there's no run where Ace a Tribe fields.
A bit of extra pace on that, wasn't it, from Harris? It looked like.
Tribe, we have come accustomed to him hitting centuries. He went cheaply today. Just 8 runs off the bat. Harris coming in and bowls, and well, Jennings thought about pulling it, but thought otherwise. Wasn't taken cleanly by Chris Cook. So they trail to Lancashire by 222. Glamorgan being put in to bat, and were in all sorts of trouble early on. Managed to make amends somewhat as Harris comes in and has to go back to his mark.
I saw someone who just sat next to the side screen popping on their jacket. I don't know whether that was enough for Keaton Jennings to be distracted, or whether it was just a coincidence.
In comes James Harris, bowls, firm push towards mid-on. But nothing untoward, no snorters whatsoever to speak about, not much movement either.
No, it didn't look like it from up here, does it? So it'd be interesting to see what Jennings and Wells, indeed the bowlers, would make of this little session when Lancashire have been batting.
Harris, last ball of the over, and that's firmly pushed defensive mode by Jennings. So just 4 off the over. Lancashire 43 for none. Wells is 10. Keaton Jennings is 33.
I think we are going to have a bowling change. Zain Al Hassan, 4 overs, all maiden for 19.
The Cathedral Road end to bowl for Glamorgan, Ned Leonard.
Will be still with some pace, other than maybe an option of a bit of spin towards the back end of the day. Ned Leonard replacing Al Hassan. 5 overs remaining in the day. Bowlers used by Glamorgan so far: Van der Hookten 6 overs for 10. Harris has now bowled 5 overs for 14. Al Hassan 4 overs for 19. A bit of a burst at the back end of the day from Ned Leonard. A couple of slips in place. And he's got Wells on strike. He's around the wicket to Wells, and defender back towards him. And there is no run. 43 without loss. Lancashire in this first innings. 14 wickets so far this season. It's only his 7th county championship game. So he played in half the matches. Into Wells. Tickled away down to fine leg for a single. Moves to 11. 44 without loss.
Yeah, came at the tail end on loan last season from Somerset. Actually played for Somerset against Glamorgan in the one-day cup final last year, Trent Bridge. But then made the move permanent this side of the Severn Bridge. And actually, he was the man of the match in the win down at Taunton in the T20 back in July.
But that was a sweet feeling, wasn't it, going back in man of the match performance. Around the wicket to Jennings. It's full, he just leans into it, deflects the ball away into the offside. It's in front of square. As a result, allows Jennings to get through for 1. Moves to 34, 45 without loss now. And brings Luke Wells back on strike.
Hard to see where this wicket is coming from at the moment.
Yeah, well, I think Lancashire's just trying to sit in there a little bit with tomorrow in mind. If they can prize one out from somewhere, it'd be a bonus. If not, it'll have to be a good hour tomorrow morning. Leonard around the wicket, tucked away by Wells to Tribe at mid wicket, and there's no run. Two balls left of the over, 4 then remaining in the day. Wells taps the bat. Leonard comes in. Balls to Wells on the front foot. Drops it away towards the offside. Zain Al Hassan's at cover point to field. One of the 3 fielders on the offside. Roots at cover, and then Harris at mid-off. Skipper's at mid-on. Tribes at mid-wicket. There's a couple of slips in place. And then third man and fine leg. Final ball of the over. Wells on 11. Into complete. Ooh, that just pops up a little bit at Wells. He takes his bottom hand off the bat. And deflects it back towards the bowler. End of the over. Tidy stuff to get underway in this pretty short spell at the back end of the day for Ned Leonard. He's bowled his first over, gone for 2. 4 to go tonight. Lancashire 45 without loss in the opening pair. Jennings and Wells, so far, have been pretty solid and steady towards the back end of this first day.
4 to go then. These two looking solid. As Harris continues from the river end. And Jennings takes a stride down the wicket, and there's no run. The last thing they want now is a needless wicket to fall. It's always a nervy moment in the day.
Yeah, they put a decent chunk of hard work into making sure that they've not offered any chances here, so try and negotiate these final 3.4 overs. Could stop that by Tribe. Just a little bit of width for Jennings, trying to free his arms and carve the ball away. Good stop at backward point. Keeps him on 34.
2 slips now for James Harris, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Point cover at backward square. As he comes in, charging down is Jennings. There's no run available. There's a third man as well, and Ned Leonard.
A couple of games have reached a close on the opening day, both in Division 2, where Leicestershire batting first against Northamptonshire are 392 for 7 at the close of play. Stevie Eskenazi is 150 not out for Leicestershire, a recent addition.
Harris in to Jennings round the corner, but mid-wicket is there in the shape of Kieran Carlson, and there's no run, another dot ball.
Derbyshire have reached the close of play, a very good day in Canterbury, 389 for 2 on the opening day. So Lewis Rees 123 not out, Wayne Madsen 147 not out.
Harris comes around the wicket to Jennings, and that's left confidently outside off stump, taken by Chris Cook. Another dot ball.
It's a good batting day for Derbyshire. Coming towards the end of the day's play at Lords, Middlesex against Gloucestershire. Middlesex batting first, 386 for 5, with Leas Deploy 168 not out. And Singdale's picked up 4 wickets, 4 for 88 from 18 overs for Gloucestershire.
Harris to Jennings, who plays firmly to mid-on, and there's no run. That is the end of James Harris's 6th over without any reward. So Lancashire still looking solid, still looking strong. 45 for no wicket as they look to Wells and Jennings to steer them home to stumps.
Elsewhere, Hampshire 130 for 3 in reply to series 147 all out. A couple of wickets for Dan Lawrence. I think Washington Sundar got some wickets as well for Hampshire on that first day. Yeah, he picked up 3. So 5 wickets to spin on the first day. As Leonard comes around the wicket to Wells, full but wide of off stump and left. So Hampshire enjoyed a good day against Surrey. Hampshire needing a result to be certain of Division 1 cricket next season. Surrey know that the title's pretty much gone for them. Nottinghamshire, I think, needing 4 more points to be certain of their county championship title in their match against Warwickshire. And Leonard bowls to Wells, Run away through the offside for 4. Up towards the boundary, over the advertising board. Nice shot. Drilled firmly for 4 by Luke Wells. Pushing Lancashire to 49 with that loss.
I may be required to leave you in a couple of minutes for Welsh language requirements, so Nick may dart back from next door.
Leonard to Wells from around the wicket. Left and through to the keeper. Well, I can't help you with that one. No, I'd be no good with that. And just looking elsewhere in Division 1, Yorkshire, Durham, bit of a relegation tussle there in Headingley. Wells drives down the ground, but for no run. Durham batting first, 311 for 7 is a good recovery against the Yorkies. Lost early wickets, Durham. They were 7 for 2, 50 for 3. But Ben Raines unbeaten on 82. David Bellingham's 93. Will Rhodes 50. Durham 311 for 7 against Yorkshire. Leonard to Wells. Just taps it away into the offside for no run. We again played it in a manner that suggests that maybe can just both batters coming down to look at the pitch. Maybe just reacted a little bit off the surface. Maybe a little extra bounce. Final ball of the over, and then 2 to go in the opening day. Can Glamorgan find a breakthrough at the back end of this first day? Leonard in to Wells, off the back foot and punching away into the offside. Roots at cover to field. End of the over. 4 coming off it. Lancashire 49 for no wicket. That's the opening pair. Wells on 15, Jennings on 34. Bahan and Bellhurst all waiting in line for their turn, which will be certainly Bahan will be hoping will come tomorrow. In fact, with 2 overs left, we're almost at that point. We are going to see a change up of pace. I mean, seen so far. I'm going to see some Kieran Carlson and some off spin for 1 over from the River Taff end, with Keaton Jennings on strike. Just run through those other Division 1 scores. They're off for bad light at New Road, with Sussex 228 for 5, replying to Worcestershire's 123 all out. And Somerset 323 for 6, batting first against Essex.
So Carlson from the River End, ahead of Mason Crane, with left-handers in operation, and Wells Jennings drives the first ball through the offside for 4. So Jennings has been willing to take things on, and Carlson's first ball slightly floaty, and Jennings dispatched it to move on to 38. Wells has 15, and Carlson is in again. And this time Jennings is forward defensively. The ball bobbling out on the offside. There's a short leg and a slip for Carlson. Wonder if we'll see an over of Mason Crane at this end. Carlson bowls and it's turned gently on the leg side by Jennings. No run. So not the day that Glamorgan would have hoped for, having sealed promotion, but it doesn't matter quite as much as if the races were still live, as that's slapped into the offside ferociously by Jennings, and North East does well to block it at short cover. No run, 53 for naught, 8 balls remaining of the day's play. Carlson in to bowl. That's turned quite sharply. Got the feeling that This might be a results wicket if we get a full game. It's starting to give the bowlers a little bit of uncertainty to work with as Jennings thrusts everything forward and steers it out on the offside. So having thrashed the first ball for 4, he's then defended the next 5. And it's 53 for naught, and whoever the Lancashire night watchman is can take his pads off.
Yes, final over of the day. Good from Wells and Jennings. 53 run partnership for this opening wicket so far. It will be Ned Leonard to complete the 96th over of the day's play. With Wells on strike. 2 slips and a gully. Leonard to Wells, that's left. And through to Cook. Yeah, so all in all, a good day for Lancashire. They won the toss and fancied bowling first. Made the most of the morning conditions. 6 down at lunch, Glamorgan. And good fight back by Van der Hookten and Crane. Running on 82. Good afternoon with the bat for Glamorgan. With a single here off an inside the edge towards square leg for 1. Eventually everything all wrapped up at 265 all out. Good recovery from where they were for Glamorgan. Like I should be pretty pleased that having put them into bat, they've bowled them out with time to spare on the first day. But perhaps even with that in mind, maybe equally a little frustrated that they got away. Could have been like a 180 all out type first innings score. And it's been a very calm approach with the bat in response. Down the pitch comes Jennings, walking towards Leonard, defends back to the bowler, and there's no run.
Been a lot of that, hasn't there, from both Lancashire batters. Trying to cut down angles, maybe minimise the danger, even if you also minimise the time that you're giving yourself to deal with any danger.
3 balls left of the opening day of this final round of fixtures. Leonard past the umpire, bowling to Jennings, who defends a ball that just nibbles back in towards him. Decent pace from Leonard too. Both have just, I think, played a couple of these deliveries from Leonard that they've maybe just not behaved as they thought they might do. And that's just a little extra pace off the surface, maybe just a little extra bounce. Both have reacted, both have done plenty of gardening, coming down the pitch and prodding and poking and maybe suggesting that it's proved to be quite a little tricky spell at the back end of the day.
Yeah, Leonard's still fairly raw, but he may be the fastest of this Glamorgan seam attack for this game.
Enough to get a forward short leg in place and 3 genuine slip catches. With 2 balls left of the day. Oh, that's pulled. And Asa Tribe at forward short leg, crouching down. He's in the line of fire there, as it flashed away to his left down towards Van der Hookten on the boundary.
Yes, he's got a good duck, Asa Tribe. It's like a tortoise pulling its head back inside its shell.
Good reactions. He would have feared the worst there, as that was just a little short, and what Jennings went to pull it. Right, final ball of the day. There is Leonard to complete the day's allocation. In and bowling to Wells, who defends safely away into the offside. Excellent work by Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells, having negotiated 20 overs. 55 without loss, Lancashire, in reply to that Glamorgan first innings score of 265.
Yeah, Lancashire's day, Tom Bailey's day in particular, Tim van der Hoogten and the lower order making sure it wasn't completely disastrous for Glamorgan as they savour the taste of promotion for next season. But Lancashire on top after day 1. We'll be back at 10:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you very much indeed for your company. From Scott, Kenneth and myself, a very good evening, North Star.
We look forward to seeing you then. If you cannot make it tomorrow, we hope you have a safe onward journey. Once again, thanks for your support. Good evening. Noswaith.